Hey everybody, Stinger here. I want to invite you to a pretty cool podcast.
Watch this film. Be quite nice. Have a good time. Be very evil. And you'll have that Danhausen.
Hey, this is Big Sexy Kevin Nash.
Yes, it is I, Big E, but more importantly, it is you.
And you might remember me from such YouTube greats as Being the Elite and Chris Daniels Almost Dies.
And if you're looking for the very best wrestling content, you better come to Good Mic Work Commentaries.
And I'm just going to tell you now, as a role model, you got to tune into this because if you also want to be a role model, you got to learn from the best.
We have a rapport, and we have been so close over so many years. This is not a cameo or a paid endorsement in any regard. This is a message of friendship.
Man, we met 20 years ago, 21 years ago now. Time is flying, isn't it?
I want to wish you all the best in your YouTube channel, and hopefully I can maybe make a special guest appearance on there sometime.
And I used to say, hey, Greg Morgan, and he used to say, please call me Greg, and I wouldn't do it.
Good mic work. Commentaries.
Awesome YouTube channel. Now, if you've seen these videos before, you know what I'm talking about.
We would do verbal chain wrestling. You know, we'd be off in the yard, the schoolyard at recess.
And he's also a 40-year-old wrestling fan. That's a long damn time.
And we'd just be staring at each other, and he'd say, hammerlock. And I'd say, all right, I've reversed the hammerlock into a hammerlock of my own, then I put you in a headlock. And, you know, that would go on for hours.
He's not going to fill your head with bullshit. He's going to tell you real deal, what's up, and that's that.
Raw, SmackDown, NXT. This guy covers it all, my friends. I want you to go to his page, Good Mic Work on YouTube.
Check out Good Mic Work Commentaries on YouTube.
But we would have fun. We would run around. There would be a wooden hoop we would hit with a stick, and it would go down a hill.
I'm about to go and watch a few videos myself.
It's a very practical apparatus.
We're really lacking in the world right now with some people that have a freaking brain cells.
And now look at him. He has more YouTube views and subscribers than I do, and I'm fine with it because I played such an integral role in his upbringing.
Don't you dare be sour.
We always talked about wrestling. He was a big Lou Thez guy, and of course I had an affectation for the Hackenschmidts.
Clap for Good Mic Work Commentaries.
This is RJ City, a wrestling rock on tour.
And feel the power.
Listen to the podcast. Subscribe.
You are watching Good Mic Work Commentaries.
Good Mic Work Commentaries.
Good Mic Work Commentaries.
Good Mic Work Commentaries.
Just want to encourage all you guys to check out Good Mic Work Commentaries.
And if you don't, we're going to have a problem.
Do it!
Do it.
Do it now!
Thanks a lot for the encomium and the nice words about my father's Hall of Fame induction.
Hope our paths cross again sometime down the road. Would love to shake your hand again, and good luck on this podcast.
And you don't just watch it one time. You can rewatch every single one of them.
...2021 is almost in the books. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the final commentary, Q&A, podcast, video, whatever you want to call it, of 2021. As promised, we are up here for a really fun hangout. I think this is going to be a great time, even though I'm not really saying goodbye to you guys for very long. It's simply the end of the year. We're going to be right back at it this Saturday for day one review. So 48 hours later, 2022 kicks off with a bang, and it's going to be a busy week. But we're up here tonight to kind of send off 2021. We're going to get into a lot of wrestling news here. Of course, We're going to talk about the big news that went down yesterday involving Toni Storm leaving WWE, up and quitting. She has been officially released, and she is gone for the company. Very interesting developments there we'll get into. Any other wrestling news going on right now we'll speak of as well. We'll touch on this past week's Raw. We'll touch on last night's Dynamite. We're also going to predict the entire Day 1 card coming up this Saturday, although that card is in serious jeopardy as a lot of WWE talent was pulled from the MSG show on Sunday and Raw on Monday. But we're going to predict it as they have it right now, and they have not officially changed anything yet. Like I said, we're going to talk about Dynamite a little bit as well. Last night was a really fun show, and it marked the debut in the ring of Kyle O'Reilly in AEW, and we saw the debut of Mercedes Martinez as well, and Jim Ross is back. We're going to talk about WWE and AEW's respective 2021s, look at their years, basically a year in review on both companies. We'll talk about the biggest moments, the biggest gets and departures for each company, the best pay-per-views, the best matches, and I'm going to be requiring a lot of y'all's input for that as well. I mean, I have written down some of my favorites, but we're not going to rank these things. We're not going to give out awards or anything like that. I really want to get feedback and input from you guys in terms of what you thought the best moments and matches were of 2021. So that'll be a blast going through that later on. We're also going to talk about all those WWE releases, everybody who left this year. We're going to pay our respects to everybody that we lost here in 2021. As usual, every year, a big handful of wrestlers have passed away, some more tragic than others, and we'll definitely get into those. We'll talk about the best pay-per-views, maybe even the worst pay-per-views of the year, and then we will wrap things up with a very, very massive Q&A. I want to thank everybody who participated in that early, sending your questions over to my email. Got a bunch of questions here dumped into a document. I'm going to try to roll through and nail all of those later on, in addition to all the questions that might be answered here in the chat. So you can ask one now, you can ask one later, whatever you want to do. We're not going to really get into the Q&A portion until later on, but if you answer a question now, I'm sure I will be scrolling back later on to look through a lot of these chat questions and shit like that. So if you ask one here, I will probably get to it before the night is done. So we will just gauge everything by the audience, the participation, how much stuff we have to talk about. I've got a lot of notes, and I mean a lot of notes. So we could be here 3 hours. We could be here 2. It just depends on how things roll and how quickly we talk about stuff. But before we even get too far, I want to make sure I do the proper shout-outs, welcome you guys to the Q&A and to the Hangout video, and to thank you guys for yet another awesome 2021 of support. I know that the numbers on the channel have been down in 2021. Seems like a lot of people are, but this channel has really hit a wall, it seems like. But in terms of our core audience, our core followers, you guys have all been here plugging away with me, showing support. I really appreciate that. 2022 is going to be a weird year. We're going to talk about that later on in the podcast, what I have planned. I don't plan on discontinuing the YouTube channel or anything like that. If anything, I might even increase or make some changes to the channel this next year, depending on where my personal life is with my other job and financially and things like that. So we'll be getting into some of that, tossing around some ideas of what to do for the channel, all as we go through here. No timetable on when we'll get into that. It's just going to be coming. After this is over, I will go through and try to put in some timestamps here. So if you are watching this on demand, several hours later, hopefully you will be able to navigate through this a little bit easier. I will also upload the audio here to the podcast site. So if you're listening on Spotify or Stitcher or iTunes or whatever, it's going to be a long podcast here. You might want to skip around as well. Unfortunately, no time codes for you, but those of you watching on YouTube, it should be easier in on-demand format later on this week. In terms of what's coming up on the channel, like I said, we're back at it on Saturday. I'm not going to be here tomorrow doing any video for the channel because I will be at work for New Year's Eve. But then Saturday is New Year's Day. We got a big Day 1 review. And this Sunday kicks off our Royal Rumble watch-alongs, our classic Royal Rumble watch-alongs. So we're going to be watching a Royal Rumble basically every Sunday up until the pay-per-view, so the entire month of January. And we're going to kick things off this Sunday with Royal Rumble 1994. I also have 1997 and 2003. Those are coming in January, and I got a couple open spots, so we'll discuss those later on this month. But this Sunday, we kick off the Rumble watch-alongs, and that's an interesting one with the Undertaker-Yokozuna casket match, and Undertaker levitating to the heavens and, leaving until he would return to face himself at SummerSlam. Very strange time. Also, Brett and Luger had the tie, and Owen kicked Brett's leg out of his leg. So we're going to be watching that together this coming Sunday. Join us for that. All the links to this shit, by the way, is right in the description below. So if you go down there, you'll see Saturday's Day 1 link and Sunday's Royal Rumble 94 link. Other than that, let me scroll over here real quick to the Patreon page. Shout out all of my current patrons. It's been a while since we've done a Winged Eagle, so I figured I better show you guys some love since we will not be back up here for a Winged Eagle probably for another week or so, or early January, until we resume, the normal weekend podcast schedule. But I want to thank Kaylin Scott, Divine Ricks, JJ Legg, Nikita Abalakin, Chris Miner, Super Fluffy Toaster, Deshaun Robinson, J Smooth 99, Martin Can, Alex Drudge, Apron Bump Podcast, Alan Carter, Nick Musser, Jimmy Anderson, K-Dogs Kennel, Ryan Y., Devlin Husband, John Redifer, Claudio Clavedetcher, Daniel Rodriguez, Barry MK400, Josiah Blevins, Scott Moss, John Riffle, Michael Cuomo, Naveed, Keith Salyers, and Blake Moran. As always, guys, thank you very much for your support over on the Patreon page. And I suppose I should say hi to y'all, too. You guys have been here waiting. All right, I can be heard. I never even did a sound check, so we are all good. This is the Q&A overlay for later, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this, and we're going to start with all of our news and results and all of that good stuff, and year-end reviews. And we'll kick back to the Q&A later on. But hello to Paul Carpenter. Good to see you, and I appreciate those emails we exchanged earlier this week. I'm glad you're here. Lil Justin is here. Alex Bryant, Jet the Hawk, and Barry right on. Monkey Wrenches right off the bat. Sharpshooter 828, longtime listener. Don't listen as much as I would like anymore, but I wouldn't miss this for anything. I'm so happy you're here. Not a bad YouTube channel name, Sharpshooter, right on. Even a question later on asks me what my favorite wrestling move is. There you go. Sam is here. David Brown is here, right on. And How Wheezy. What's up, buddy? Thank you for that $2. I appreciate it. Let's have some fun tonight. Yes, let's have some fun. I've got a Stella open right now, but I also have some Broken Skull IPAs in my fridge. I'll hit one of those later on, but I wanted to start slow so I don't get all toe up in here while we're trying to talk about wrestling. You know what I'm saying? But cheers and Happy New Year to everybody. Mab, good to see you. Michael Cuomo is here as well. Good to see you, man. George Morris is here with the 5. Thanks, dude. Hey, Greg, Happy New Year. Be safe. WWE was awful. 20th year in a row. Terry Silver has aged a lot in 40 episodes. All 40 episodes of Cobra Kai better than the last 20 years in WWE. I kind of agree. We always have to have a little bit of Cobra Kai chatter in here. The season 4 kicks off tomorrow night at midnight, starting New Year's Day. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to watch it the first day. I'm going to have to wait. But we'll be talking about Cobra Kai as we go. And Terry Silver did age. He's younger, or at least the same age as Ralph Macchio. But he played a much older person in part 3. But yeah, he aged probably worse than all of them. Maybe just as bad as Macchio, perhaps. But yeah, either way, season 4 is going to be fun. And they've already wrapped production on season 5. And apparently that one's going to be pretty damn good, too. What's up, Crash? And Devlin Husband is here. So is Zane G. So is MJ Parker, Vash, Chris, Gerald, Sonic, Kyle, K-Dogs Kennel. What's up, Kevin? Good to see you as well. We got Guardians of Chaos and Sam, Chris, Stone Cold, Alex Dredge in the house, JC, Sky, Super Fluffy Toaster is here. Ken Maynard, Stone Cold, right on. I would really appreciate a like, guys, if you can hook up the video with a nice like and share it. And if you are not a subscriber, please do so. And that should pretty much wrap up the pleasantries. AJ Daniels, what's up, man? Good to see you as well. And Jose is in here. George hasn't liked WWE since 2001. No, George always has awesome things to say. Yeah, rest in peace to John Madden. We shouldn't even say this. We shouldn't even knock on that type of wood. But Betty White is knocking on the doorstep of 100 years old. Coming up in just a few days, apparently. I'm not sure when. And she's going to be 100. Let's hope she gets there. I think she will. She's a tough cookie, that Betty White. Just got home from seeing Spider-Man, says Stone Cold. I am completely unaware and illiterate when it comes to these superhero movies, but I do have social media, and I can't fucking read, and based on all of the reviews and responses to this newest Spider-Man movie that is out, it sounds like it was pretty damn good. I just don't watch those movies, but I'm glad that everybody enjoyed them, and it sounds like it was quite emotional for many of you. So I can understand. There's lots of shows I'm into, like Cobra Kai. Oh, Devlin, you can start watching it tonight. I thought it was tomorrow night. Maybe it is tonight. I don't know. I feel like I got to wait until like Sunday before I can really get a look at it. But that's okay, because me and Elizabeth will just binge watch the whole damn thing in one shot. And what's up, Ben Espinoza? Good to see you here as well. All right, so I think we've got all of the pleasantries out of the way, and we can start getting into stuff, a lot of stuff. It was tough for me to kind of even organize my notes here to figure out what to start with, but I figured we would start with the news, and we got to open up with Toni Storm. So yesterday, it was reported first by Fightful and confirmed by many others around the wrestling journalism world that, in fact, Toni Storm has abruptly been released from WWE. Now, the story is that she worked a house show on Tuesday night, the 28th, and flew herself home, booked herself a flight home on her own money, and apparently the word is she just up and quit. Now, when the news was reported yesterday, we didn't have a whole lot of details other than some folks in WWE were spoken to, and they said it was wild. She just up and left, didn't tell anybody. She didn't inform anybody, so it was a little bit suspicious there, and a lot of us were just concerned that something might be wrong with Toni Storm. As the day progressed and the night progressed, and as we heard about today, it doesn't really appear that anything is wrong with her. Still no confirmation on that, but it doesn't appear that she has any sort of family emergency, any sort of health problem, any sort of mental health problem, nothing like that. It just sounds like it might have been a situation or case of burnout, just being unhappy, creatively unsatisfied or unfulfilled or whatever it was. This is all speculation still, but she wanted out, and based on, WWE and the way they've been conducting business over the past year or so and all of these names that they released, the story is they kind of felt like they didn't really have that much of a leg to stand on to deny her a release. They would have looked like a big bunch of shitheads with all these budget cuts and stuff, and then you're holding somebody hostage out of spite or to keep them away from competition or whatever. We don't even know what the situation is with Toni Storm. All we know is she wanted out of there. Now, she was a guest on Out of Character with Ryan Satin just a couple of weeks before her release, and she did, in the interview, she mentioned a couple of things that kind of point to the fact that this might be a burnout or just a creative frustration type of scenario here, when she did mention her displeasure with the start and stop of her pushes, coming in and debuting in July and then sitting in catering for weeks. And then finally, when they bring her back, yes, they put her with Charlotte, but they're just throwing cream pies in each other's face. She does get a title shot, but what does that really mean for Toni Storm's career? Once that's over, if they can just put you right back in catering again. I think she understood maybe that there was just not a lot for her there creatively, and she didn't want to waste her time or the wear and tear on her body doing shit that doesn't matter. So her asking for her release and WWE granting it, give them credit for not being assholes and not holding her hostage and saying, okay, if you don't want to be here, you can go. That's the way it should work with independent contractors. If you don't like what you're doing, you should be able to walk away from it. So they have now let her go. I'm sure we will hear more details on what exactly led to this release, but the way it looks right now is that nothing is really wrong with her. At least that's what we hope. And it sounds like more of her just not being too happy in WWE. So we'll see what happens. We'll see where she turns up down the road. I'm assuming they're not just going to release her Andrade style with no non-compete. I'm sure she's going to have to go through a 90-day thing or whatever to continue her career or whatever she wants to do. But we just wish her the best. Whatever's going on there, we just want the best for Toni. And I think it's, probably a smart move for a lot of talent to say, I don't want my career and my fate to rest in the hands of a psychotic 78-year-old man or however fucking old Vince is. I'd rather rely on myself. I'd rather rely on other people, or I just want to go perfect my craft elsewhere, is basically what many talents, I'm sure, want to do. Not that that's the case here with Toni, but she is officially gone from WWE, and that makes things really interesting because that's another kind of abrupt departure, just like Jeff Hardy a couple of weeks ago. It's like, holy shit, what was going on there? And we still really don't know the whole story with Jeff Hardy, and it might be a while until we know the full story with Toni Storm as well. But it's a pretty good example, I think, if it does turn out to be a case of just frustration with the direction of her character or just the direction of WWE in general that leads to somebody wanting out of there. How many more people could be feeling the same way? Back 21 years ago in WCW, I guess it was January of 2000, the wheels were coming off behind the scenes in terms of just overall talent morale and just everything was just a mess back there. And Russo and Ferrara were just fucking everything up. And there was a lot of unhappy talent. And apparently they just offered everyone a release, and people took them up on it, including Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero and all those guys. So, I mean, hell, if WWE really is that concerned about budget cuts, maybe next time they decide to cut 30 wrestlers, maybe they should offer the bottom half of the card or the bottom half of the roster all a release if they want it. If you want a release, it's yours. Obviously you're going to have to exclude some of your top names from that, but basically everybody else, see who bites, see who wants to take them up on it. And do it that way, because WWE seems like they have just been shedding, just bleeding out talent. Apparently there is only now 20 women on the main roster, SmackDown and Raw included. Really, you need 3 championships for that? 2 world titles and a tag? For 20 women? I think there's like 11 on SmackDown and 9 on Raw, or vice versa. Now there's some missing names right now. No Bayley, no Lacey Evans, and no Asuka. Might be a couple of other names I'm forgetting. But those are the big 3, and especially the big 2 with Bayley and Asuka. You would assume will probably be back, one of them or both, by the Royal Rumble. Maybe not Bayley, but Asuka for sure, at least appearing in the Rumble, or maybe facing Becky Lynch for the title or whatever. But man, what a small roster. If they're going to do this, if they're okay with having only 20 women on their roster, I don't understand why they have 2 championships. Just make one and make it a floating title. That's what I would do, going back and forth to Raw. That way you have one women's champion, but they don't like to do shit like that. So even with 20 women, with 20 women, you have got a 10% chance of being champion, right? It's pretty good. So I think that once we hear the details of the Toni Storm stuff, if it turns out to be, like I said, something like, creative frustration, that will make me wonder how many more people really feel this way. And I can understand completely anybody that is just not feeling fulfilled. I saw a lot of people tweeting me yesterday saying, oh my God, why would she walk out? She was working with Charlotte. Who cares if she's working with the champion? Look at what she's doing, and look at what she is doing and was doing up until then. They just up and decided, let's just put Toni Storm and Charlotte together. It had nothing to do with Toni proving herself or, stringing up a bunch of wins, or WWE slowly starting to push her towards a championship match or a program. They just brought her to TV and she challenged Charlotte. There's no rhyme or reason to anything that they do. And there's no build up to anything. They just decide that day what they're going to write for TV, and a lot of it doesn't even make sense from the previous week. So yes, she was working with Charlotte. Yes, technically, I guess she was in a title program with her, if you count Exchanging Cream Pies a title program. But yes, I guess technically it was. Charlotte did beat her on SmackDown. You would think that was probably going to be the end of it, and Toni Storm would be right back to doing what she was doing before, either not being on the show at all or just being in meaningless, forgettable throwaway matches that don't mean dick on the main roster. And like I said, we're doing a lot of speculating here. Might not have anything to do with this. I just think that it does. And it sounds like it's just a case of somebody being fed up and saying, I'm just not happy. And I respect anybody that really feels a lack of, creative satisfaction to make that choice, and to say, I want out. Now, prior to the pandemic, people were asking for releases all the time. We heard about Brody Lee and FTR, or, the Revival back then, and a lot of others as well who wanted the release, and WWE wouldn't give it to them. If anything, they were offering them more money to stick around. I think FTR signed on for bigger deals or something like that. So I can't remember if it was them or somebody else, but now it doesn't seem like holding talent hostage is that big of a priority to them. So maybe what Toni Storm did could be a way for the rest of the talent to recognize, oh shit, I could probably ask my release and get it, provided you're not Roman Reigns or Randy Orton or somebody like that. But if you are a Toni Storm level on the roster, male or female, and you want out, they'll probably give it to you. So I'll be curious if anybody else follows suit and goes and does the same thing. I don't know. So whatever the case is, we wish Toni Storm the best. If she turns up in AEW, that would be awesome, but that's way down the line. You would have to assume it's at least 3 months away. And this 90-day no compete that she probably has might be a great opportunity for Toni to recharge her batteries. If she is in fact burned out, you need a break after burnout. I think we can all relate. We've all been burned out before. at some point in our lives, and sometimes a little break from all of that helps. So hopefully this will all help Toni Storm. She can come back bigger and better than ever. She is too good for the WWE to waste. I put on Twitter yesterday, WWE, we waste everyone. I know Toni Storm is the one that wanted out, but why did she want out? I wouldn't be surprised at all if it turned out to be that she just fucking hated everything that they did there, because it's just a mess. I would feel so uncomfortable if I just worked my whole life, to be a wrestler and to make it to the big time. And then when I do, it's like, Jesus, what I was doing on the indies was better. At this point, like I said yesterday in the watch along when discussing this, I think at this point, wrestlers should use the WWE for money and exposure. And that's it. It's now to the point where I think WWE should be used as the stepping stone instead of other places being a stepping stone to get to WWE. Because when you get to WWE, your career is in the hands of morons, creative morons. We had a writer there this year that didn't know the name of the WWE champion. That's an insane sentence to speak out loud. So I think that if I was a wrestler and I got signed by WWE, I would just take advantage of it all I could to get my face, my name, my brand, my likeness on TV, as much exposure as I could until they fucking release me, and then I can demand a little bit higher price on the indies or go to AEW or go somewhere where I can be featured, because now I've got a little bit of recognition from WWE. But it doesn't sound like it's a very pleasant place to be. And a lot of chatter about that all day yesterday about WWE and their use of talent, because this sparked up a lot of debate again, with Toni Storm. If she left because, she's just not happy there, think about how many other talents are just spinning their wheels, and literally doing nothing there, but are there anyway. So anyway, best of luck to Toni Storm. What do y'all think about this? Would be great if Toni did head to AEW, but at the same time, we also got to make sure that she's cool and everything's good with her. And then if she is, let's see her kick ass and resume her career down the line, because she's super young and she's got plenty of career ahead of her. But yeah, really interesting situation. Another really bizarre release that seems to be the norm all year long in WWE. One odd release after another. And we're going to be getting into all of the releases later on here in a minute. Let me just touch up on a couple of other news tidbits. There wasn't a ton of news because it was, of course, the Christmas holiday. Nothing too earth-shattering has been going down except for that Toni Storm stuff. But also, this past week, like I said, over the weekend, WWE pulled Big E, Seth Rollins, Bianca Belair, and Becky Lynch, I believe, from the MSG show, and none of them worked the Monday Night Raw either, from what I understand. Now, this kind of puts day one in jeopardy. I've been keeping an eye on the news today. I don't know what you guys have seen, but I have not seen any updates on the day one card. It sounds like WWE is either hoping that everybody is fine. I guess they're going to have to test negative for COVID before they can work, or whatever the situation is. I'm not sure, but so far they have not announced any changes of day one. So that's good, because the card was looking pretty good. But if this card, think about it, if this card gets massively changed, what a bad omen for 2022. On the very first day, you're already screwing up a great pay-per-view, at least on paper. Now, the main event appears to still be intact. We are still a go for Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. So that can save it. If you do have to jumble up some of the undercard, I guess that's okay. But you probably don't want to have to mess with the Fatal 4-Way if you don't have to, especially if you have something big planned for that match. So hopefully everything will be a go for Saturday, because I think the big matches, there's a couple of head-scratching matches on the card, but in terms of the big matches, I think day one is looking pretty good, and I think it could be a good way to kick off the year for WWE. But we're going to be predicting that whole card here in just a minute. I also want to touch just briefly on last week's Rampage, because Cody Rhodes beat Sammy Guevara in the main event to become the TNT champion for the third time. I never talked about that this weekend or last night on the watch along, or the live reaction of Dynamite, because we just never got into it. But the match was actually really good. I loved both guys hit two of the best looking finishers that they've ever hit in their lives on each other. Cody hit an absolutely magnificent looking crossroads to Sammy Guevara that just twisted him like a screw, like right into the mat. It looked awesome. And then Sammy Guevara hit the GTH on Cody that legit looked like it knocked him into next Tuesday. It was fucking great. But the finish I thought was really good because Cody has been playing up and teasing this, pseudo heel turn shit or whatever he's doing. He hits Sammy Guevara with 2 more crossroads and then picks him up. It looks like he's going for the pedigree. You talk about heat, and hits Sammy with a Tiger Driver 98 instead for the win and to become a 3-time TNT champion. So Cody is champ again. Hopefully he will pass that belt on to somebody else real soon. But I'm starting to, and I think this is done by design, I'm starting to actually now be a little bit interested in what Cody's doing. I'm not thrilled with him winning the TNT title for the 3rd time, although I thought the match was really good. He did win it in Greensboro. David Crockett was there to hand him the title. I can't hate that from an old bat like myself watching something like that. But, at the same time, I've been very kind of turned off by Cody's presence up until all of this shit that's going on now. Now, it seems like he's going to be starting something or has started something with America's Top Team, and everything we would see on Dynamite last night with Brandy and Dan Lambert. Seems like either Ethan Page or Scorpio Sky could take the belt off of Cody if that's the direction they're going, but he could also have a little bit longer of a run, as a way to maybe get him back to the top of the card and find a way out of that I'll never get a title shot clause again. So we'll see where we go with Cody, how much longer they are going to tease his potential heel turn, or if all of this teasing turning heel will somehow turn him babyface. You never know with fans. I think it could go either way, but now all of a sudden I am slightly interested in what Cody is doing. I just said slightly, not a lot, but last night's Dynamite was pretty awesome because it was back in Daly's place and Cody wasn't there, and fans joked that the reason he wasn't there is because the babyface tunnel wasn't there, which is pretty funny because they just had the one tunnel set up last night. But we had the Dan Lambert promo with America's Top Team, and he was, all that low-hanging fruit, slut-shaming shit that it's really over with the lowest common denominator fan. He's out there spewing all that. Brandy comes out, and she's slapping him and taking her earrings off and calling herself a black bitch and all this stuff. So that was a fucking mess. But Cody never ran out there, which I got a kick out of. But last night's Dynamite was pretty good too. We should at least touch on it. We were up here watching it together last night. Ratings are in. Looks like 975,000 with a 0.37 share in the demo. So that's down a little bit. I think they were just over 1 million last week, just under 1 million this week. JR came back last night. JR is cancer-free, made his return to the announce desk last night for Dynamite. Really good to see him back. Poor guy has been just through fucking hell in his life, man. I mean, come on. How many health problems or tragedies does this motherfucker have to go through? And he was back where he belongs, behind a microphone on a wrestling show. Fans were happy to see him. Triumphant return back. And really happy that he's healthy, at least for the time being. But you think back to his Bell's palsy and, whatever it was that he had, the colon problem that he had when they did the Dr. Heine surgery on Raw, that was a real situation that he went through. His poor wife, passed away, was hit by a car, lost her tragically, and now a battle with skin cancer on his foot. And he's still there, still calling matches in 2022. He's about to start on TBS next week. So really happy to see JR back, and just amazed that he came back so quick. Dude is tougher than a $2 steak. We had the semifinals of the TBS tournament, the anticipated match between Jade Cargill and Thunder Rosa. Wasn't really sure how this one was going to go down because I feel like the winner of this match will win the TBS championship. It feels like they're really pushing the undefeated Jade Cargill in that direction. But man, she's facing Thunder Rosa, who I think has got another big battle on the horizon with Britt Baker in 2022. I'm not beating Thunder Rosa unless they cheat or something. Well, that's what they did. Mercedes Martinez makes her debut, comes out in a hood, and helps Jade Cargill defeat Thunder Rosa. Jade will move on to the finals now to face Ruby Soho on the first TBS Dynamite on Wednesday for the championship. And looks like Jade will be wearing the gold. It's going to look good on her. I can't see Ruby being the one to upset Jade. I think now you put the title on Jade and she's got the belt and the undefeated record. The person that beats her will be made, I would think, especially if Jade holds onto that belt for a significant amount of time. So we will see. Mentioned a minute ago, the Brandy and Dan Lambert promo was half eye-rolling and also half funny, just seeing Brandy go so nuts. CM Punk cut a promo last night, his first appearance in Daly's place. I didn't even realize that this was his first time there, and cut a pretty good promo on MJF, and even throughout the line about something about wasting more money than Khan did on Tim Tebow. I forgot how the fuck he phrased it, but that was pretty good stuff. They continued the MJF and Wardlow split, little deal backstage where MJF's cutting a promo and then instructs Wardlow to go out and win his match so he can qualify for some number one contendership thing. And they point out to Wardlow that if he does win any championships, it's written in his contract that he has to relinquish that championship or prize or trophy or intellectual property or whatever it is. He has to turn it over to MJF. It's in his contract. So they've been teasing this forever, really waiting for Wardlow to go full Alex Riley and MJF. You know he's going to at some point, especially with Shawn Spears kind of being stuck in the middle, which makes me think that Spears is going to be the one to take the ass kicking, not MJF. Basically, I think when this all blows up, MJF or Wardlow is going to attempt to attack MJF. MJF's going to throw Spears in the way and scurry off, and Wardlow is just going to destroy Shawn Spears before he finally gets his hands on MJF inevitably. And Wardlow actually had a squash on Dynamite. He beat Colin Delaney. Blast from the past. Colin Delaney was back on the old WWE ECW, maybe 2006, 2007, whatever years those were. Looked like a less good-looking version of 1-2-3 Kid when he was young, but he is still around, and he was on Dynamite tonight to take one hell of an ass-kicking from Wardlow, or for last night, to take one ass-kicking from Wardlow, which was really fun to see him there. And we also had the in-ring debut of Kyle O'Reilly last night with the Undisputed Era, Kyle O'Reilly, Bobby Fish, and Adam Cole taking on the Best Friends, Orange Cassidy, Trent, and Chucky. The Bucks had to come out to offer some assistance in order for Undisputed to get the win there. And it looked like there's a little bit of a struggle going on between the Elite and the Bucks. Are they all on the same page, or are they on opposite pages? Are we set for Kenny to come back and join the Bucks to face off against Adam, Fish, and O'Reilly? That kind of looks like where they're headed, but we'll have to wait and see. I think all of this is going to be also used to really elevate Adam Cole into closer of a main event level spot than where a lot of fans perceive that he is now. But it's just crazy, and it was just so eerie to see O'Reilly, Cole, and Fish on Dynamite last night. They were all on NXT this year. Just in August, a match I'm going to talk about later, Kyle O'Reilly and Adam Cole, that great 2 out of 3 falls match at TakeOver, that bitter rivalry and feud they had that went all the way through the duration of Adam Cole's contract. Now they're here in AEW together. This is just stuff we haven't seen in like 20 plus years. To see people that were on one company show and another company show like within a matter of weeks, within a matter of months, within a matter of the same year, in many of these cases. And it's just pretty cool that we really haven't experienced anything like that since WCW was around. You know, TNA, it wasn't the same. You know, TNA wasn't, I didn't feel was accessible as Dynamite. You know, they had wishy-washy TV deals. They were on pay-per-view sometimes for their weekly show in their early days and stuff. You know, AEW has started off right out in our faces with a, main cable TV deal. So to see wrestlers bounce back and forth is really a feeling I haven't experienced, in like 20 to 25 years, since it was kind of a more regular thing in the 90s during the Monday Night Wars. So it's just really cool to see all them there. I enjoyed Dynamite last night. It wasn't really an overwhelmingly great show, but it was still solid. It was still fun. And I think next week's Dynamite looks pretty good. And of course, we've got Battle of the Belts coming up a week from this Saturday as well. That's going to be back on TNT, and that's a 1-hour special, I believe. So I'm not even sure if I'm going to bother with a review on that. We'll probably just get to that next time, we do a podcast. But we'll talk about Battle of the Belts at some point. Let me cruise back over here to the chat, see some super chats that I might need to knock out. And if there's any other chatter in here, I'll be going through and answering a lot of questions here later on as we go. But just a lot of stuff in my notes, just random things to discuss, because Christmas holiday was a little bit quiet here on the channel. I wasn't up here much talking about too much current events. So this is our chance to catch up. And if I'm forgetting anything and there's something you guys want me to mention in the chat, just let me know. I'm scrolling back a little bit, but I just see this random comment from Sam. WWE buried all top contenders. Who exactly is Charlotte or Becky supposed to have matches with now? That's true. I mean, the roster is thinning out. I mean, there's really not much there. You already have your main challengers. I think Becky obviously is going to have Bianca Belair still. You know, Bayley and Asuka are going to come back. I think your top challengers are not even in the company right now. Alexa Bliss is another one who I kind of forgot about, who's also on the shelf. So that's Lacey and Alexa and Asuka and Bayley will all be coming back into the fold, but still, it's not really enough to beef up your roster that much. You know what I mean? Michael Cuomo, thank you very much, man, for that $5 drop. Happy New Year, Greg. Walking the puppers right now. Rest in peace, John Madden. Even though football, he was a big wrestling fan, especially of Bobby Heenan. Yeah, that's right. They were kind of similar. Madden was everywhere in football, you know. Made a couple of video games that kind of sold 1 or 2 copies, I believe, as well. But, you know, that's a voice, at least for me, you know, even as a kid all the way through being a young man. I always heard John Madden's voice, you know. And then when I was really young and before I was born, he was a very successful coach. So it's a sad death. That's a sad loss, man. Very sad loss. Stone Cold 10X, thank you for that $10 drop, my friend. I'm all for people leaving if they are not happy, but I also think sometimes people have to be patient. Things don't happen overnight. Rock went from Die Rocky Die to the People's Champ. That's very true, and I think it was more true back in the day. I think, you know, with Toni's situation, it doesn't seem like a situation where she's being unreasonable. I'm sure there can be instances like that if a wrestler is impatient and they come in and they want everything given to them right away. I understand that that might not be realistic, you know, but sometimes you can just, I think they know better than the fans do. And so I saw a lot of fans saying, boy, that's unprofessional of her to walk out, you know, and I'm like, well, you know, maybe that's not really the reputation that you want to build for yourself, but let's look at why she did it. You know, why is she walking out? Because she's a disrespectful asshole who hates the business and hates her peers and hates everybody she works with? No, I think she loves the wrestling business very much, but you know, she probably has a very good personal reason for wanting out the way she did, and it could boil down to just her looking at the future of her career and not liking what she's seeing. And it's your life, it's your body that you're putting miles on. So if you don't see a future in it, there's no reason waiting around type of thing, especially if you just kind of know the way the system is and you can kind of see how things are going to be for you. And that's why I was saying yesterday that I don't think the feud with Charlotte and the matches with Charlotte meant anything. That doesn't mean that they're giving her some big push. That just means that day they decided that Toni Storm is the one to face Charlotte. Next week it'll just be somebody else. I don't think it was really translating or in any sort of a push for her, because whenever WWE starts something, they always stop it. So there probably are situations where wrestlers should be patient. They should bide their time, continue to work hard, continue to show management and upper management and Vince and Bruce and anybody else in charge there that you really want, you know, an opportunity, and go out there and have the best matches you can and see what happens. But, you know, with Rock, he went from Die Rocky Die to the People's Champ. That was because you did have a hell of a lot more creative freedom. They did turn him heel from babyface, but in terms of what he was doing on the mic, you know, it was up to him to, you know, kind of deliver those lines and say them in an entertaining way. And a lot of those promos back then were things that you hadn't heard before. And I always point back to that as a main reason why you're not going to see wrestling returned to certain parts of its glory days, because a lot of the glory days was when you were seeing shit happen for the first time. You know, Rock and Wrestling and Hulk Hogan, that was all new. You know, wrestling was still viewed as a little bit more serious prior to that in the days of Bruno and Backlund, at least in WWE. And then it hit Hulk Hogan, who was basically a real-life superhero, into the Rock and Wrestling era, and everything became a lot more cartoony. You know, and then again, you had the downtime from that in the 90s where everything was kind of still a little cartoony, but kids and fans were not as into it as they were back in the glory days of Hogan. He had that cooling off period, and then bam, the Attitude Era hit you right in the face in the perfect time in society for something like that to happen. It was basically like alternative music and Pearl Jam and Nirvana hitting the scene, but in wrestling form. And next thing you know, you got Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, and you have all these new characters. You got two companies bringing out the best in each other. You're seeing people jump back and forth. You're seeing two shows on Monday nights on TV at the same time. All of this stuff was new. None of this stuff had been done before. What Austin was saying in his promos had never been done. What Rock was saying in his promos had never been done. Vince McMahon was an on-air character now, bringing in his family. His daughter is marrying Triple H. The shit DX was doing. The shit that the NWO was doing, jumping Hall and Nash over to WCW, making it look like a hostile takeover, Hulk Hogan turning heel, all of this stuff was shit that you just never saw before, which made everything so great. But now as the years go by and wrestling moves so fast and you have hours upon hours of weekly new content every week, 12 pay-per-views a year, countless promos every week, it just becomes so overdone, so watered down. There's no ideas left. There's nothing new you can do and put in front of us that we're going to say, wow, that's new, that's fresh. This is going to catch on, and become another boom period for wrestling. I think those days are over. Wrestling now needs to rely on wrestling fans to keep it going. And I don't think that we're going to see numbers like we saw in the Attitude Era ever again. And that kind of points back to your point about Rocky, is that same situation now, I don't think would get over. We even talked about this on a recent podcast or stream. I said, imagine if talents like Rock or Stone Cold Steve Austin were in the company right now in their Stunning Steve and Rocky Maivia forms, and they were in the company now. They would have been one of the 110 names released in these past 2 years. I guarantee it. WWE wouldn't have been able to see them for what they are, because now everything's been done and said. And even if they did get a little saucy in their promos, we've already seen a lot of sauciness over the past 20 years. So, I don't think that if you stuck 1995, or I should say probably 1992 Austin and 1996 Rocky Maivia in a 2022 WWE scenario, that they would get over. I don't think they would. They'd be working meaningless matches on SmackDown. They might get a tag team victory over Madcap Moss and Baron Corbin, but then the next week they'll just get beat by them, or they'll just be involved in stupid segments, or the Miz will have them on Miz TV and the crowd will chant boring, or they'll just, whatever they're doing, it's going to be meaningless, empty, soulless, and I don't think that these gems, these people that have that something special, I think WWE's too stupid to recognize that something special anymore. I don't think this is a company that when they are handed a platter of money, here's a platter of money in the form of a talent, they take that money right into the bathroom and flush it right down the shitter. Every fucking time. It's like they have it just handed to them. They don't even have to do anything, and they still fuck it up. And it is becoming more and more of a frustrating characteristic of WWE that they constantly get handed these golden opportunities and piss them away. So back in the day, those guys were lucky. The Foleys, somebody like Mick Foley is another guy, and Rock and Austin, who were really able to shine and stand out. You can't stand out anymore, But I do think there are certain times where, if a wrestler is frustrated, they should maybe analyze their situation and be a little bit more patient, or maybe take a different approach or whatnot. Sure, because that's what professionals do. But I also think that everybody should have the right to bounce if they feel that this is doing nothing for their lives and career. Because if you're not happy, get out, especially when you're a wrestler and you have the ability to work other places. Some people are stuck. Some people, they have no choice. They're unhappy with their job, but they can't really go anywhere else. In wrestling, if you got a name and you're good at what you do, you can go somewhere else. So I'm happy that wrestlers just have this option now. You know what I mean? They deserve it, man. They put up with so much shit. We've all put up with so much shit from WWE for so long, We deserve to have some of our wrestlers happy. I think that catches up at least the supers for the moment. Chili McFreeze versus Flex Kavana. That is probably what we would get in NXT 2.0, all splashed with colors. My God. Emilios Vilia brings up a good point. It's been talked about for years. I mean, as great as the Attitude Era was, essentially it did kill the business because it went so over the top. It really left you with nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do. Everything was done in the Attitude Era. You got as racy, as sexy, as over the top, as just nuts. When you're giving births to big rubber hands, what the fuck else is there to do? when you are writing stuff that ridiculous, And a lot of that stuff, much like WCW, great cruiserweight division, great NWO angle, but a lot of the other stuff wasn't that great in the company. Same thing with WWE. You were relying on Austin and McMahon and that awesome storyline. Few other pieces of talent making names for themselves, but a lot of what we saw underneath was ridiculous. It was giving births to hands. It was choppy the PP and the cat showing her titties on TV and, and the Bariquas and the Truth Commission and, all this dumb shit, mixed in with some good. So the Attitude Era did kind of kill the business in a lot of ways. And I lived it. At least I got to live the entire Attitude Era in person, in the flesh. Went to so many pay-per-views and Raws back in those days. I feel good that I at least experienced it. But yeah, it sure did a number on the business in terms of once you get that high and you have these astronomical parabolic type of numbers that they were doing ratings-wise, attendance-wise, merch-wise, you're never going to achieve that now. Now WWE gets their money from elsewhere. They're bringing in more money now than they were back in those days, but now it's the TV deals and it's the bloody Saudi money and all that shit. Where back in the day, you didn't get money. That wasn't where the majority of your revenue was coming from, wasn't from the TV deals. If you go back and look at what like USA and stuff paid WWE back in the day compared to now, it's mind-blowing how much different it is. So back in those days, it was merch, it was attendance, and it was pay-per-view buys that was, driving WWE financially. So it's just an all-in-all different business altogether. Very little is the same these days. Spartan Sprinkles, thank you for the $10, my friend. 8 years ago, I searched good mic work, grannies mouthing wieners on the Googles, and accidentally ended up a fan of you. Thanks for being you and have a great new year. Happy 1,000th video, homie. Somebody else told me that. Is this my 1,000th video? Now, I have deleted a lot over the years, but maybe whatever is YouTube is showing for me right now, I have an even 1,000. That's kind of cool. I wasn't even aware of that, but man, we're going up on 11 years. No, wait, 12 years this April being on YouTube. Like I said, the first 5 years were a little bit inconsistent. I wasn't doing it every week, every day type of thing. But right around 2015 is where we really started taking the YouTube channel seriously. And I'm glad for many of you who have been here for so long. I've got some really interesting emails to read later, some really nice, heartfelt messages, and a few. And I get these emails a lot, but there was one or two this time around from people, who, was 12 when they started watching me. Now they're 22 and they're graduating college. Jordan, who I'm going to mention later on, sent me a message saying he was 17 when he started listening to me. Now he's 28. He just got married. He's expecting his first child. He's graduated from school, got a job in his field. That stuff's awesome, all during the course of this YouTube channel. So people, we've really, literally, a lot of us have grown up together, and that's kind of cool. So I appreciate you being here, Sprinkle Man. Domination Warrior, thanks for the $2, man. NXT is like missionary position. It's like that. That's what it's like. Kind of, I guess. That's okay, Jay Lambo. I'm glad you're here. Oh, yeah, the old TNA rant from back in the day. Those were the days. Fans were always assholes. I know I have to be careful about, when I lecture fans for not letting other fans bother you. And that's kind of how this channel was born, was me just being stupefied at how many people who I understood, their viewpoint. I know it's so frustrating only having WWE that we're desperate to have something else, but fans got a little bit nuts, and we're seeing kind of a repeat of that now with the fans constantly on each other's cases, anti-AEW crowds, anti-WWE crowds, and they both think the other is the stupidest one in the world, and it's just, oh my God, it's just this never-ending black hole of dumb is what we're into now. But this channel was born kind of in a lot of that spirit of just being really annoyed by delusional fans. I had nothing really against TNA. I just thought that you'd have to be a damn fool to be so up the ass of TNA that you think WWE is going to be out of business in 6 months or 5 years or at all. And if there's any, and I'm the biggest AEW fan in the world, but if there's an AEW fan out there that thinks they're going to put WWE out of business, that's not what's going to happen. And that's not what you want. Trust me, that already happened once before. And look what happened. Look how badly the business fell. So if the business has any chance of any long-term survival or reaching another boom period, I think the only way you're going to achieve that is by having two good competitive companies, who are both putting on good shows, making the other better, and battling and competing. And, that just gets the creative juices flowing, that gets the fans excited, and it pushes both companies to outdo the other. Although these days, WWE, I don't think, is approaching this competition the way they were with WCW, because AEW is not out to put the WWE out of business. They're not there to go head to head with them on Mondays and give away the results of the shows. They're just there to be a competitor. And WWE, they look like they're more, with Nick Khan's role in the company now being basically their financial manager or whatever. He's the one making sure that these bottom line numbers are as high as they need to be, and that seems to be WWE's focus. I don't even think they care if AEW beats them in certain aspects, maybe draws a better demo rating, maybe outsells them in live event sales. WWE's pulling in the kind of revenue that's going to make their stockholders happy. I think at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. And now it's like the wrestling has become secondary. And that's what I feel like happened to WCW back in the day too, during the AOL Time Warner merger and all of that. And once it basically left Ted Turner's hands completely, nobody gives a shit about it after that. So, there's been talk of WWE being sold. They're positioning themselves to get their company looking as pretty as possible for a potential buyer like Disney or Amazon or someone like that. We'll have to see in 2022 how much closer we get to that being a reality, and if it ever does become one, what year that happens. Who knows, man? It could be right around the corner for all we know. Oh, my bad. Stone Cold, did I miss a super chat from you, or is that the same one? I'm going to be scrolling back to pick up all these super chats. No, I think I got you, Stone Cold. I'll be scrolling back as we go. And Impact is still there, They are still technically there. I mean, of course, they are a shell of what TNA used to be. And TNA did have a good run there. They had a ton of great talent back in the day. I was never a fan of the six-sided ring, although when Hogan and Bischoff came in and made it a four-sided ring, I voiced my concern over that. I didn't think TNA was going to come close to succeeding what they were trying to do. I thought going to head-to-head against Raw was fucking dumb. They've been established there. They're going to crush you in the ratings, and they did. I thought they should have tried to exist on their own, just like AEW is trying to exist on their own. Just exist. Just have a product out there that you are confident in, that if a wrestling fan watches it, they will like it better than the other show. That's all really you have to do, is put on a show that you think fans will like better, and everybody can succeed. Everybody can exist with each other, and it gives wrestlers more places to go. But once Hogan and Bischoff got brought in, I'm like, well, TNA seemed like one of their biggest strong suits is that they were an alternative to WWE, offering fans something different. The show looks different, has a different vibe, has a different star, has a different set of stars, has just a different overall, kind of philosophy on wrestling. That's what wrestling needs, something different than this just day in, day out shit that we see in WWE. So even though the TNA audience was annoying me, I at least understood that TNA had that going for them. They had that, kind of cult alternative type of vibe, to where if you're a wrestling fan and you're sick of WWE, the last thing in the world you want to do is turn on another show that's exactly like WWE. So when Bischoff and Hogan came in, made the ring four sides, and on that first January 4th head-to-head show with Raw, you've got Bischoff and Hall and Nash and X-Pac and Hogan in the ring. I'm like, well, you guys are fucked. You literally built your audience on the backs of the AJs and the Rudes and the Samoa Joes and the Christopher Daniels and all of the just the great hard workers, the hardcore workers that you had there, and now they're all pushed aside for the bigger names. You're trying to be a smaller form of WWE. Well, if you're trying to be a smaller form of WWE, I think fans are just going to watch the WWE. You got to give them something different and, do a better job of maybe incorporating your current stars, your backbone of the company, with those name recognizable legends. And I think that's something that AEW does a hell of a lot better, that these people aren't just paraded out there, for no reason. They actually have a really good balance between their homegrown pillars and a lot of other stars that kind of make up the foundation of AEW, and the people that they signed from WWE, the Danielsons, the CM Punks, and the Sting, who was there. the Stings, who all of these guys are there working with the stars of the future, either tagging with them, working against them, whatever. But when you look at Sting, Jericho, Danielson, and Punk, and you look at all of the people that they have worked with or interacted with on TV, it's all about, it seems like the goal is to kind of secure the future and try to groom the future of at least that company and maybe even wrestling in general. You never got that vibe from TNA. It didn't look like Hogan and Bischoff were there to groom these young guys to take the baton and run with it in wrestling. They were just in it for themselves, especially Hogan. Maybe not Bischoff, because I like Bischoff. But Hogan, for sure, did not give a fuck about anything like that. So those are two drastic differences, I think, in those two companies and their two philosophies, and why it's so much easier to stomach in AEW Dynamite, where it really, or an AEW show, where it feels like they're kind of taking the baton almost from NXT, who I think had the best pro wrestling in the world for the past 5 or 6 years now. So now that is maybe Dynamite's job, is to give us something other than that big, brightly colored LED fucking IMAX shit show that Raw and SmackDown is every week, where it's just so much flash but no substance at all. And I think AEW gives you a little more of that. They're a little bit more detailed in their thinking when it comes to their booking, booking a draw between Danielson and Omega. When Danielson got there, now you got that match in your back pocket anytime you want it. Having Britt beating a champion rarely, which is something WWE does every three times a fucking week. In AEW, they pick their spots. They had Riho, a former champion, get a win over Britt Baker so they can set up a rematch at Battle of the Belts. So you got a feature match on your hour-long special, and and then Britt can win and move on type of thing. So I just think they think things through a little bit more in their booking, where WWE just decides that day, here's what we're doing. They don't think about where it could lead, what they've already done before that might contradict what they're doing now. They just don't think anything through at all. And that's why I think, from a wrestling fan's perspective, not that everything AEW does is perfect, but in terms of their show, I feel like there's more to miss. If you miss a Raw or SmackDown, what are you missing? A bunch of dumb shit you saw the week before, not on Dynamite. So that's I think, any wrestling company's key and number one goal, if you really want to compete with WWE. Don't become obsessed with them. That's why I always laugh at the fans that say, oh, AEW sure is obsessed with WWE. No, they're not. You don't know jack shit about wrestling history if you think AEW is obsessed with WWE. AEW and WWE are aware of each other. They know each other exists. They're going to take little shots here or there. But if you think these little tiny things that are said in passing in promos is the equivalent to AEW being obsessed with WWE, or the other way around, WWE said a couple of things here too. If you think WWE is obsessed with AEW, they're not. I don't think either one of these companies are obsessed with the other. They're competitors. They're going to watch each other. They might even respond to what the other does sometimes. You want to know why? Because that's fucking fun, motherfuckers. Big surprise, right? Newsflash. It's fun when that happens. But the wrestling fans now are so young and goddamn disingenuous and just fucking full of shit most of the time that they consider that, boy, AEW needs to tone it down. They sure are obsessed. Go watch some Nitros, man. Go watch the first 3 months of Nitro, and you tell me what obsession really looks like with Bischoff and all of his nonsense and giving away the results and being so up the ass and taking every little pot shot he possibly could. TNA was delivering cookies to fucking SmackDown, for fuck's sake. So if these two companies, WWE and AEW, want to trade a couple of little jabs, the fans, are the ones that benefit from that, because that's fun for us. If you have a problem with that and you think that AEW is paying too much attention to WWE, then you just don't know how to have fun. If you've ever been to a party, you were probably sitting by yourself, because you should want this type of stuff. You should want the little shots. It's not going, I think both of these companies, honestly, are too smart to become obsessed with the other. I think AEW will learn from the mistakes of TNA and WCW, where, yes, they're going to acknowledge WWE. They're going to acknowledge that they are the number two and will probably be the number two wrestling company for a very long time, probably forever, unless something crazy happens and they actually do overtake WWE in business, but that ain't happening for a while. So they being able to acknowledge, respond to WWE and vice versa every now and then makes things more fun for the fans. And I think fans should stop bitching about dumb shit that they don't know what they're talking about. AEW is not obsessed with WWE, and WWE is not obsessed with AEW. If you think these things, you don't know what you're talking about. Period. End of story. But we'll be talking more about that shit as we go. Couple of more super chats. Let me knock out. Andy Oriel, thank you very much for the $2. I appreciate you too, man. I'm glad you are here. And Chris Cray with a $5 drop. Hey, Greg, did you ever go to a WCW live event in its lifetime? Only one, and I always get the year wrong on this. It was either 89. No, I think it was 89. It was 89 in North Carolina. It took place in the same building I graduated high school in. And it was a house show. Ric Flair was there, Arn Anderson, Luger, Doom, Terry Taylor, bunch of guys, and it was packed, and it was fun. And I remember my dad took me, and he was just amazed because he had never seen, well, he'd watched a little bit of wrestling with me, but he had not seen anything like that before, so that close anyway. So to watch Luger press slam Flair, just the flash bulbs. I have a few really shitty looking pictures of that event, but that we met Flair and Luger that day. They were like had suits on, drinking coffee and shit outside the arena. Very cool. So that was the only one I attended, but never went to a Nitro, and I'm really bummed about that because they did run through North Carolina all the time back in the day. Cody needs to stop mocking Triple H. No, he doesn't. It's fun. If Cody comes out and cuts a 15-minute promo on Triple H, then I'll say, okay, he's taking it too far. But teasing a pedigree, come on. Where's your fun? Have some fun. Have some fun. Triple H can take it. Just because he had a cardiac event, it doesn't mean he's not a big boy and he's not a tough fucking bastard. And Triple H, nobody can mock Triple H. Triple H is like, he's like, man, I'm married to fucking Stephanie McMahon. I'm an executive in the company. There's no mocking me. So Triple H is the type of guy that would blow something like that off too. I don't think he gives a shit what Cody does. I think the fans care way more than Triple H would about that stuff. K-Dogs Kennel, thanks for the $2, Kevin. Glad you're here. Appreciate that, man. If you want to shoot a link to your Twitter channel or anything down below, feel free to do so. Everybody go follow Kevin. He's a good guy. And thanks for being here, man. Appreciate the love. Chris Cray, $5. Thank you, man. Not wrestling related, but favorite Wings Stanley Cup victory. I love 2002 personally. I do love 2002 because I lived in North Carolina at that time, and they played the Carolina Hurricanes. And I was a restaurant manager. I was a GM. And my sous chef, his name was Freebird, and he was born and raised. His name was Freebird, like real legal name. And born and raised in North Carolina, great guy, fucking great. And we had a nice little friendly rivalry on the Stanley Cup, and we bet pretty good amount of money. I think it was $100, but back then, 2002, I was fucking broke, so $100 was a lot of money. And we had the game. We both worked the night of the clinching game. I don't know how many games it went. I think they swept them. They might have swept Carolina. I don't remember. They beat the shit out of Carolina, whatever happened. But whatever the clinching game was, we were both at work, so we had the game on the radio in the kitchen. And after it was over and the Wings won, he came up to me. It was funny. Like, it was an actual game. Like, we were actually competitors in the game. He, sought me out, pulled me aside, and he extends his hand, and congratulations. I'm happy for you. And he gave me a hug, and he gave me the $100. And it was almost like he was trying to be like a good sport about it. It was almost like like you'd see in wrestling, like a big babyface hug at the end of a hard battle. I just laughed. I'm like, we didn't play. You don't have to hug me, dude. But it was just, he was happy for me. He was bummed out about his team winning, but he was happy for me because he liked me. So that one stands out. But I think my favorite one was the second one. They won back-to-backs. I think it was 97, 98. 97 with the Russians, Sergei Fedorov and all those guys. And then after they won that first cup, car accident happened and I think paralyzed a couple of their players, right? And then when they won the second year, back-to-back cups, I think it was more of a for them type of thing, a tribute for them. I think they brought one or both of them out in their wheelchairs and celebrated with them. Scotty Bowman put on the skates. So I'd probably say 98 would be my favorite there. And they always had different goalies, 97, I think might have been Mike Vernon, and then maybe Osgood after that. And I forgot what was going on in 02, but I'd probably say 98, that second cup they won when they did back-to-backs, followed by 02, followed by their first one in 97. But, man, even prior to that, in like 95 and 96, the Avalanche always had their number, and it pissed me off. Hated the Avalanche. Hated. Chris Cray, I've got a restaurant question later on. I will be talking a lot about restaurants because I've spoken about them throughout the years casually on podcasts and stuff, so I never really want, and I get this question asked a lot, so I figured the next time I answer a restaurant question will be on a big Q&A like this because you guys don't want to hear that shit every week. So later on as we start talking questions, which is going to be coming up here in just a few minutes, I'll eventually get to that restaurant one, and I will give you guys a glimpse into my restaurant life. It's been a wild ride. I am almost 30 years deep into restaurants. Before we move into, I want to knock out these day one predictions real quick, and then we're going to start talking about some other shit. But before I do that, hit me with a like if you don't mind, and if you are not subscribed to this channel, please do so. Let's roll through day one real quick since we just briefly talked about Monday Night Raw. And if you can't tell, as we're going through everything in my notes, I'm going to pause, answer a couple of questions. That's kind of going to be how this is because there's just so much to get into. So like I said, that's why it's kind of a casual hangout, and we kind of have a run sheet here, but we're going to be branching off in different directions all throughout this. So I hope you got the patience for that because I got nowhere to be, y'all. This can be as long as we want it to be. I forgot what year it was. I think it was 2018, maybe? I want to say the 2018 Royal Rumble, we streamed for 8 hours. I think I watched the pay-per-view with y'all. Then we stayed up and reviewed it, and then we just shot the shit for hours. Back in those days, we would have hundreds and hundreds of people in the chat, and I think that was my longest I ever did, and did an 8-hour stream. Had lots of brewskis that night. One Alex in the chat, I have a hard time believing that. There will be more. More will show up. Anyway, let's knock out these day one predictions. Here is the card according to WWE.com. Like I said, a lot of this stuff could change. Hopefully it won't. But if the card stays intact, it is as follows. Cesaro and Ricochet taking on Sheamus and Ridge Holland in a tag team match. That might be a kickoff type of deal. I don't know. I'm going baby faces. I want Cesaro and Ricochet to win. I like everybody in this match a lot, but I think overall Cesaro and Ricochet are my two favorites in this match in terms of how they are in the ring. So let's root for them. Tag team titles on the Raw brand on the line. RK Bro defending against the Street Profits. Street Profits, I believe, won a match on Monday to qualify for that, right? Is that what I saw? Anyway, I'm picking RK Bro to retain. Not ready for them to drop the belts yet, and certainly not ready for them to drop the belts to the Street Profits, that's for sure. Boy, this one's a tough one. Drew McIntyre taking on Madcap Moss. Can McIntyre pull off the upset? I don't know, man. I don't know. Who do y'all got? I mean, in order for Drew to win, he's going to have to cheat. He's going to have to hold the tights. He's going to have to use a foreign object. He might have to re-debut Retribution and have a whole faction come in to take out Madcap Moss in order to get a victory here. But I think somehow by hook or crook, Drew McIntyre is going to find a way to upset Madcap Moss and pull off a surprise victory. So let's just, on a whim, just for fun, let's pick the underdog, Drew McIntyre. Edge taking on The Miz. Come on. Edge. The New Day challenging Usos for the SmackDown Tag Team titles. Let's do a title change. Let's put them on the New Day again. Let's give Xavier a crown and a belt. That way, Kofi's got a belt too. He doesn't feel left out. I mean, right now, Kofi, the first one that got to the WWE title, is the only guy without any sort of trophy right now because Xavier's got a crown, Big E's got the belt. Kofi needs a belt too. So let's put the belts on the New Day, and they will win the tag team championships for the 87th time. Raw Women's title, Becky Lynch defending against Liv Morgan. This is going to be one of those matches that might be up in the air if Becky is not cleared to wrestle or if she is still COVID positive. We don't know. If this match happens, I think Becky's got to win. She's been champ for a long time, and I think we all love Liv Morgan. We would all love it if Liv Morgan won the title. However, with Becky Lynch going on nearly 2 years now since she's been beaten, I think the last time she was beaten was the year that she won the Royal Rumble, right? Didn't she lose to Asuka? So what year would that have been? WrestleMania 35, right? So it's been a long time since I think she's actually taken a real pin in a one-on-one match clean, fair, and square. I don't think Liv Morgan is going to do that here. I think Becky, you know, at this point, based on if you want to do like a long-term booking type of thing, I think Becky Lynch should just drop the belt to Bianca Belair at WrestleMania. I think they should give Bianca Belair the title for a second year in a row at WrestleMania. They've done that before. Austin won the title 2 years in a row. A lot of guys have. So I think that if you just give Bianca that moment again, and this time over Becky Lynch, really giving her that win back from last year's very bizarre SummerSlam match, which a lot of fans still are scratching their heads over that, and WWE coming very close to dropping the ball on Bianca, but Bianca is very talented, and she's too good to fuck up. I mentioned that earlier on, how WWE is just handed, you know, platters of money, and they insist on pissing it all away. I think Bianca is too good for that, so she's been able to succeed despite WWE's bullshit, and she had that great match, and she KO'd Piper Niven, or Doudrop, a couple of weeks ago on Raw, and she's really been battling back. So what do you do with Bianca? Do you give her a match at the Royal Rumble against Becky Lynch, and maybe she falls short, but then finds her way back into a title match against Becky at WrestleMania? Or do you bring Asuka in to be a Royal Rumble challenger for Becky Lynch? Or do you have Bianca win the Rumble again? I wouldn't have Bianca win the Rumble. And one thing everybody's got to remember is if I say somebody should get a title shot at WrestleMania, that does not automatically mean that person needs to win the Rumble too. You have 4 championships and only 2 Rumble winners. So you can find contenders another way. I would give the Women's Royal Rumble to somebody else since Bianca won it last year, but I would still give Bianca a title shot at WrestleMania and give her a chance to win it. I don't think even really putting her in the main event. Last year, her and Sasha main evented night 1, correct? So I think if Bianca faces Becky for the championship, it should be on night 2, but not in the main event, where maybe the Rumble, the women's, the SmackDown women's title will be main event of night 1, which will probably feature Charlotte, most likely. So I think I'd keep the belt on Charlotte for now, and I would have Charlotte drop the belt to the Rumble winner, and I would put Becky and Bianca in the ring at WrestleMania to pay off the SummerSlam thing. Now you got to plug in Asuka, you got to plug in Alexa Bliss, then you might have to plug in Bayley somewhere in these scenarios, but whatever they do, I feel it's best at this point, since it's been so long, just keep the belt on Becky Lynch and have her go in to Mania. So I think Becky will survive Liv Morgan, but she's got a long way to go until WrestleMania, because you would think she's going to have a big-time Royal Rumble opponent on the horizon in January. So let's predict Becky to retain over my sister. Fatal 4-way for the WWE title. Should I get spicy here? I was thinking about it. If this match happens, Big E versus Rollins versus Owens versus Lashley, a big part of me wants to pick Kevin Owens to win the title. He just re-signed, brand new 3-year deal. He's had lots of opportunities at the title, even this past year with that feud he had with Roman Reigns that culminated at this past year's Royal Rumble, actually. So I was thinking that it would be a good way to, number one, crown Owens, but without beating Big E. Owens can pin a Lashley or a Rollins or something like that to become champion, and then him and Big E can maybe actually work a program together, and Big E can win the belt back. I almost would put the belt on Owens here and use this as a way to make Big E a multi-time champion. So I'm just going to be crazy. I haven't watched Raw in like 6 weeks. I'm going to pick Kevin Owens to win the to win the WWE title on Saturday. Kevin Owens wins. I'm saying it. I think I'm wrong, because I think if Kevin Owens did win the WWE title, that should be a main event scenario, not an undercard scenario. I recognize that, and I think I could be very, very badly wrong. But I'm going to pick it anyway, just for fun. Kevin Owens wins the WWE title. If this match does not happen for some reason, then I reserve the right to change my pick on Twitter day of the show. So follow me on Twitter in case I have to change this one. And finally, Universal title on the line, Roman Reigns defending against Brock Lesnar. I'm going Roman. I don't think Brock Lesnar wins the title here. I think Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman are pulling a fast one on Brock Lesnar. We've talked about this when Roman Reigns fired Paul Heyman. You notice that he did hit him with the Superman punch, but Brock Lesnar came out before Roman Reigns had a chance to do full concerto to Paul Heyman's melon. So I think the way you could look at it from a storyline sense is that Paul Heyman was willing to take a Superman punch for the team to make it look good, and he would just have to hope and count on that Brock would come out and save him before Roman brained him with the chair, which is what happened. So I think that it could be like a reverse double swerve. Brock has been trying to toy with Roman Reigns all this time, getting inside of Roman Reigns' head, dropping all these hints that him and Paul Heyman are still together and Heyman is still his advocate. At some point you would have to think that a devious mind like Paul Heyman would go to Roman and say, let's roll with this. Let's let him think he's getting to us, and let's, create this elaborate ruse to make him think that there's all these problems between us, and then I'll fuck him over at the pay-per-view when I'm in a neutral corner or if I'm standing out there or whatever. And then you could even take it one more step to where Brock Lesnar knows all of this. I referenced the Friends episode when they find out that Monica and Chandler are doing it. They don't know that we know they know. That kind of thing. So Roman and Heyman can understand that Brock's trying to manipulate them, but then Brock realizes that they're trying to manipulate him, and then he starts doing some more manipulating. They could really have some fun. Paul Heyman said himself on that interview a couple months back that there's going to be and to expect a lot of twists and turns along the way in terms of the Roman and Brock storyline. So I'm hoping we get all of that and more in this main event match, because I'm assuming it will be the main event. And I would have Roman keep the title, maybe in some sort of a shady way. And I hate to say it, I know a lot of fans don't want this, but you might do the third match at WrestleMania. I don't know how. Brock will have to win the Royal Rumble or not. But after what happened at Crown Jewel, and now another match, I can see more shenanigans to where finally you got to do some sort of a blow-off. And as many times as we have gotten Brock Lesnar against Roman Reigns, there is one match between those two guys we have never gotten, correct? Have we ever gotten a Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns Hell in the Cell match? I don't think we have. That would be a great night one main event of WrestleMania. Or maybe a night two. That's a night two main event, isn't it? Yeah, what am I talking about? Hell in the Cell, main event at WrestleMania. Why not? Why not do it? What would be wrong with that? So you could do the big blow off there, and then Brock Lesnar wins. So basically, Brock got fucked at Crown Jewel, got fucked at day one. He's going to make sure that that doesn't happen again at WrestleMania, and maybe they do some stipulation match. I already know. I don't even have to look at the chat to know that fans are rejecting that, because in their minds, they think because wrestlers have faced a bunch of times, that means the match can't be good. It can be great, especially if it's a long-term story showing Brock Lesnar, getting to that title, Roman Reigns escaping in these chicken shit type of ways, only for him to have nowhere to run and nowhere to hide eventually in the blow-off, and Brock Lesnar beats him for the title. But you can look on the other side of the coin. Roman Reigns is going to be going on a 1.5-year run here of being undefeated, holding the Universal title. Much like the Undertaker streak ending, is Brock the guy that you want to give that win to? Because Roman has had a lot of mileage now as this head of the table character. Somebody knocking him off should be a huge deal. But who would that be? I don't think it's going to be Drew McIntyre. I think after Roman and Brock are done at day one, Roman will probably work with McIntyre at the Royal Rumble, unless Brock Lesnar wins the title, and then you do Roman and then you do Brock and McIntyre rematch at the Rumble. Makes me wonder if we're going to get that too. Drew and Brock are on the same brand again on SmackDown. We might eventually see some sort of a rematch there, and we might see Brock Lesnar get that win back over Drew McIntyre. Wouldn't be surprised at all, especially if Brock does find his way to the title between now and WrestleMania. So we'll have to see. But I think it's going to be Roman Reigns to retain somehow, probably with some help from Paul Heyman. at day one. So just to recap, Cesaro and Ricochet over Sheamus and Holland, RK Bro over the Street Profits, McIntyre over Madcap Moss in a big upset, Edge to defeat The Miz, The New Day to win the SmackDown Tag Team titles from the Usos, Becky Lynch to retain over Liv Morgan, Kevin Owens to win the WWE title in the Fatal 4-Way, and Roman Reigns to defeat Brock Lesnar somehow and retain the Universal title with a potential third match on the horizon between these two. That's where I see it all going, but I acknowledge I could be way off. We'll see. Let me cruise over here to the chat and do some more super chats, and then we are going to talk about basic year in review stuff, and I'm going to rely on a lot of you guys to point out some of your favorite moments. We're going to talk about some of my favorite matches, which pay-per-views I thought were the best, some of the bigger news stories of the year, pay our respects to the deceased men and women that we lost this year, and then we got to start that Q&A, man. So yeah, we're not even to halfway through yet, and we've already been up here for what, 2 hours? No, hour and a half. All right, not too bad. Not too bad. I would not mind more likes on the video, if you don't mind. Hit me with a like. And let's start knocking out some of these super chats. I think there's just a couple of more. Crash, thank you for the $2. How would you book a WWE versus AEW pay-per-view card? Well, we might have to save that one for later. You know, a lot of it we've already seen. I mean, shit, Daniel Bryan was working with Roman Reigns on SmackDown prior to jumping ship and heading over to AEW. Well, we have to think about that. We'll do a call back to that later when we're doing the Q&A. Try to put together some sort of a super card of AEW and WWE. Divine Ricks, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for that $10. Your great commentaries and watch-alongs got me through one hell of a year. Cheers to you, Greg. Bianca Belair and Roman Reigns are my favorite wrestlers of 2021. They're probably up there with mine, too, although I might have to throw in Danielson because I just think he's been fantastic. But in terms of the main eventers, they're right up there. Bianca, you guys know how I love her. And Roman was an absolute boss. Got to throw Big E in there, and Danielson, and Kenny, and Hangman as some of my favorites for the year. I'm happy to hear anytime any video of mine can help anybody out, especially if you're going through a tough year, maybe not even a bad year, just maybe a stressful year or anything that that might require you to need an escape. If I can be that escape, trust me, I'm really, really happy and honored to be that. So I appreciate everybody who has those type of things to say to me because I get comments like that a lot, and I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Gregory. Good to see you as well. Yeah, just saying, I actually thought about that very same scenario if they put Heyman in a shark cage. I hope not. I hope not. Yeah, Victor, you can't see anyone on the roster? Oh, shit. Are we good? Nope, we're good. Okay, I thought something happened with the stream. We're fine. Victor was saying that he can't see anyone on the roster that can beat Roman, not counting Brock. Yeah, well, that's why you got to make one of those people. You got to make fans believe that somebody can defeat Roman Reigns on that roster. That's why I question if using Brock as that guy is really the right call. I would love to see man bun, flannel, babyface Brock as champion. I would be fucking tickled with that. But, you know, you do have to try to think long term and the longevity of WWE and your stars there. A lot of us questioned whether or not Brock was the right guy to beat the streak. Is Brock the right guy to end Roman Reigns? You know, or should you create a star, you know, with Roman Reigns' long undefeated streak here, you know? I mean, you could put Drew McIntyre over. I've always been Team McIntyre. Everybody was all about him prior to winning the Rumble and beating Brock Lesnar, but literally the minute he became champion, all of a sudden he's boring and he's bland, and like, what the fuck did you want him champion for? Y'all were the ones calling for him, so they did it. I mean, I'm on WWE's side on that. I don't understand the Drew McIntyre dislike. I think he's a fucking beast and a boss, and I would love for him to be champion again, but and maybe have that opportunity to do it in front of fans, you know? So I feel like the match he had with Roman a couple of years ago at Survivor Series was really good. You could do Drew and Roman at WrestleMania in the main event and put Drew over. I think a lot of fans would not like that, but I would. I'd be fine with it. I wouldn't care. Who would you guys prefer at this point to be on top? other than Roman on the SmackDown brand? Drew or Roman? I think it's really only one of those two, unless they just make a completely new star. But look at the roster right now. Who else is on there that would, really be a credible threat to Roman? I think if it's not Brock or if it's not McIntyre, I think what it has to be is somebody from another brand or from Raw winning the Rumble and then jumping to challenge Roman. Seth Rollins, is another possibility there, although I don't think Seth and Becky will really be competing on separate shows. But you could have Seth win and jump over to SmackDown to challenge Roman Reigns, Roman and Seth at WrestleMania. Wouldn't hate that. There's a lot of things you could do, but the lack of real big credible challengers is WWE's fault. That's their fault. So we will see. Hey, I like Crash's idea of Drew going heel, because at this point, the shit that he's doing on TV is so stupid. He's either pulling swords out of desks or he's fucking around with Baron Corbin and Madcap Moss. Drew looks like a killer, and I think he should be one. Like I said, he's got that Scott Hall, Rick Rude type of morph. He just looks like a fucking badass. And I used to say that he looked more like the stereotypical Vince type of wrestler than Roman Reigns does. And Roman is like WWE's top guy. I think Drew has even a slightly better look than Roman. He's just jacked. I mean, they're both beasts, don't get me wrong, but I always thought Drew, from just a plain physical look perspective, had even more to offer than Roman Reigns. He's awesome. Oh, Walter. He might be showing up on the main roster real soon, and I am very worried about him. But if you did put him in the Royal Rumble, Trey Williams might be onto something. Put Walter in the Rumble, and then he can go challenge for a championship. But Walter's a guy that I think Vince McMahon is not going to understand. I worry about Walter a lot on the main roster. I worry that, this is a guy that arguably had the match of the year across all promotions this year with Ilya Dragunov. And if he comes to the main roster now, is he going to do anything close to that? Probably not. And I worry. I see Kozlov when I see him. I think Walter is a much better wrestler than that, but I don't think Vince and those monkeys are going to know the difference. And they're going to have him out there dancing with the Street Profits or some shit within weeks of him showing up there. Guarantee you. Oh, I like Stone Cold's idea. Lashley wins the Rumble and challenges Roman. That is good. I didn't even think about Bobby Lashley, and I don't know why. The dude had a great 2021, and we finally saw him reach championship success in WWE by winning the title. I still think there's big matches with him and Roman or him and Brock. You could do Lashley and Brock at WrestleMania. You could do that. You could get to that somehow. What if... because you got to remember Lashley is in his 40s as well. So you could have maybe Brock beat Roman, then Lashley wins the Rumble and jumps to SmackDown to challenge Brock at WrestleMania. I think a lot of fans might like the Lashley-Brock scenario for Mania better than the Roman-Brock scenario, because Roman-Brock we're going to have seen, twice in the last 3 months prior to getting to WrestleMania. So I'm not against that idea. I like that a lot. Pete Dunne, AJ Styles, AJ seems to be back to being a babyface again. Wouldn't mind him getting one last shot. Maybe whoever comes out of day one with the title and heads into Mania as champion can face AJ for the title. I don't know. Triple threat is a possibility as well. Brock, Roman, Drew. Wouldn't be horrible. I'd be into that too. I keep an open mind about stuff, Anywho, what's next on our agenda here? Let me scroll down to where we need to be. We knocked out the day one predictions. Yes. We should talk about the year in review in both AEW and WWE. Talk about some of the big events that took place, the big pay-per-views, the big matches, and what you guys consider to be your best this or your best that. I'll be asking you guys that as we go here. Before I do, let me go grab another fresh cold beer. I'm just going to walk away from the camera. I don't have a cut screen or anything like that, so you guys just stay put. I'll literally be back in like 15 seconds. It was just a little bit longer than 15 seconds. I'm sorry about that. I just had to get a cold one because we had a lot of stuff to talk about here, and I need to be juiced up. I also picked up a little box of these today. Standard 1,000 milligram mixed fruit gummies. We are not going to eat all 10 of these. We're just going to eat one of these for later because we got a Q&A to do. So anyway, cheers to you guys again, and Happy New Year, and thanks for being here. I apologize for our basically slow-moving podcast here. I am in no hurry. This is a hangout. Haven't done a hangout in a long time on the channel, so I'm in no rush to get out of here, and it's about to be a new year, so it's time to celebrate. It's been a great year for me personally. Hopefully it's been a great year for a lot of you personally. Cheers. Broken Skull IPA, courtesy of Stone Cold Steve Austin. And El Segundo Brewery. Fantastic beer. Absolutely love it. Elizabeth hooked me up with some of these for Christmas. And yeah, but I don't want to drink too many because they will fuck you up. Anyway, let me scroll over here. I got a super chat coming in, and then we'll get into our year in review. We're going to kick things off, I think, with the WWE, and I think we're going to start with all of these releases because I didn't even write down them all. I just wrote down the ones that I considered to be the most earth-shattering names, and this list just blows my mind. You can create a whole fucking promotion with these names. Unbelievable. But I got a super chat rolling in from Zane G. Thank you very much, my friend, and I appreciate that $10. We all know Owens will lose in the four-way come Saturday, but how about Owens winning the Rumble fresh off signing a multi-year deal, jumping to SmackDown? Maybe to get revenge against Roman Reigns. I left my fridge open. Sorry about that. So you are saying you are not agreeing with my prediction. I predicted earlier in the day one predictions that Kevin Owens would win the title. I know I'm going to be wrong, but I just want to be saucy and just predict it for fun. But Zayn is saying there's no chance of that, but him winning the Rumble could be fun. And I'm actually cool with if he won the Rumble because that might mean he will face Roman, and given everything that happened between them last year and Kevin Owens, what a lot of people feel and say is that he won the title at the Royal Rumble when Roman was handcuffed and couldn't get out or whatever. So I feel like that could be a nice full circle moment for him if he's able to win the Rumble, face Roman, and win the title at WrestleMania. I'm 100% in favor of that. So forget what I said about him winning on Saturday. Let's give him the title at WrestleMania. I mean, that would be a nice way to reward Kevin Owens for his loyalty, sticking with the company and re-signing with them when so many other guys who are presented with the option to re-sign are not doing it. And the fact that he is, and he could be there for the rest of his career. You might, if this is a guy is willing to put his whole career with you, you might want to build a legacy for him. You know, like why wouldn't you want to? So that brings up a really good point, you know, based on him re-signing with the company. You know, he could even be thinking that in his own head, you know, my contract is coming up at the perfect time. It's coming up at the end of the year. If I resign, you know, they might very well put me in a big, big, big position at WrestleMania. He's had big time matches there. Oh, there's a fire truck going by. My window is cracked because it was warm in here. So if anything loud happens, y'all are going to hear it. While this is going by, I'm going to eat this. It's still going by. I'm going to chew on my gummy while this fire truck goes by. By the way, keep smashing that thumbs up button for me. I'd appreciate it. MJ Parker, no, my fridge always gets left open. It's a little mini fridge I have here, but whenever I tap it closed, it always I have a cat lock on it because my little guy Tito will open it. So I put one of those safety locks, but sometimes it gets in the way of the door. So when I close it, it hits it and it doesn't close, but you can hear. Luckily, when it's open, I can hear it. It makes a loud noise. So, anywho. What was I talking about? Kevin Owens and WrestleMania and all of that. I think that he put himself in a good position having his contract come up and being in a position to re-sign right before WrestleMania and Royal Rumble time. And he might consider that as an opportunity for him, you know, to maybe really be given a big spot at WrestleMania and possibly even a championship. So I think I like what you laid out a lot better than what I laid out with him winning at day one. Can I change my prediction? I can, right? I can make up the rules. Zayn has changed my prediction. I'm going to regret this too. Nope, let's not change our prediction. Let's not. Let's just leave it Owens because you know what? He could win it and then lose it, but still win the Rumble and go to WrestleMania and win it again. So let's just leave the predictions the way they are and see what happens. Who cares, right? But Zane, you bring up interesting points. That's for sure. Yeah, and you would think with him re-signing, the WWE damn well better give him a world title, for the love of God. After that run he had, that was one of my favorite, I think, championship wins of all time. You talk about landing on your feet, and that's something that WWE sometimes gets really lucky with, and the fact that they had a catastrophe take place at SummerSlam when Finn Balor won the inaugural Universal title, only to be injured in that match and have to forfeit it the next day. Crowning Owens the way they did with the swerve with Triple H, to where Kevin Owens convinced the entire wrestling world that he must not have been told about the finish, because his shock was so genuine and was so believable and realistic that you legitimately thought that he didn't know he was going to win the title. That's how great he sold it. And the fact that he passed the belt to Goldberg so they could use that in the blow-off with Goldberg and Brock, I was like, fine, let's just give the belt back to him. And the fact that he never had another run with that title is absolutely criminal. So I think 2022 is the year to rectify that whole situation. So hopefully he'll win it. Kevin Owens and Edge in 2022 would be fantastic, especially for the title. Kevin Owens might find himself putting over another legend if Owens wins the title, and then after WrestleMania maybe goes into a feud with Edge and they give Edge a run, because that's another thing you have to think about and wonder about with Edge, is that do they have a nostalgia run for him planned? I mean, if they're going to put the belt on Hogan when he sucks, they should be able to put the belt on Edge when he's good. You know what I mean? In terms of a comeback, a star from the past coming back 10 years later. So I would love to see Edge get a run with the title in 2022. I hope that he does. And an Edge and Owens program would be marvelous. Could you imagine the promos? I'll start watching Raw again if you put those two at the top. Be good promos, two Canadian boys, although one French. Would be great stuff, man. I'd be totally into it. And I would put the championship match on a pay-per-view in Canada, either in Montreal or Toronto. If there's ever on the calendar, if they got a Montreal and a Toronto show back to back, that would be even better. Like if they had the pay-per-view in Montreal and the Raw after in Toronto. Oh my God, that would be fun. That's where I would book a program between those. Owens was the champion. Was the last good year of WWE. I'm not even sure if 2017 was that good, but they had some good things that year. Great WrestleMania, and pretty good launching of Kevin Owens there. I remember Owens' run with the U.S. title. Is that when he kind of was clean shaven and all that? I liked it when he when they did the graphic on the stage and he would refuse to walk on his own face. He would walk around himself on the entrance stage there. I loved that version of Kevin Owens, but I'm ready for a top of the card main eventing Kevin Owens. All right, that's like the third cop that's driven past, or a fire truck that's driven past. I'm going to go shut my window. 1 second. There we go. Shut that window down. Sorry, that's like the third time I've gotten up in the last 5 minutes, but I do not know what's going on. There's some fires around here. Oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Yeah, but let's hope we get Kevin Owens on the map this year. All right, let's get into WWE. Talk a little bit about their 2021. I think this year was headlined not so much by what WWE did, but what WWE lost, how many names they released. Now, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I didn't even write down all the names because that would be just a waste of time to run through them all. But WWE trimmed a lot of fat, drastically changing their business model from where they were pre-pandemic to where they were in a hoarding talent mode, a market cornering situation on all of professional wrestling, to where they were basically signing up people so they couldn't sign anywhere else. Even starting to incorporate Evolve shows on the WWE network and, creating NXT UK and really trying just to own professional wrestling. And in a lot of ways, as bad as the pandemic completely fucked all of our lives up, in a lot of ways, it may have saved professional wrestling because the pandemic coming around scared the shit out of WWE that they're going to start losing money. And they got all this talent on the roster that they're not using. Money is just bleeding out. So they decided to change their philosophy from hoarding talent to not wanting any talent at all. It's a very big drastic change there, and that resulted in 2020 and this year in 2021 in a huge list of releases and a lot of big names. So the biggest names that we saw this year, and I might be missing some big ones. I didn't write down everybody. I didn't write down the Oni Lorcans and shit like that. I wrote down the big recognizable names that were basically on TV or the fans knew. Most recently, of course, just yesterday, Toni Storm gone from WWE, and most recently, Jeff Hardy. So those two are kind of the newest ones, and both of their releases both surround strange circumstances and strange house shows the night before the release. Jeff Hardy was kind of a little bit zombie-like in that, that one house show, and WWE cut him. Apparently, offered him to go to rehab. He didn't do it, and now he's released. And Toni Storm apparently gets fed up and quits and flies herself home out of her own pocket just to get the fuck away from them. And those were two kind of big surprising ones in the last couple of weeks. But those were different from the budget cut releases that were coming in waves and in batches several times throughout the last couple of years. So this year we had Ric Flair is another big name we should mention before I touch on everybody, because Ric Flair, of course, suffered a lot of backlash from the Dark Side of the Ring Plane Ride from Hell episode when some of his, I think everybody kind of knew about the Plane Ride from Hell, in general, and a little bit of what went on there, but some of the specifics and, the sexual assault of the flight attendant and stuff really painted Ric Flair in a bad light to where WWE is now distanced themselves from him. Although, as we saw with Hogan, nobody's really ever truly blacklisted, and maybe Flair can come back and make an appearance for them someday in the future. I don't care if he does or not. If I never saw Ric Flair again on 2022 television, I'd be fine with it. So WWE's kind of done with Flair for the moment. But the other major names and some of the big current stars on the roster was Braun Strowman. He was released just weeks after wrestling Shane McMahon at WrestleMania. How crazy is that? Of course, Bray Wyatt, the Fiend, let go. One of the biggest characters that WWE had. More money, time, and energy has been put into that character since The Undertaker, really, in terms of the development of it and how many different versions of it there was and how much work went into it, and what a big part of the show that it was, only just to be released. WWE decides they no longer want to pay Bray Wyatt. We also had a lot of the NXT talent that got moved up that did absolutely nothing on the main roster being let go. Keith Lee being one of them after a long absence, being off TV, health problems, things like that. They brought him back only to release him. Karrion Kross, who could have printed money on the roster, who was off to such a great start in NXT, who was used properly, presented properly. Strengths were focused on, weaknesses were hidden. NXT knew what to do with him. They bring him to the main roster. They put a fucking Shockmaster helmet on him and suspenders, and 2 months later, he's let go without ever having his wife Scarlett join him on TV as, the perfect pairing that they were in NXT. That package, they purposely fucked it all up, realized that Karrion Kross is now a flop because of them, and then release him. That's WWE for you. Of course, Aleister Black let go. He was one of those. He was a lucky one where he got caught in, I guess, a fuck up by WWE where they still had him set for his 30-day no compete, which is active for NXT talents who get released, but it's supposed to be 90 days if you're on the main roster. They never updated his contract to the 90 days, so he was able to jump over to AEW pretty quickly. That was awesome. Buddy Murphy also let go, another guy that, could have been a cornerstone, just as important of a star on the roster as somebody like Seth Rollins if, he was just utilized properly. He was let go. Of course, a lot of women were too. Ember Moon and Nia Jax, two of the biggest names to be released from WWE's women's division that's already looking pretty damn weak, and Ember Moon is a fantastic talent. I don't think any fans were really shedding any tears over Nia Jax, but a lot of fans were really surprised that she was let go because according to them, she only had a job because she's The Rock's cousin. Remember? That's what they said. That's what they all said. Bronson Reed was one of the more heartbreaking releases from NXT because he was starting to turn heads. I loved him as a big guy, won the North American title, and I was like, oh, they're going to be moving him up to the main roster, especially when he lost it so quickly. And then they brought him up to the main roster, gave him a couple of dark matches, and let him go, or main event matches, I should say, and then let him go. Perfectly good talent. Unbelievable that they let Bronson Reed go, but he has found himself some work. I believe Jonah has turned up an Impact, right? And I think he'd be great in New Japan if he turned up over there, unless he has already. Not sure. Bobby Fish, of course, let go. He's got his Undisputed Era buddies reunited in AEW. Mercedes Martinez also let go, who also debuted last night for AEW. Toni Nese, who's been on AEW recently. Tyler Breeze, Fandango. Lana, who is yet to reappear somewhere, but you got to imagine she will at some point, especially with Miro not really being on TV a ton right now in AEW. When he does come back, wouldn't be surprised if he has her with him. Ruby Riott, of course, let go. She is now Ruby Soho in AEW. Andrade also in AEW. The Iconics, Mickie James and Chelsea Green. Now, I know there's a lot of other names, but those are the names to me that stand out because those are the more head-scratching ones. Maybe not Fandango and Tyler Breeze. I understood why they were let go. But even someone like Leon Ruff, who they put a championship on, the entire faction of Hit Row that got called up and then just let go. Like, what are the decisions going on here? No wonder Tony Storm quit. I'd be awfully fucking nervous if I'm in that company knowing that just, the hammer can fall any day and literally no one is safe unless your last name is Reigns. But that's a lot of names gone, and when you combine that with the huge chunk that they released in 2020, they've changed a lot. The amount of talent on that show has been reduced, it feels like, by 35 or 40%. A lot of names are gone. A lot of those names were doing nothing. A lot of those names should have been released because there was really nothing going on with them. But there's also a lot of names that were very, very surprising. And we saw a lot of those names turn up in AEW, which we will be talking about in a minute. Now, those are all the ones that left WWE. The ones that stayed, we did have some interesting wrestlers and names this year making statements, making names for themselves. We saw the WWE put the belt, the world title, on not only Bobby Lashley, but Big E in the same year. Lashley, of course, got the belt after The Miz, of all people, who also won the WWE title this year for about an hour and a half when he cashed in the briefcase, was able to win the title from, Drew McIntyre, right? Then Lashley beat him on Raw and held the title until, for a while, until Big E was able to cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase and win it. So I liked everything they did with Big E. This year's Money in the Bank men's match was one of my favorites they've ever done. Obviously, it's a little bit biased because Big E won, and that was the moment that was that made the match for me. But I thought the match was also good. But what I also liked about Big E's briefcase win is that it wasn't your run-of-the-mill cash-in. It wasn't your run-of-the-mill, oh, we're going to give this guy who hasn't won the championship yet the briefcase and give him the title for the first time. I really liked the way they did the cash-in with Big E. Now, I know fans probably universally believe that WWE hot-shotted the cash-in in order to draw a rating. I think that's true in part, but I also like the fact that Big E, on social media, all that day, I think even the day before or a couple days before, that's what it was. I think like 2 days before, he said, this coming Monday, I'm going to cash in my Money in the Bank contract and challenge Bobby Lashley for the title. And the fans are like, oh, or something's going to change, or it's just a swerve, or he's just saying that, or whatever. Next day, tweets the same thing. Morning of Monday Night Raw. I don't know why everybody's, debating this so hard. I meant what I said. I'm going to Raw tonight, and I'm cashing in my Money in the Bank briefcase. I don't know. Am I speaking German? Like, what is so hard to understand here? This is what I'm going to do. And I really liked that approach. And then, of course, we go to Raw. He does exactly what he says. Great match, wins the title, gets the great moment on Raw, and a star-making night for him. And he's been champion ever since. His title reign has not been what Roman's has been, but in terms of him being the Big E that we all know and love, I think some of the best matches he's ever had has been going on in the past couple of months. So I'm not ready for him to drop the belt here at all at day one, but I think, if him and Kevin Owens maybe traded the title a little bit, you could have some fun there. But we'll see what happens. But I think Lashley and Big E and Bianca Belair, I think, were the three that made the biggest statements this year because these are all people who have not won the championship before. Lashley, it's criminal that it took him this long to at least get to the WWE title. I know he held TNA's. And Big E, a lot of people have been saying to give him a shot for a long time. So the fact that they finally made it to the top, was really reassuring, right off the heels of WWE running with Drew McIntyre. The previous year, another guy who hadn't really gotten his spot at the top yet. So for Lashley and Big E to have these opportunities was awesome. Bianca, same thing, won the Rumble, beat Sasha Banks in just an incredible night one WrestleMania main event that was really great, and it was a big launching point for Bianca Belair as well. I think those three, to me, are the three wrestlers, at least in WWE, that stand out. We also had returns this year. Brock Lesnar came back with flannel and a man bun and a baby face, sans Paul Heyman. Becky Lynch came back. That's SummerSlam. I was there. I went to SummerSlam in Vegas. Her music hit. Fans went nuts and were cheering and were very happy, but that happiness quickly went to sorrow when she beat Bianca Belair in just a couple of seconds. It made no sense, and they've been trying to push Becky as a heel ever since, and it kind of hasn't worked. It kind of has, but a lot of fans are a little bit hot and cold with it. But she did come back, and she looks better than ever, and I think she is also gearing herself up for when she does drop the belt and take a loss, finally for the first time in quite some time. I think that's going to be a big deal. John Cena's return made a lot of waves too. Came back and worked with Roman Reigns at SummerSlam, put Roman over. And I think Cena's return was a lot of fun. It was brief, but he came in, balls in, worked hard, cut great promos, had a great match. One of the better matches of the year against Roman Reigns at SummerSlam. And just like that, poof, he was gone in an instant. But it was kind of cool to see Cena come back. And like I said, Brock also returned at SummerSlam. So I got to see Becky, Cena, and Brock this year at SummerSlam. Not only that, but a great match between Edge and Seth Rollins with that Brood entrance. SummerSlam was fun, but Brock coming back now as a babyface with a little bit different of a look. I did not know he could be this entertaining. I guess I did. We've seen glimpses of it back with Boombox Brock when he was bebopping around, but without Paul Heyman, him being on his own, I wasn't sure. He wasn't on his own much in WWE. Paul Heyman turned on him in 2002, and he was on his own for about another year before leaving to go play football. And he was back only for a few months in WWE before Paul Heyman rejoined him and pretty much been with him ever since. So I didn't know that Brock could be this fun. I didn't know that Brock could be this goddamn entertaining and have hilarious promos and segments in the ring like he's been doing with Sami Zayn. So Brock was a pleasant surprise. I was very happy with Brock's return this year. And the fact that he's in this babyface role and he's the most entertaining I've found him. Because we know all about badass, I can murder you with my hands, Suplex City Brock. We know that guy. We're familiar with him. we understand that Brock Lesnar. But getting to see this side of him is one of the surprising bright spots, I think, of 2021, is that I've always been a huge Brock fan. Always thought Brock was money. Always thought he was an attraction. Always looked at his matches on TV different than I would look at other wrestlers' matches. There's just something about Brock. After that run in UFC and coming back, he brings a different energy to all of his matches, and I never got sick of him. So many fans, I'm sick of him. I don't like the suplexes or whatever. And I'm like, I'm not sick of him. I like him. So the fact that he's now gone in this direction and he's starting to make me laugh and smile. Brock doesn't have to be a comedy character. He's not. He can be a scary, funny guy. Those guys are badass too. And even though Brock Lesnar is laughing and goofing around in the ring with Sami Zayn, that doesn't make him any less terrifying at all. In a lot of ways, it makes him more terrifying that he can laugh and be that fun and nice and, rip your head off the next moment. That's scary, scary good. So Lesnar's back, better than ever. This is my favorite, I think, rendition of Brock Lesnar in his whole career. I honestly mean that because I've just been getting a huge kick out of him being on TV and him just fucking with Roman. So we'll see what happens Saturday. And I think the crown jewel match he had with Roman Reigns was really good too. That whole pay-per-view was good, believe it or not. And I hate to say that because we all know how we feel about those Saudi shows. But I think Brock made a big triumphant return, and he is... I didn't expect to see this much of an entertaining side out of babyface Brock. Didn't think it would be this good, and it was, and it is. Of course, this year saw the official death of Black and Gold NXT just a few weeks ago. They officially pivoted and have gone to this new kind of developmental look. They're downscaling a little bit, got rid of all those indie darlings. They're now all in AEW, and they're now trying to build the future of WWE from the ground up in their PC by taking people who have a good look and teaching them to wrestle, or teaching them to wrestle, holding open tryouts, shit like that. It does not sound like WWE is going to be looking at too many people who are making the rounds and making names on the indie scene, and that's weird. Because it seems like if you're a wrestler, that's where you're going to want to go to learn. I don't want to be taught how to wrestle in WWE. I would rather be taught how to wrestle somewhere else and then come to WWE eventually to learn their style. You don't want to start there. You're going to be starting fucking ass backwards. So I don't like this philosophy at all. I think that this business model will create a star or two, but in terms of professional wrestling, AEW is the brand for that now. And it sucks because a lot of ways AEW is responsible for the death of NXT. But I also think that WWE could have tried to keep it going a little longer, but there probably wasn't room for two, and they just decided to change directions and not do the fight anymore and not try to compete on that level. And that's good for AEW because they don't really want to be competing with NXT anyway. They want to be competing with WWE as a whole. So all of the greatness that we saw for the past 6-7 years on that Black and Gold brand, those amazing takeovers, those 5-star matches, those amazing main events, championship matches on the men's and women's side, the great runs that we had there, the Adam Coles, the Asukas, the Shayna Baszlers, the Ciampas and Gargano wars that we had, everybody that made names for themselves there from 2015 up until, this past year. I just thought did an amazing job, and it was my favorite brand of professional wrestling for probably the last 5 years. So to see it die now, and for them to take such a drastic turn, I've sacrificed NXT. It is no longer part of my weekly routine. I might catch a clip or two. I might read the results. But even if I'm home on Tuesday night, I'm not sure if I'm turning it on. I'm just not. Not that they can't have some good things on the show. Not that Braun Breaker can be very entertaining. And you got a hot as hell champion and a faction there with Toxic Attraction. And you got some pieces there that are fun and can be entertaining. But it's going to take me a while to not associate NXT with what I've associated them with for the past 5 years. To see this brightly colored paint-splattered version of WCW Saturday Night, it's going to take me some time to get used to that. The only thing missing is the fucking spinning ring, I swear. So that is sad. It's basically WWE throwing in the towel and handing over that type of wrestling to their own competition, which in a lot of ways is good. WWE wants to be more driven towards the characters and the looks and the lighting effects and the special effects and be more of a show. I think AEW has that as well, but they also focus on really good in-ring wrestling, a lot of what NXT has been giving us for the past few years. So NXT is officially dead. They have a whole new look now. People don't hate it. Actually, the new NXT has gotten a lot of good reviews and some positive feedback. So it's not even that I'm not giving it a chance or I hate it or anything. It's just, it's not Black and Gold, and that's what I liked. So you can only watch what you like. So it feels like Black and Gold NXT is now AEW. That's what it feels like. And speaking of AEW, they kind of had a year, didn't they? Wasn't so bad. Companies have had worse years in wrestling, that's for sure. AEW did a lot of things this year. First of all, the names that came in were unbelievable. Notwithstanding the names of WWE release talent that came in, two of the biggest names in wrestling came into the company within a couple of weeks of each other. Number one, of course, was CM Punk. CM Punk returned on that big Rampage show in the United Center. First time coming back to wrestling in 7.5 years. It was the most perfectly executed return in many, many years in wrestling. It didn't require a lot. They never announced it. They never advertised it. They just let the rumors fuel themselves. They had the show in the United Center. It was sold out. They weren't denying that he was coming in, but they weren't saying he was either. And I think it was a very beautiful thing that there was just this understanding of what's going to happen. You didn't need to promote the fuck out of it. You let the wrestling internet do its job, and everybody was anticipating this and it happening. They opened up Rampage. I don't even think the announcer said anything. And then Cult of Personality hit. The crowd exploded. One of the loudest pops we've heard in modern times. CM Punk comes to the ring, visually emotional just by the magnitude of it all. The great shot to the kid, the crying guy in the audience who was literally tears streaming down his face. Maybe not so much because he was a fan of CM Punk per se, but just he was a fan of seeing that type of excitement and magnitude. I've been to a lot of shows. I've gotten choked up at really strange times. Not because of anything specific, but just like you're in this moment and you're like, I'm so happy wrestling gets to have this. This is so good for the business type of thing. And I feel like a lot of the fans, emotion and stuff was coming more from that aspect. The fact that something like this, something this large and this grand and this fun and this exciting is still possible in 2021 when shit is just so fucking god awful. You know what I mean? So him coming back was so well done, coming out to the ring, cutting a promo, saying hello to the fans for the first time in so long, explaining his absence and explaining what he's there to do and what he wants to do and what he hopes to do in AEW and who he hopes to work with. And that was just a huge, huge, huge return. And I'm glad that CM Punk was able to do that in AEW. And I'm glad they waited. I thought CM Punk was going to come in at the very beginning of AEW, like when they had that All In or All Out in Chicago. I thought he would show up there, but CM Punk credits AEW's handling of Brody Lee's death, which we just passed the 1-year anniversary of Brody Lee's death just a couple days ago. And he was so impressed by how AEW handled his death, how they didn't allow Brody Lee's condition to get out or leak out. And that's pretty amazing because in today's day and age, even if you're told not to say something, you could text something, it could accidentally get out somehow. The fact that all of that roster respected the privacy of Brody Lee, and in an age where you can't take a shit without the rest of the world knowing what color it is, the fact that this was all able to be kept under wraps impressed CM Punk, and it made him realize that that's a place where I want to work because there's camaraderie there, there's respect there, and that was very attractive to him. And I think that that's very attractive to a lot of wrestlers. I've said this before. I've compared AEW to the attitude, the backstage attitude that WWE, I think, had during the Attitude Era. Because back then, they were fighting against WCW that had all the money and all the names, and WWE needed to band together, and that new talent that they were trying to build was all out there kind of working collectively as a team. That has since fizzled out over the years since they don't have that same level of competition anymore. But now AEW finds themselves in that position where they got to band together as a roster to fight the mega giant that's got all the big names and and all that shit. So I think a lot of that, at least for right now, is going to keep that camaraderie up in AEW. And the more successful they get, I think maybe, that stuff will taper off throughout the years as well. But in terms of being there, it seems like a really positive, kind of backstage atmosphere. And I think that was attractive to CM Punk. I think that was also attractive to Bryan Danielson, who knew that he didn't have many years left. And if he wanted to give one more good hard push in his career, one more contract where he can wrestle hard, balls out, spread his wings without any limitations or restrictions put on him by WWE, he made the decision after being treated very well by WWE, put in the main event of WrestleMania, and he still chose to leave. He wrestled well. I think the match against Roman Reigns on SmackDown was his last match in the company, and he was officially gone. And I think a lot of people assumed, myself included, we talked about it on the podcast, that he was going to re-sign and probably have a feud with Edge. I thought we were getting Daniel Bryan and Edge at SummerSlam. That was the match I thought I was going to see when I was at SummerSlam. But a few weeks prior, I believe it was Cassidy Haynes, Bodyslam.net, who dropped the Bryan story, I believe. Hope I'm crediting that right. But I remember when that came out that Bryan Danielson was set to sign with AEW, and nobody was really denying it. And then even CM Punk, when the fans were chanting yes, and he goes, you're just going to have to wait a little longer on that. You're like, oh, fucking snap. And then CM Punk has his in-ring debut at All Out, and that's when we see Danielson come out, and then Adam Cole right after that. Cole first, then Danielson. What a night. I mean, what a fucking night. Those are huge names coming into the company. CM Punk, Bryan Danielson, Adam Cole, all within days, days of each other, with a lot of names still out there. Bray Wyatt is still floating out there somewhere. We could see him at any time. And then, of course, after those big names coming in, some of those releases. Now, Punk, Danielson, and Cole were not releases. They were not WWE cast-offs, as some fans like to say. These are people that chose to go there over another company. And that was the case with a lot of people, like Kyle O'Reilly, like we just saw. Hopefully we're going to see Johnny Gargano turn up in AEW. But they also saw the addition of Andrade, who wanted out of his contract. They let him go with no non-compete, probably because of his relationship with Charlotte, and they were helping her out. He jumped over to AEW. Malachi Black was another big one, who I think has been doing a lot of fun stuff in AEW right now, and he's about to start forming, his little stable. He's going to be facing Brian Pillman, I believe, this week, since he's tore through the Varsity Blondes by misting poor Julia Hart and then defeating Griff Garrison, and now he's going to hopefully annihilate Pillman Jr., and I'm really hoping that he incorporates Julia Hart into his stable with Brody King, who I believe is with him, correct? So I hope that what Alexa Bliss kind of did with The Fiend, that's what I'm hoping they still do with Julia Hart. And he's been doing some fun shit. We also had, of course, Ruby Soho came in. She came in and won that Casino Battle Royale, right, for her debut. A lot of people were kind of hoping it would be her. And, of course, Bobby Fish and Kyle O'Reilly have joined Adam Cole. Kyle O'Reilly chose to leave on his own. Bobby Fish was released. And we also saw Christian coming into the company this year. He worked in the Royal Rumble with Edge, and everybody thought we were going to see Christian come back to the WWE, but instead he elected to go to AEW. Tony Nese is also there, 2.0. A lot of other people here or there that might have jumped over, but those are some of the bigger names. And Mercedes Martinez, who we just saw last night. But what do you guys think? I think we can still get Bray Wyatt showing up, Johnny Gargano, Braun Strowman. Wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw him appear very soon in AEW. But the future's pretty big for AEW in 2022. I mean, you can't really beat 2020-21 in terms of the names that they added to their roster. You compare their roster in the beginning of 2020, right before the pandemic hit, to right now. Holy shit. It's a lot different. So they have really, really increased their roster where they have nothing to be ashamed of in terms of the talent, just the raw, pure talent on AEW's roster, with, some of the bigger recognizable names like CM Punk, who has had championship matches and, against The Rock and a lot of big names and has held titles and is about as visible as anybody was 10 years ago. For him to be there along with Danielson to round out, that great roster of talent, that's what's going to happen in AEW. You're going to see an evolution, and you're going to see a lot of that other talent that might have been there from the start, guys maybe starting to be lesser used or possibly released. There's been talk about Brian Cage, and even people not like Brian Cage, but maybe even some of the more undercard people who have really only gotten dark and elevation shots. Maybe as the roster beefs up, you do see some of that fat being trimmed, and that's something that you're going to have to expect with AEW. The more they grow, the more wrestlers are added, the more are going to have to be let go at some point or leave the company in or out, contracts coming up or whatever the case is. AEW, since they're so young, talent has been funneling in. But sooner or later, you're going to have to see, some being cast out as well, because that's the way wrestling is. That's the way WCW was. It's the way ECW was. It's the way everybody was. But AEW, people got to realize, is still incredibly young. So these things take time and nothing happens overnight. But the talent that they added in 2021 alone, on top of the talent they added in 2020, has been pretty fucking impressive. And that company has really grown big, and they've grown fast. So we'll see if that keeps up. But of course, here in 2022, we've got Dynamite starting on TBS this coming Wednesday. So they're going to be moving their main show to TBS. We'll see what kind of a ratings hit they get from that, if at all. But I think at first, you're going to have to see some sort of a decline when you change networks. Even if they hammer it into your heads on social media and on Dynamite every week, you're probably still going to have people tuning in to TNT on Wednesday wondering where the hell Dynamite is. So it's probably going to take some time, couple of months before those ratings start to stabilize, but we'll see, what they do and what kind of numbers they pull for that first TBS show on Wednesday. We'll be here watching it live together. And of course, we also have a week from Saturday, Battle of the Belts, 1 hour special back on TNT. And we have the Owen Hart Cup that will be taking place in 2022 as well. The finals of that is supposed to go down at Double or Nothing, which I plan to attend once the details on Double or Nothing is released and ticket information comes out. Once that does, I would like to be there. And if there's going to be a StarCast event or anything like that, and there's a bug flying around me, I'd like to be there too. Maybe meet some of y'all if y'all are going to Vegas. All right, let's run through some of the best matches of 2021. Now, I wrote down all the ones that I remember and that I liked, but I didn't rank these. The only ones I ranked, I would say, are probably my top 3, because I definitely know which 3 matches are my 3 favorite, but it's hard to really gauge them and rank them because they're all so different. But here are the matches I have written down as my favorites of the year, and you guys can let me know if you have any extra ones that you would like to add. Oh, you know what? I better not do that yet. Before we get into best matches, let's knock out some super chats. Oh, right on. Who's doing the, who did I see that from? Oh, I lost you. Oh, it was you, Mab. You're having a gummy with me? Well, that's awesome. Oh, I caught him. I caught that gnat. I got cat-like skills and reflexes, y'all. Okay, where did I leave off? Zane, I got that one. Okay, Chris Ludecki. What's up, dude? I'm glad you're back, and thanks for being here, man. Appreciate that $5. An Edge title reign would be cool, but also would reinforce that WWE has no young talent they want to build as a star. Kind of. I understand that sentiment for people who say that. However, even if WWE did have other stars, let's say they have been good at it. They're not, but let's say that they've done a good job of building more stars, and we've got a lot more pieces of talent that are on the main event level, like the Cesaros and the Nakamura's and anybody else they fucked up, right? Let's say they've done a great job of doing that. I still think that you would give Edge the run out of respect for Edge. I don't think Edge would win the title because WWE has nobody else. I think Edge would win the title whether WWE had nobody else or not, type of thing. So you're right. And I think that is probably going to come up a lot when he does inevitably probably win the title. But I think that even if WWE had a jacked, crazy fucking roster, you still got world titles to give one to Edge. Somebody, it's not like it's a sympathy run. Edge is wrestling at a high level. When you think of some other legends that they've brought back, Backlund in 94, Hogan in 02, I can probably think of other examples of people winning the titles when, in terms of what their capabilities in the ring are way past their prime, but they do it anyway. At least with Edge, he's going out there and having match of the year candidates. We're going to talk about that. His match that he had with Seth in the Cell at Crown Jewel was fantastic. So I think, yes, you're right about that, but I think WWE doesn't need to do anything to reinforce the fact that they suck at building stars. They reinforced that with Edge winning the title or not. So I agree with you, but I also think that Edge would win the title regardless. Monique, appreciate the $5. Sorry I'm late. Are we forgiving her, y'all? That's going to be up to y'all. I don't know. Y'all let me know in the chat if you forgive Monique. I'm kidding. I forgive you, Monique. Just want to say thank you for a good year of content. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you are able to hang around for a little while, and I definitely appreciate that super chat drop. Zelius Ward, thank you for the $4.99. There's been debate online if Dark Side of the Ring is good for wrestling. I personally liked the Road Warriors episode. Your thoughts? Good for wrestling. I think the Dark Side of the Ring isn't great for wrestling because the title is Dark Side of the Ring. They also have Dark Side of something else, Dark Side of the 90s or something. Anything that shows, ugly, bad, depressing, or just straight up sad stories is never going to be necessarily good. But I think getting the truth out there on some aspects can be good for wrestling in terms of the fans, just having a better grasp on reality about certain situations they might not know about. But one thing I do like about the dark side of the rings is that every time they profile or chronicle something, you do learn a lot. It's not all depressing. You know, if they are telling a sad, tragic story like Gino Hernandez or Dino Bravo or somebody like that, they also spend a great amount of time talking about how great that person was, what a great career they had, what a legend they were. They try to focus on as many good aspects of the person's life as they can, even in the Benoit episode. You know, before they got to the gnarly part, we're hearing about what a true consummate professional Chris is. He was beloved. He had tons of friends. He loved his wife. He loved his kids, you know, and then they had to, you know, move into the dark stuff. So I don't know if it would necessarily be good for wrestling these dark sides of the ring, but, you know, it might be good for people that, you know, for, I don't want to spoil any fans' good time, but I think most fans would not like their favorite wrestler if they knew who they were personally. At least back in the day. Maybe nowadays, wrestlers are much better behaved. So, you know, from a personal standpoint, they're probably all really decent people. But back in the day, you had fucking assholes, man. People were criminals, pedophiles, drug abusers, women beaters. I mean, everything, you know, any horrible thing you can think of. Some of the most legendary wrestlers did a lot of these crimes. They've murdered people, you know, slapped people around and just been pieces of shit. Ken Patera throwing bricks through McDonald's windows and stuff. Like, people just went nuts back in the day. So for a lot of those wrestlers to be held accountable, I think is good. You know, I got no issue with that at all. But I wouldn't say it's good for wrestling. Rodrigo Martinez, what's up, man? Welcome back. Thanks for the $4.99. 2022 could release guys maybe like Roderick Strong, Robert Stone, Drew Gulak, Danny Burch, Jinder Mahal, Samoa Joe, Chad Gable, and Tozawa. Yeah, maybe. I hate to ever think about who could be on the chopping block. You never want to speculate or, I dare say, fantasize about anybody getting let go, but whenever you look at a roster and you know cuts are coming, you start looking at people who aren't used very much. And Samoa Joe was let go only to be brought back in to give Karrion Kross his mercy killing, and he's been absent ever since then. So you got to wonder what the hell Samoa Joe is even doing. It would be nice if he could go to Triple H or whoever. I'm like, can you just release me? I mean, I was happy to come back, but fuck, you guys aren't doing, look at what NXT is now. Why don't I go over to AEW and I'll be a judge in that Danielson and Omega match, or Danielson and Page match, or something like that. But we'll see. In terms of those names, I like them all. The only one I'd comment on maybe is Roderick Strong, only because we could see him go to AEW and join up with the rest of them. So it would be interesting. I mean, if Toni Storm asked for her release and got it, I mean, what if Roderick was like, just went to man? And that's what I want to wonder. Like, I'd like to put myself in their shoes. If you do have a wrestler that's truly unhappy, but while they were in the company, they did everything they were told. They were professional. They weren't difficult to work with. They were a model employee, like Roderick Strong probably is based on all the years he's already had in the business before coming into WWE. So if a guy like that just says, look, my wife's not even here anymore, you let her go, all my friends are over there, there would be a great career opportunity for me in AEW if I went and joined that storyline, and even went into management and be like, look, can you just do me a solid and let me go? What is it going to matter? If I am not a big enough piece or a big enough player to go to another company, and that's going to be a needle-moving, game-changing moment, and AEW is going to put you out of business now. I'm not Hall. I'm not Nash. I'm not Hogan. I'm Roderick fucking Strong. I'm a veteran. I've been in this business forever. I'm not getting any younger. Let me go before it's too late to go. You know, but Roderick Strong might be perfectly happy in WWE. We all thought Kevin Owens was going to bounce, and he happily resigned. He might be WWE for life now. But Roderick Strong, you know, you don't know what's going on in his head. We'll back him up whatever he wants to do. But you would have to think, if that scenario arose with any of their talents, that the right thing to do would to be let them go. Yes. Now, if Roman came to them and said, I want to quit and I want to show up on Dynamite with the title, is that cool? Obviously, that's not cool. But somebody like Roderick Strong, if that situation came up, I would like to think that WWE would let him go, and we'll see. He's about to unify that title on the New Year's Evil shit or whatever with Carmelo. Is he the one that has the North American? So a lot of people are expecting Roddy to lose, and if he does, let's see what the dirt sheets say the next, or the websites. If we get any Roderick Strong has been released from WWE press releases, I guess your question will be answered. But we'll see. 2022 is a new year, and probably right after WrestleMania, we'll get a little batch. of releases, and it's always sad when that happens. Did I get all of them? Okay. I always worry that I miss one, but I think we're good on that front. Yeah, Roderick, do you want to go to AEW? We'd love for you to be there, man. You know what, K-Dog's Kennel? I was actually hoping that WWE, when that stupid 24/7 title, I hated it from the very beginning, but I did like the R-Truth connection with it and the fact that he's just synonymous with it. So I was like, WWE could make him a 100-time champion. They could easily do it. I mean, if they were able to pad Goldberg's victories the way they did in WCW, WWE can figure out a way to make R-Truth a 100-time 24/7 champion. And I think that would be awesome for the record books. Now, K-Dog, you got 1,000-time in there. 1,000's a little much. I think 100 would be awesome, just the fact that he will go down in history as a guy who won a championship more than 100 times. That's fucking awesome. I think he's been tag champ, and he's held some other titles in WWE too. So he's had a lot of championships. I don't even know really what Diamond Mine is doing. I like them enough, and that's something that Roddy is involved with. So I think a scenario of him leaving and requesting his release might not be a very likely one. But anyway, we got to keep on the track and trend of 2021 here, discussing the good and the bad, the best and the worst. Let's talk about some of the matches this year. Now, I kind of wrote down the ones, this was mostly off the top of my head, that I can remember that I really enjoyed or we talked about collectively as really, really great matches. Now, I kind of just alternated these between WWE and AEW. This is just a mishmash. These are not in chronological order. These are not in alphabetical order. They are just random matches. The only ones I have set aside are the three at the bottom that I think are my three favorite of the year. So we'll start going through these. The first one I want to talk about is Bianca Belair versus Sasha Banks, night one of WrestleMania main event after they welcomed all the fans back and the bad weather hit, tore everything up, and they were able to resume the show and finish with a great star-making main event. One of my favorite women's matches ever in the ring. I think we've had better women's matches inside the four ropes, but when you look at the match as a whole, the moment, what it meant for Bianca, and how good the match was, and Sasha putting her over that way, one of my favorite moments of the year to see Bianca Belair win. And oh my God, that hair spot where she whipped her in the stomach and it sounded like a gunshot going off. And there was a video that surfaced on social media a day or two later where somebody had caught a video of Sasha on the outside of the ring kind of selling the ribs, but as she's watching Bianca, she's smiling, she's crying, she's happy for her. So it was a great moment. You love stuff like that. You love to see it. So I want to, at the very top of the list, I thought I killed this bug. At the very top of the list, I want to put Bianca Belair and Sasha Banks right at the top because that was a fun match. They weren't the only women that kicked ass this year. AEW had a couple of women in that lights out match of one of the damnedest things I've ever seen. Thunder Rosa taking on Britt Baker, beating her in that lights out match at St. Patrick's Day Slam, I think it was. This was before Britt Baker won the title. And now you can only imagine what the two might do with each other in 2022 based off the success of this match, which was violent, and bloody. This, I think, a lights out match should be, AEW's version of what Hell in the Cell is. What WWE always tried to make Hell in the Cell at one time. That was your ultimate blow-off match to culminate a feud. Now things have drastically changed. I think this lights out stuff could be something similar in AEW where you book these matches every so often and you just have them go absolutely bonkers. All the blood on Britt Baker really helped make her a star in a similar fashion to how Austin became one at WrestleMania 13. Not the same thing, totally different levels here, but kind of like that is what it reminded you of with the shirt. I actually bought my girlfriend, Elizabeth, a Britt Baker shirt covered in blood, says "and new" on it. She looks great in it. So I thought Baker had a great year. Her and Rosa, that lights out match has to be seen to be believed for that match to go on as a main event and a company that, is pretty young at the time. And they just crushed it. So the women's division has been steadily improving ever since it began, when it was really, really weak and really, really pathetic in the first few months, though, there of the company's existence. It has really grown and created some stars and bringing in talents like Thunder Rosa, while simultaneously getting somebody like Britt Baker over as a big heel, I think is really helping that division. And I'm excited for 2022 because they've added a lot of pieces. Ruby Soho and Mercedes Martinez and so many other women have really helped come elevate that roster, rounded out with women like Hikaru Shida and Serena Deeb, who I think works as a producer and an agent backstage. It's only going to get better. And I have a feeling like this is kind of an early prediction here for 2022, maybe 2023. Some fans might think they're already there. I mean, we're going to start really talking about AEW having a better women's division than WWE. I kind of think they already do. Not maybe the raw talent on paper. I wouldn't say the division is any better, but in terms of the matches that we're having, what the matches mean, that sort of thing, I think the matches are a little bit more interesting when you have a women's match. Even like Serena Deeb and Hikaru Shida have been able to have a really interesting issue and program with each other, despite it not being a title program. And you don't see a ton of that in WWE. Even the matches on the top of the card are filled with a lot of nonsense. Like I said, Toni Storm and Charlotte cream pied each other for 2 weeks before their title match. Like, that's how they built to that match. Pies. So, some of you might think they're already there. I think realistically, they should continue to grow at this pace for the next year or so. Then we can talk about it at the end of the year. But, some people might think they're already there. And this match could be a big part of that, because that's the type of match you are not going to see in WWE, despite the fact that these women have Hell in a Cell matches against each other, but are never going to see the type of color that we saw in that Lights Out match. Great shit. Got to show some love. Got to show some love to Edge. We just talked about him a minute ago, talking about his potential world title run in 2022, which I think will happen. He worked a couple of great matches with Seth Rollins. I was at SummerSlam to see that one, the great Brood entrance that Edge had for that, and a great one-on-one match in the ring. But then they followed it up with one of the better Hell in the Cell matches in recent history at Crown Jewel. I had almost, and basically had, completely given up on Hell in the Cell matches. They make me so mad. I hate Hell in the Cell matches now just because of how, I don't hate it as bad as the Elimination Chamber, but the fact that the cell is now huge and red and it looks like a goddamn toy. And ever since they put the Hell in the Cell on its own pay-per-view, basically put Hell in the Cell a year ahead on the schedule, that you're going to have a pay-per-view that needs to have Hell in the Cell matches in October. And now you got this pay-per-view that's just in the way. Instead of using a Hell in the Cell match like you used the Lights Out match for Baker and Thunder Rosa when your feud or program calls for it or when needed, and it can set up a great attraction for any pay-per-view at any time of the year, no matter where you are. But instead, they've made it into a pay-per-view, and it's slowly deteriorated into a match that means jack dick. They still put wrestlers in there that can have good matches. Randy Orton and Jeff Hardy had an interesting match when Randy Orton put the screwdriver in Jeff Hardy's stretched out earlobe. You can still do fun shit in the Cell. The Usos and the New Day, I'm still not over the Hell in the Cell match they had with each other. You can still do it because your talent is so stupidly good. They're going to overcome your creative stupidity. But what the Hell in the Cell matches have become really recently, since that debacle with The Fiend and Rollins in Saudi Arabia and the DQ and shit, when X-Pac was like freaking out on the bump or whatever it was, or the watch party, he's like, how the fuck do you have a DQ? Like, even he knew it was ridiculous. So seeing the Hell in the Cell become such a joke, it was a really nice thing to see Edge and Seth Rollins go out there and show you what a Hell in the Cell match is supposed to be. This is a time when the Hell in the Cell match was warranted. This is when you should have one, when you have a deep-rooted issue between two guys, and they tore the house down. Great Hell in the Cell match. So that is definitely on my list from Crown Jewel this year in 2021. Got to mention the big Grand Slam, the Dynamite Grand Slam at Arthur Ashe match between Kenny Omega and Bryan Danielson that ended in the tie or the draw. Danielson's first of two ties that he would see in the company. And this match I loved. I do not mind Broadways. I don't mind them. I don't think they should be a thing of the past at all. If AEW wants to call themselves a professional wrestling show, then they need to do things that professional wrestling used to do all the time. Young fans, modern fans, are never going to appreciate a tie. They're just not. They're too young. They don't get it. But time limit draws were a pretty routine tool that you would use like pre-TV and stuff to be able to draw people in for the next house or the next show, especially if you're in a situation where a championship's on the line, you got a challenger chasing it. Vern Gagne made this whole fucking shit famous by, chasing the title, falling short, setting up a rematch to where you fill the house again. It's all about like making money and stuff. So with that, Danielson and Omega now, you can't really beat either one of these guys at the moment. Danielson's just coming in, and you don't want to put the belt on him, but yet Kenny is your champ. You don't want to be too cheap and do a schmaz DQ or anything like that, so you do a time limit draw, and you give the fans a fucking 4 or 5 star match in the process to where they're going to be like, oh yeah, I'll sign up for part 2 of that. And the best part is you can bring it back whenever you want. There's no time limit on it. You gave these guys a draw in 2022 at some point. When you got a big show coming up, you can go back to Danielson and Omega anytime you want. And now, of course, he would have that hour time limit draw with Paige a couple of weeks ago that's going to culminate next week in the big rematch. So Danielson and AEW doing a couple of time limit draws, I have no problem at all with it. And they would do it again. Of course, winter is coming. So those 2 matches I kind of lumped together, Danielson and Omega, Danielson and Paige. They were both time limit draws. One was 30, one was an hour, but they were both, I think, executed well to where they both set up great rematches. I'm excited for this one next week. And I think they are going to have judges, right? You could see Bret Hart there. You could see any number of interesting names coming into the company next week to be a judge in that, in the match, if that is still the plan. And then, like I said, Danielson and Omega, they can just pick back up anytime this year. Could be way later. Omega could be involved with the Bucks and the Undisputed Era and all that stuff, so we will see. But those 2 matches stand out to me as great ones, and they're old school. I don't mind a tie. Don't overdo it. Don't do a tie every week or in every pay-per-view or anything like that, but whenever you want to use a tie in order to make another match, do it. I got no problem with that. I should have mentioned, no, I did. I did mention that one already, sorry. But I also want to mention, speaking of Danielson, Daniel Bryan's last match in WWE, which just came a few days after WrestleMania, right? That was the Thunderdome match he had against Roman Reigns. And that match, a lot of people think was better than the triple threat match at WrestleMania, but I didn't enjoy it better. I enjoyed the triple threat at Mania because of Edge's involvement, because of the spots, because of the fans. But if you're judging a match just inside the ropes, Roman and Bryan was pretty badass from SmackDown. Danielson also wrestling Minoru Suzuki was one of my favorites just because of how fun it was, and they absolutely kicked each other's heads in for 15 minutes on free YouTube because SmackDown was running long or whatever it is. That's when you like to see this type of competition. That's when competition is fun. That's when the fans benefit the most from, companies reacting to each other, because we got that match for free and it was fun, and it was something that we never thought we would see. Tell yourself in February that you're going to get a Bryan Danielson and Minoru Suzuki match. You'll be like, well, how the hell is that possible? You never know what's going to happen. So as quickly as things changed in 2021, I think a lot of the same stuff can happen this year. Got to mention Roman Reigns and John Cena, 2 pros, I thought did a great job at SummerSlam. I enjoyed that match a lot. It was the only match of SummerSlam that I think I went back and watched, because I was at the show, and I think like the next day I watched the main event just so I could kind of see Cena work a little bit. Hadn't seen him, really get in there and mix it up close, because I was sitting pretty far away at the show. So I do remember rewatching the match and how good it was, and the fact that Cena, proves what a professional he is. He's able to take that much time off, go do all of his movies, go do all of his outside WWE interests, but still stay John Cena, still keep himself in shape, still get back in the ring and act like and perform a match as if he didn't take a day off. Not too many guys can do that. So I think Cena deserves a lot of credit. And he put over Roman, which was cool. The Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, 2 out of 3 falls match at TakeOver this year, TakeOver 36, was awesome. But that show was loaded with crazy matches. Another match that took place on that show is in my top 3 and might even be my number 1. But that was kind of the end of Adam Cole in WWE. His contract would expire. He'd head over to AEW, but he had that big program with O'Reilly where, O'Reilly kind of won in the end. However, he'd be jumping ship later on as well, putting over Von Wagner on his way out. But that match definitely needs to be on the list. I like the men's Money in the Bank match this year, not because only Big E won, but also because the match was good. I actually really liked it. And just seeing Big E get that moment was real special because, to me anyway, it felt like the minute his hand unhooked it, he was WWE champion. I'm like, they're not going to give Big E the briefcase and not give him the titles. I know WWE, they are the biggest bunch of assholes you will ever see, but even they, I don't think would do that to us, to give Big E that briefcase, somebody that's so universally loved, and then have him fall short of the cash in. No way. Not only did he cash in, he cashed in like a man, called his shot, said he was going to do it, and did it. I couldn't have asked for anything better. It's one thing I think WWE did incredibly right. We can still debate the timing of it because many people feel they hot-shotted it to, draw a rating after they had some ugly numbers. But how he did it, the execution of it, I thought was picture perfect, and that's exactly the way I would have done it. If I'm a wrestler, that's the way I want to cash in. I don't want to be a pussy. I want to say, yo, hey, champion, I'm coming for you tonight. Be ready. You think I'm playing? I'm not playing. I'm coming. And a lot of people thought, oh, he's not taking advantage of it. That's because he's a man. And that's what I like about Big E. So really enjoyed the Money in the Bank match and his eventual title win. Got to mention MJF and Darby Allin, two of the four pillars of AEW battling at Full Gear in a phenomenal match. A lot of people think that MJF is all talk and nothing else, but he can work, man. And I think those two guys can develop what could be a decades-long rivalry, provided their health holds up, given their age and stuff. If they never leave and go to WWE and they remain in AEW, think of the battles they can have. They can revisit their issue several times over the years, depending on how long Darby Allin decides to stay in this business before he gets bored and wants to go jumping off a mountain or something. Kazuchika Okada and Will Ospreay, Wrestle Kingdom, this past year is really the only New Japan show I think I watched this year. I watched that one and maybe a couple of others, and I loved that match and watched a highlight clip of it maybe last month. I forgot, and I basically forgot how good it was, and I'm like, you know what? I need to throw that on my list as well. St. Valentine's Day Massacre, Finn Balor and Pete Dunne was fun, and I think that leaves me to kind of my top three, what I consider to be my three favorite. These aren't the three best. These are my three favorite. Gotta go Roman Reigns, Edge, and Daniel Bryan, main event night 2 of WrestleMania. I really liked that match. Some people liked Roman and Bryan one-on-one better on SmackDown. I liked this because of the crowd, because there was no Thunderdome there. WrestleMania main event, big time match, Roman with all this momentum. He's taken on 2 challengers. It was a situation to where I would have been perfectly happy with any of these guys walking out of there with the title. And for them to have all of those false finishes, the great double submission spot on Roman where Edge and Daniel Bryan are headbutting each other, and then the finish that I did not see coming. I picked Roman Reigns in my prediction to win. I did not predict him to stack these motherfuckers and pin them at the same time, which is what he did in a dominating fashion. And I just loved the story that was told, because when that happened, you were like, this guy's never going to drop the title, with a win like that. And that was the statement that it made for me. And Roman has been, arguably my guy all year. He's just been fantastic. Really like Roman Reigns a lot. This new persona of his, it feels good, because Roman, much like John Cena, is a guy that I've always had his back. I've said millions and millions of times that I understand the criticisms of Roman and Cena, but I think fans are a little bit fucking dumb sometimes, and they take things a little bit too far, and you have to understand what he can do right, and he does do good, but fans can't think that way. It's just black or white. There's no gray for them. It's got to be one way or the other, all in or all out, period. Fans can't think any other way. So I was always trying to say, hey, will you at least look at what he does here? It's like, I don't think a lot of this shit is Roman Reigns' fault. Just like with John Cena, none of this shit was his fault. He didn't kill Nancy and Daniel Benoit. Chris Benoit did. WWE was, as if they didn't have a bad enough reputation as it is, that shit goes down. They do a hard pivot to where enough of this shit, chair shots, headshots, blood, we got to eliminate all of this. We now have to present a squeaky clean presentation of our product for a little while until this shit blows over. So they create John Cena, you know, who was a little hardcore and a little edgy, and he became that superhero that, you know, that modern era Hulk Hogan that kids truly legitimately look up to. And you know what? John Cena pulled it off. He is just as big, I think, of a household name amongst young people, and I honestly mean this today, as Hulk Hogan was when I was a kid. You know why? Because when I was a kid, everybody knew who Hulk Hogan was. I think most kids know who John Cena is, because not only has he been in wrestling, but he's been out just like Hogan. He's doing movies just like Hogan. He's doing more successful movies than Hogan. He is. Every movie that I've seen John Cena in, he's been great. Every movie I've seen Hulk Hogan in has been a pile of shit. So honestly, I think John Cena has really done well with that position that WWE thrusted in front of him. But as the years went by, they were too scared to turn him heel, like I think they should have done at WrestleMania 29. They did not make this mistake with our guy Roman Reigns. You know, he made the turn. He did it well. He was unbelievable from an instant. You know, and the way he changed his style with his promos, you know, to where you just get the soft spoken voice where he scares the shit out of you when he's talking soft. Who can do that in wrestling? I can only think of one name, and that's Jake Roberts. He's the only guy that would scare the piss out of me as a kid by not yelling at all. Where, you know, Roman kind of has that effect too. Puts his arm around you at the pay-per-view. I'm going to smash you, man. I'm like, I don't want to be smashed, Roman. Please don't smash me. Like, he scares the shit out of you. He's great. So I love being able to see that transformation in Roman. And I think that's why I like this match so much, because that was classic Roman. That was, holy shit, who's going to beat this guy Roman? Stack these motherfuckers and pinned them on top of each other. Impressed the hell out of me. So this one, I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's in my top 3. I think it's number 3. I think I'm going to put Roman, Edge, and Bryan as my number 3. My number 2, Young Bucks and Lucha Brothers all out. Man, it was crazy. It was a little bit silly. You got thumbtacks on shoes, and you got ridiculous near falls, and you've got Panama sunrises that make no sense. But that's what wrestling is. You need these type of matches in there somewhere. You don't have to rank them or grade them or anything. You just have to enjoy them. And I enjoyed this shit out of this. I'm not going to say it's the greatest match of all time, because I like Bret Hart and Owen Hart at WrestleMania 10 better, but they're two completely different matches in two completely different time periods. So to judge this match for what it was, a 2021 balls out bonkers cage match with 4 luchadors in there, then yeah, you're going to see some crazy shit. And if you go in knowing that and expecting that you're not going to see Nick Bockwinkel and Vern Gagne's psychology in this type of match, and you know that going in, then you can enjoy it without being such a snobby fucking prick about it. And because of that mindset, I was able to watch an absolutely beautiful display of crazy spots, kooky fucking weapons, innovative offense, blood, violence, silliness. It had it all. And the Bucks dropped the belts to the Lucha Brothers. They've been champs ever since, and it's been fun, fun, fun. So I think the Lucha Brothers are going to drop the belts to Jungle and Luchasaurus. I think that's going to happen. But this match here was so fun. I could watch it a few times and not be bored, because you'd probably catch something new every time you watch this thing. It was everywhere. There was too much to watch, too much going on. Sensory overload type of thing. So just from an overall bonkers fun sense, Luchas and Young Bucks, I think, is at least number 2 on my list, which leaves me to number 1. TakeOver 36, Walter, Ilya Dragunov. You can't not vote that match as the best one. I mean, it was great the year before, but this one was stupid. This one left the fan hurting. I was sore for 3 days after watching this. Dragunov with that fucking gnarly gash on his stitched up on his forehead, and it just looked like two guys just beating the shit out of each other. And it's one of those type of matches to where there's lots of examples here, many of examples we've already talked about, but as a wrestling fan, you know the type of shit we get. You know the way people look at us for liking this form of entertainment. If somebody comes to you and says, why the fuck do you watch wrestling? Give me one reason why I should give a shit about wrestling or not think that you're a fool for watching it. Show them that match. I think they might say, oh, okay, might still not be my cup of tea, but I didn't know it was like that. Holy shit. Okay, maybe it's not so stupid type of thing. That match is one of those matches. So I definitely got to put Walter Dragunov number 1 for me for the year, because Roman, Edge, and Bryan was a triple threat. A lot of different circumstances there. Young Bucks and Lucha Brothers, of course, was just bonkers in a box. But Walter and Dragunov was just one-on-one wrestling. One guy beating the shit out of another guy. And that's what we like. And that are the type of matches at the end of the day as a fan that I prefer. So I think I'm voting them number one. And that's sad too, because NXT, I don't think NXT is ever going to have my favorite match of the year ever again. That was it. That was it. So next year when we do this list, NXT will not be in the number one spot, which is sad. I have a feeling probably something on a AEW pay-per-view will be. We will see. But what do you guys think? Do you have any matches to add to that? Those are some of the best ones that I had written down. Oh, he left it all out there and then some, all right. Rocky 3 was good, but not because of Hogan. I agree. His movies were terrible, you know. I mean, a lot of people put Hulk Hogan in that Babe Ruth type of level, but I lived through the Hogan days. I remember everything. I remember how popular he was. You would go to stores and see Hulk Hogan shit somewhere. He had ice cream bars, and he was on TV. He was in movies. He hosted Saturday Night Live. John Cena did all that and more. Hogan and Mr. T was more of like an appearance on SNL. You know, Cena was like full-blown guest host a couple of times, wasn't he? So was The Rock. I think The Rock and Cena in a lot of ways have both exceeded Hogan. I do, you know, and I think a lot of people don't really think that, or it just doesn't seem like something that might be true. But if you really think about it, it is. You know, his movies were better. You know, he had just as long, if not more, or even longer of a career on top than Hogan did. And he's done a lot. And I think when you think about household names, somebody that the general population knows, man, woman, or child, I think just as many people now know the name John Cena as they did Hulk Hogan when I was a kid. That's my opinion. So you guys a lot of you are younger than me, so let me know if you agree with that. But I think Hogan's reach has been surpassed. I think there's been people that have had just a big influence, you know, as him. Now, he started the whole thing. He kick-started, you know, wrestling becoming so popular and everything, so he'll always be credited for that. But in terms of, you know, just name recognition, I don't think Cena has any less than Hogan at this point. Y'all want to answer some questions? Or finally, I don't think there's anything left. Oh, wait, maybe we got a couple things to talk about. Yeah, just one. I think we got to talk about a few of the deaths that we had this year, wrestling deaths, a few sad ones, a few really sad ones, a couple of shocking ones, and that sort of thing. But we can't just not talk about them, so we're going to show them some love, and then we will start getting into the questions. So you can ask some right here in the chat, but I also have a bunch dropped in here from my email that we'll be getting into as well. So let's talk about the wrestlers who died in 2021. Some really sad names on this list. Kind of break this down into categories here and start with maybe some of the lesser known names here. A couple of suicides. One was Don Kernoodle, which was really sad to hear. He was pretty prominent down in the NWA days and wrestling and teaming with Slaughter and guys like that. Didn't really know the circumstances of his suicide, and I knew he died but didn't know it was suicide, so that's a shame. Dominic DeNucci, longtime legend. He trained Mick Foley, Shane Douglas, a few other names, passed away as well. The Assassin, who we just saw in our watch-along this past week, accompanying Pretty Wonderful to the ring. He was a big-time legend, and he was credited with kind of kickstarting the power plant in WCW, and even WWE worked with him to reform Deep South to operate as a developmental territory for a while as well. He passed away this year. Burt Prentice, legendary manager and promoter, also lost him. Melissa Coates, who was recently manager of Sabu. She had stints in WWE developmental. She got put in the Master Lock, I think at Backlash one year, 06 or 05, something like that, and ran into some pretty serious health issues and even had to have a leg amputated before her passing this year. So that's very sad. And speaking of amputation, Jimmy Rave, popular indie star of the 2000s in the early days of Ring of Honor, lost an arm and both legs to, I think, blood clots, which is just horrible. And he passed away this year, and a lot of people were saddened by his death. Longtime WWE enhancement talent Rusty Brooks passed away. Barry Orton, the uncle of Randy Orton, and the guy that was kind of at the center of that scandal in the 90s involving ring boys and all that shit, was also one of the ones we lost this year. And NWA star Josephus. He played Bruiser Brody's body double in Dark Side of the Ring, looked a lot like him, and was working with Aaron Stevens on NWA, and he passed away very young as well. So those might be some of the lesser-known names on the list, but some of the bigger stars, we saw the passing of Bobby Eaton, who was pretty much every wrestler in the world's favorite wrestler. Everybody has nothing but kind and loving things to say and great memories about Bobby Eaton. I remember when we went to SummerSlam, we listened to, I haven't listened to Conrad or Bruce in forever, but we put Arn Anderson's podcast on, and it was a episode on Bobby Eaton. Really interesting stories in that. Jim Crockett Jr., of course, who basically was the promoter and in the NWA took over for his dad and was the one that ultimately would sell the company to Ted Turner, turning it into WCW. So that's a big piece of history gone. And his brother, David Crockett, was just on Dynamite in Greensboro this past week, and he was on Rampage giving the TNT title to Cody Rhodes, which was really cool. Butch Reed passed away. Legend, loved Butch Reed. A lot of memories of him as a kid, and he kind of scared me. New Jack, I think, scared all of us. His death was a little shocking and quick, too, because he was recently featured on Dark Side of the Ring. So his death kind of came out of nowhere, so that was kind of sad. Jack Lanza just passed away a couple of weeks ago. Corporal Kirshner just passed away a few days ago, and he was another guy that I remember from the 80s. He was one of the first LJN figures that I ever owned, the big rubber figure. We also had the Patriot Adele Wilkes passing away, which was sad, and Paul Orndorff. And, of course, probably the saddest of all was Daphne back in September. Horrible situation there with Daphne taking her own life, and she seemed like she really struggled, and I think she got injured at the end of her TNA run there, kind of with a concussion. Definitely think she had some issues with her brain and with her mind, and we all remember that night. I watched that unfold in real time, and unfortunately nobody got to her in time, and we lost Daphne. But rest in peace to all those names. That's a big chunk of wrestling history that passed away all within 1 year, but unfortunately, that kind of seems to be the norm. We go through this every year, and hopefully this year it won't be as bad in 2022. I love that name, Mixed Partial Farts. That cracks me up. Bully Ray with DiNucci, he might have. I'm not sure where Bully Ray got his training. It makes sense. Right part of the country. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Anyway, so I wanted to just talk about those deceased wrestlers for the year. Very sad. But now we should be able to have a little bit of fun. Briefly, my favorite pay-per-views this year, the only ones that really stick out to me in WWE are WrestleMania, Money in the Bank, SummerSlam, and Crown Jewel. I thought all four of those shows were pretty good, even though they each had some bad parts of them. Overall, I enjoyed them. But for AEW, I enjoyed them all. When I was writing down my best pay-per-views of 2021, I'm like, well, it's all of AEW's. Revolution is where they did the barbed wire match, right? That was the big flop. I mean, aside from that, Revolution was pretty good. But so was Double or Nothing. All Out, of course, was legendary. And Full Gear, not too shabby either. So everything AEW threw at us from a pay-per-view standpoint was great in 2021. And about half of WWE shows I considered to be very good. So that is literally it now for my notes, and we can officially start getting into questions. So I'm going to start running through some of these emails that I received and talking about all of that. And then you guys can also send questions into the chat, and we'll start knocking some of these out. Let me get to where I need to be on the Q&A, and I'll start right at the top here. I got a question from Amato. I didn't mean to start with somebody's name who started with an A, but I did. So maybe we'll be alphabetical. You know what? I'm going to fix a quick lighting thing. Hold on. There we go. I got my trusty little LED light thing, but I wanted to brighten up behind me a little bit. So maybe that worked. All right, let me get my gears together here, and we'll start answering questions on the Q&A portion that I kind of titled this entire video a Q&A, but we are now, how long are we in? We are 3 hours in, and we're just now starting with the Q&A portion. So thanks for hanging with us all this time. I've just really been in no rush. All right, we'll start knocking things out here. Let me hit this super chat from How Wheezy. Thanks, brother. Thanks for the $5. My favorite matches for 2021, Walter versus Dragunov at TakeOver for the men and Bianca Sasha at Mania for the women. Hard to disagree with those. If I was breaking them down into men's and women's winners, I probably would vote Bianca and Sasha for the moment. If Bianca and Sasha was that same match on a different show other than the main event of WrestleMania, I'd probably pick Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa, but that was such a beautiful launching and moment for Bianca Belair. You love to see it. So I do not disagree with you, How Wheezy. All right, well, let's get into Q&A. Finally, it's time to answer some questions. Here's the thing about most of these emails today that I started putting in here is I read most of them, but a lot of these I'm going to be answering as I'm reading them. I don't have a lot of answers written out, but I made sure I read them first so they weren't too crazy. And I think I should be able to answer these to the best of my ability. We will see. And as I see them coming through in the chat, we'll hit some of these as well. Jesus Christ, Alex, you scared the hell out of me with that Daniel Bryan thing for a second there. I have just had a couple of beers and I thought, really? He passed? Phew. Oh, my bad, Zane G. Let me get you. Oh, you did. My bad. I owe Zane G a shout out because he dropped 10 more bucks in the super chat and I missed it. Remember how Bret Hart did something with AEW and also how Rock did a small package for Shamrock with Impact Wrestling? If Cena ever did something with AEW, would Cena ever receive heat with WWE? I don't know. I don't think Cena would be able to. I'm sure he's still under some sort of contractual obligation to WWE, I would assume. I don't think Cena would be able to make an appearance unless it was something he got permission for, I think. Even though Cena is his own guy and he's doing his movie shit, I don't think he'd be straight up allowed to go to AEW, but I'm not 100% sure. Rock, on the other hand, I think can do whatever he wants. If Rock wanted to record something for them, much like he did for Impact, then I think he could do that. But if Cena did record something for AEW, would he receive heat? Probably. He probably would receive heat with WWE. They'd probably like, why are you doing that, dude? And Cena's a guy that I don't think would ever do that because Cena, anything that could potentially harm WWE, you would have to ask yourself, why would Cena do that? Has there ever been anybody in wrestling history that has been treated better by WWE than John Cena? Cena always wins, right? People were losing their minds, frothing at the mouth, jumping off of bridges at the idea that Cena might win a match. So I think that it just wouldn't do him any good to make an appearance for them, unless he had the blessing of WWE. And that could happen. Chris Jericho did a Broken Skull Sessions. Even Austin was like, I had to double check with Vince. Like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you really, really, really sure? So you never know if something like that is able to get done. If Cena wanted to do a via satellite tribute to Jim Ross when he signs off for the final time and they do a Jim Ross tribute show and he calls Dynamite for the final time, his very last wrestling show that he ever calls, and everybody from the wrestling world wants to send in their well wishes, maybe WWE gives the okay to a legend like Cena doing something like that. The Rock can chime in and they can just play it on the video wall. And the fans would go nuts. Holy shit, John Cena was shown on AEW, but it was just out of respect for JR. A situation like that, I think, would be great for everybody, and it wouldn't do anything to, well, I guess it would promote AEW a little bit, but I think it could be done in the right situation. Justin Roberts is a good guy. Yeah, he was on the cruise. We liked him. Cena Johnson is all elite. Oh, yeah, Rodrigo. We have some Hall of Fame questions later on to get into, I believe. Well, anyway, the first question I want to answer is from my good buddy, Amato Gonzalez. This dude sends me shit in the mail all the time. So the latest thing that I got from him was a lovely Christmas present. Unfortunately, I only have one of them near me, but this is a great. I'm going to wear this shirt on Sunday's watch along, but it's this sweet Heart Foundation t-shirt, which is just super old school and awesome. He also threw a small size in for my girlfriend and another Bret Hart shirt that I actually don't have within reach. But Amato, thank you very much. He's sent me a lot of little gadgets, keychains and stickers and really cool, like little wrestling memorabilia, some Blockbuster stuff. I'm a big Blockbuster video mark. I've got a tape right above my head here, and I've got a keychain, and I loved the memories of going to a video store, sometimes not even a Blockbuster, just a local video rental store. My dad owned one back in the day, back in the early 90s when he lived on Cape Cod. And I would go up there and spend summers with him, and I would get to like kind of work behind the counter and shrink wrap the tapes and put them on the shelf. And I just had a great time. And like being a kid, like a teenager, you know, and you get out of school and you got the whole weekend ahead of you, you might be hanging out with friends, you might just be hanging out with your family, and you go to Blockbuster on a Friday night or a Saturday night and you pick out a movie. You know, those are memories. So I'm a huge mark, and Amato hooked me up with some cool Blockbuster stuff and all sorts of great shit. So Amato, you're the man. Thank you very much. So happy to have you as a listener and a friend. You're awesome. You've got a few questions for me. Number one, do you think wrestlers can become marks for themselves or the business? I know Goldberg back in WCW was really in his own head about being a huge draw. Some would say Bret always had too much respect for the business and was a mark as well. Well, I would hope everybody is a mark for themselves to some degree, you know, because you have to be. I mean, I think a lot of wrestlers, I've heard them say this, a lot of wrestlers, like, you have to put yourself in their shoes. If you got a pay-per-view match that night, you know, what are you doing to prepare? You know, like when you're heading to the building. I think a lot of guys listen to their own theme music in the car and fucking blast it and try to get in that mindset or whatever. I think a lot of guys do. Some guys might have other workout songs they listen to, but like when they're getting ready for a big match or something, they're trying to think about themselves and trying to get themselves psyched for that. But in terms of being marks for themselves, it's hard to define that because you're talking about guys basically, I think what you're talking about and referencing is guys just kind of having attitude problems, maybe being a little bit difficult to work with, that doesn't work for me, brother, type of thing. But it just depends on where you are and where you came in. Goldberg's biggest problem wasn't really Goldberg's fault. He was coming into the business in a locker room that's so fucking corrupt and, just filled with, political BS and did not have the structure that a WWE at the time did. It's funny to say that now because they're such a clusterfuck there too. But in WCW, when you have a lot of guys kind of calling their own shots, inmates running the asylum term has been thrown around for years, and you're kind of taught the political side of the business to protect yourself, plus you're a big, scary beast, who might be pushing your weight around or doing a little bit of bullying. He is learning from the worst people. He is learning from, it doesn't work for me, brother. The people around him are Hulk Hogan and Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, who haven't had, as much as I like Hall and Nash and, to a large degree, they never really had a whole lot of others around them, their best interest in mind. It's usually about themselves and what they can get out of it. And Goldberg was not learning from the best. So when he had situations like the one with Chris Jericho, where the feud and the storyline would have been great and would have made a lot of sense, but Goldberg, like you said, was in his own head, probably because he's had terrible, influences so far, didn't know how to handle the situation. He was a huge fucking prick, and they probably lost out on some decent money, and Jericho lost out on gaining some traction and rising his stock a little bit in the company because nobody had that type of stuff in mind. Nobody gave a shit about helping someone else. They were more worried about how it would make them look, but Goldberg, I think, was too dumb to realize that the whole end result here was going to be him murdering Jericho. But just him working with Jericho was enough to make Goldberg difficult, and they had some bad feelings there for years after. So I think it just depends. And, a guy like Bret, he mostly does all of his burying after the fact, in these interviews and stuff. He just has horrible things to say about everybody. But Bret was the same way. He didn't want to lose to Shawn in Montreal. Because of that, crazy things went down. If he would have agreed to that, then a lot of things would be different. If he would have just lost and went to WCW, I think he would have been back in a couple of years. But we know what happened there. I like your next question. Before the streak was broken, what near fall did you think almost broke the Undertaker's streak? Mine was Triple H when he tombstoned Undertaker at WrestleMania 28, and then again a year later when Shawn super kicked him into the pedigree in the Hell in the Cell. You have the exact same two as me. Now, the first one was 27. I remember watching that match, Triple H tombstone Taker, and I'm already watching this match with the mindset that Undertaker's not losing the streak. There's no way. I'm pretty sure I did predictions that year. I know I predicted Undertaker. I didn't doubt it for a second. But when that tombstone was hit, I was convinced that the streak was over, done. 1, 2, Undertaker kicks out, scared the shit out of me. The next year, same thing. My two, the only two I have are the same as yours. I never thought the streak was going to be ended at all, except for those two matches and those two moments. And then the next year in the Hell in the Cell, and Shawn hit the super kick right into the tombstone, and Undertaker kicked out, and Shawn makes that amazing reaction in the corner where he's just freaking out. He's dying. Fans are dying. I'm dying at home. I have the exact same answer as you. So I'm not really answering your question. I'm just agreeing with it completely agree with you. Let's move on to Christopher Barnes. Do you think WrestleMania will ever come back to Ford Field, or will they continue to go to the same few states like California, Texas, New York, etc., like they have for the past few years? Now, there's somebody else. I'm going to kind of lump this question in with Sean Bedard from Malden, Massachusetts, who asks me, will Gillette Stadium ever hold a WrestleMania? And do you see Triple H taking over WWE sooner than later? Well, let's stick with the WrestleMania question about Gillette Stadium. That's in Massachusetts, outside. So as I've talked about many times when we're speculating on WrestleMania locations, is that it's really got to be there can really only be a couple of places. Number one, it's got to be a good climate. It can't be freezing cold. Or it's got to have a roof on it. So if you're in a cold climate, you're going to want a dome. And if you're in a warm climate, it can pretty much be anywhere. And I think the only exception to the rule is the city that we've seen host a WrestleMania a couple times in the last few years, New York. I cannot believe that the Giants and the Jets do not have a dome on that stadium. It's New York. Think about the year-round shit you could book in that building, the concerts and everything you could do there if it had a roof on it. You're just kind of limiting yourself, I think, when, it's only going to be usable a few months out of the year. But New York is such a big market. I think WWE is willing to risk the weather issues they might have by heating the ring posts and doing other things to kind of keep the wrestlers warm. But they sure are playing with fire, because unlike Florida, if it rains, it's going to be cold as shit rain, where Florida was probably pretty warm when all that was going down. So I think they run a risk with New York, but it's a risk they're willing to take just because of the size of the market. But that's it. Philadelphia, Chicago, all these cities with outdoor football stadiums, as long as WrestleMania is in a stadium setting, they are never going to see another WrestleMania. It's going to have to go down to a smaller venue, and then they can book United Center or something like that in Chicago, or go back to where the Sixers play in Philadelphia. But unless they downsize WrestleMania, that's not going to be an option. It's going to be places with domes or are warm. So Gillette Stadium is a no. They're not going to put that. That's in Foxborough, right? I don't even think that's a very big town. You have to think about the city, that all the business from WrestleMania would bring in, a city being big enough to be able to handle that. And I'm sure most of that would just be in Boston or whatever. But, you got to think of the market, and you got to think about the stadium and the weather. Now, they could move WrestleMania to May if they ever chose to do that, where it's a little bit later in the year. Then that opens up some more possibilities. A possibility like Charlotte. I think Charlotte would be a great city to host WrestleMania. They've got an outdoor stadium as well. If you push it to May, the likelihood of having favorable weather is pretty good in May. You're not going to have a freezing cold day, that's for sure. So if they could push WrestleMania a little bit later in the year, that would open up, I think, other cities to having it. Where now I think they're limited. It's got to be the domes, the Arizonas. There's one in Minneapolis they could probably go to if they so choose. But they've already been to the Superdome a couple times. They've been to Dallas now a couple of times. They've been to Orlando a couple of times. All these stadiums are going to see a lot of repeats, and they're coming here in 39 for WrestleMania next year. Yeah, right, 2023, and that'll be in LA. I will go to that show, and you'll probably see the stadium in LA get a lot of WrestleManias too. So I think that all has to do with it. So Ford Field, for Chris's question, is definitely a possibility. They should go back there. It's been a while now. Maybe going back for 33, it would still be a ways off, right? Or no, we've already been at 43, I should say. 20 years after 23, but we got a ways to go there. So Ford Field should get one. They should try to bring one to Detroit. It would really help the city. And I know Minneapolis has a new stadium where the Vikings play, so that's got a roof on it. So even though it's a freezing cold market, you could still put one there. They had a Super Bowl in Minneapolis once, so why not WrestleMania? But in terms of stadiums without a ceiling and without a roof, you're limited, man. I think Charlotte's another one. Oh, Atlanta. Atlanta's another good possibility since they haven't been there since 27, and it's a pretty new, good-looking stadium in Atlanta as well. So I think they'll get one. I think Ford Field, Atlanta, and Minneapolis will probably all see a WrestleMania, but Soldier Field, Gillette Stadium, no way. There's just no way. Chris also has another question regarding matches involving heels. You ask, do you like seeing two heels face off or work a program together? Personally, I like when there are two bad guys that face off against each other. Do you have any good or bad examples of heel versus heel matches or feuds that come to mind? Yeah, the Wyatt family and the Shield, when they had that big match, they were both heels, yes? That would definitely be on the top of my list because that match was fucking fantastic. Back in the day, I liked Owen and Davey. They worked for like the European title, I think maybe in the finals of that or something. They were both heels, one of my favorite matches ever. And a couple of years ago, the Survivor Series that I attended, right after Daniel Bryan turned heel and won the title from AJ Styles, he battled Brock Lesnar in a great match at Survivor Series. So those three come to mind off the top of my head, but you guys might have some other input. Skydome, I should have mentioned Toronto. They've had 2 WrestleManias. They can definitely have another one, although Skydome is getting a bit old. Yeah, but the Skydome and the Silverdome, the Superdome and Ford Field would all be great. You heard Detroit is a dump of a city. Well, I was kind of born there. It is not doing well. I feel bad about Detroit, but yeah, it's kind of is. And the weather's not great either, so none of that stuff is very attractive in terms of moving there. Who is next on my list? Jordan Kaysen, or Kasan. I'm not sure how you say that. Thank you for your question. Hello, good mic work. Been a long-time fan. I think I was about 13 or so. Holy crap, and you're 21 now. Time has just flown right by. Anyway, my question to you, if you were in control of WWE for a whole year, what kind of things would you do? Anything you would specifically change or anything you would add? I would take away a lot of the predictable, redundant type of segments. You know, a lot of times, like when you're watching WWE, you can almost sense the next segment that's coming up just because they're really starting to program your brain. I would just have shit mean more. I would definitely eliminate a lot of writers, and I would go back to a more traditional style of booking TV to where I would try to have things booked at least a month out and try to have plans and future plans for pay-per-views. However I have to set that up creatively or however I have to make that happen, that's what I would do. So not sure how I would achieve that, but that's definitely a change I would make. And I would not worry so much about the Hollywood writers and trying to write, fucking sketch comedy and be so worried about winning a goddamn Emmy. I would start worrying about actually having some substance to your storylines and your characters and have fans actually want to tune in to see what these characters do every week. But nobody gives a shit about these characters because everything they do sucks. So however I would change that, that would be my number one. And I would absolutely eliminate the Vince McMahon, Kevin Dunn, Bruce Pritchard triangle of idiocy line of thinking that we've had to deal with for so long. Their type of entertainment, what they think is funny, what they think works, how they like to present their product. I would completely give that an entire overhaul and let Triple H run it. So if I was in control, Vince, Bruce, Kevin Dunn, all fired, out on your ass, no severance pay, nothing, and no compete. You can go work wherever you want. Vince can go buy NWA. I don't care. Just get the fuck out of here. Triple H, you're in charge now for as long as you want to run the ship. Sean, keep training talent. And I don't know. And let me call Raw by myself. So those are the things I would do. I think that'll work. AEW wouldn't stand a chance if all those things happened. Brett from Denver, Colorado. Did you take replica belts to wrestling shows? I did. Back in the early days, though. Now I've got 3 hanging up right back here. I've got the Winged Eagle and the Classic Intercontinental and the WCW television title. Now, the WCW television title I've had forever, and the very first replica belt that I ever owned that I don't own anymore was the very first ever version of the WCW title that came out, the big gold belt. Now, this was like 1999, way back in the day. This shit was super rare. It wasn't even widely available. Now you can find any belt from any time period, anything you wanted. But 22 years ago, I'm here to tell you, replica belts didn't exist. The only thing that existed is the shit you made on your own. Or if you went to a belt maker and had something custom made, you did not see replica titles at all. And I remember one night I was watching a WCW pay-per-view and there was a dude in the front row that had a full-on belt. And I'm like, that guy has either got a real championship with him, or he's made the most convincing looking belt I've ever seen. Well, come to find out, these things are available for sale. They were like in the magazine or something. So I immediately bought one. Cost like $200. It got sent to me and people were freaking out at it. They were like, I can't believe it's a real fucking belt. So we would go to shows all the time back in the Attitude Era. So the first opportunity I got, I took it to a show, and it was like I was carrying around $10,000 in fucking cash and handing it out. Like, people were crowding around me, wanting to touch it, wanting to hold it, wanting to take a picture with it. You were a celebrity. Now, every idiot's got a replica belt. I don't understand why fans take them now, because why are you showing it off? Everybody has one. Everybody has one. Everybody has one. So like, I wouldn't do it now because just everybody has one. But back then I would take that to a show, and just watching people lose their minds. And I was in the South. That made it even funnier, because the most common response I would get, I heard it would just like repeat in my head over and over. It would be, where'd you get that at? 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 Every one of these fucking hillbillies would ask me that. Where'd you get that at? Where'd you get that at? And I'm like, I bought it. Where'd you get it? And I'm like, it's fucking for sale. It's a WCW magazine, or you can find it somewhere, internet, whatever it was. I definitely didn't order on the internet. I mailed in a check, and I had to wait for it to arrive. It took forever. So I was old school, however I bought it. But when I got it, not a lot of people had them. And when you went to shows, it took a while for you to start recognizing championship belts. I swear I was one of the first people ever to carry a replica belt to a show, because it was so rare and so uncommon, and people thought I was a fucking wrestler. Like I'm walking around with my belt, like that's what wrestlers do. Man, I mean, it was so convincing. They thought it was a real championship. We went, oh my God, where did we go? Oh yeah, we were at concessions. That's what it was. We were at the concession stand. So this is just inside the arena. We went to the concession stand. I'm getting probably a beer, and I've got the belt, and the girl thinks that we came from the locker room to get a beer. She legit thought that we were wrestlers, because people in the arena, they're not wrestling fans. They don't know. She had no idea. She goes, oh, y'all on the show? And I'm like, yeah, we got a match later on. She goes, oh, good luck. And I'm just walking away. This is the funniest shit ever. So I was one of the first people to do it. I remember how many people lost their minds, and it was kind of sketchy because so many people would want to fucking hold it. And I'm like, I would not put it past any of these idiots to run off with it. So I had to be like, kind of on my guard a lot. And it was so nuts. But I feel like I pioneered the whole thing, man. I was like one of the first people to bring them. And then slowly but surely, you saw more and more show up. Slowly but surely, it became less of a novelty. But pretty much any time I brought it to a show, from like 1999 or 2000, you'd have fans wanting to look at it, smell it, lick it, whatever the fuck. Where now, everything is available. You can get any belt you want, any belt. If I want the 1983 Intercontinental title, I can find it. Where, back then it was different. And WCW started it. They had belts way before WWE, because I was like, man, if they ever made a Winged Eagle, I would buy it in a second. It took a while. I don't recall when it came out, but I think I bought the Winged Eagle in like 2005 or something. So by then, WWE must have came out with their own titles. But yeah, where'd you get that at? Where'd you get that at? Oh my God, I'll never forget that. G-I-T, get. Where'd you get that at? Jay Lambo, like your question here. Hey, good mic work. Big fan of yours since 2016, and I think you're the coolest wrestling podcaster in the world. You would be right. I was wondering if you could name your favorite high flyers in all the history of professional wrestling. Well, high flyers, what classified and defined a high flyer, I think changed throughout the years. There's only one all-time favorite for me, Rey Mysterio Jr. Rey Mysterio is the all-time greatest high flyer ever. He was the most influential small wrestler there will ever be. He changed the business. Sorry, I almost spilled my beer. He changed the business, I believe, every bit as much as Hogan's heel turn and Nash and Hall and the NWO did. I think a lot of people forget that about Rey, that when he was coming in, you said, holy shit, this kid's 14 years old. This doesn't make any sense. He's 111 pounds. What? You put a child in the ring, what? And then you just see him work and you see his style. And then that Mexican style is introduced to the audience here in the States on a more exposed level when he got to WCW and even ECW and stuff. And the way he changed everything for everyone to the point now there was really no weight limit on winning the championship. You could be small and win it. Everybody can contend now. And Rey was kind of the reason for all of that. He was one of the biggest influences, I think, to any smaller wrestler coming up today. And he was the first guy to compete with big guys, beat big guys, win world titles, and all of that. He's extremely marketable and he's recognizable. So I think Rey is at the top of my list. But back in the day, a high flyer would have been Shawn Michaels and Randy Savage. So I'd have to put them on the list. So it just depends on how they are defined. But to me, Rey Mysterio is in a class all by himself. Everybody else is just underneath. So underneath in the second tier, I'd put guys like Jeff Hardy and dudes like that. But I think Rey right at the top. Lambo. Cody Caldill. Hello, good mic work. I've been watching your content for nearly 5 years, and this is the first time I've sent in a question for your Q&A. The question I have is, who of the 4 pillars of AEW will become world champion first? I believe MJF will be the first, as he has developed into one of the best personalities over the past few years. Not only can he talk smack, he can back it up in the ring, and he would fill that role as the top heel champion. I hope you have a good day and enjoy your new year. Well, thank you, Cody. I agree with you. Of the 4 pillars anyway, I think somebody else in the company might beat MJF to the title. But in terms of the pillars, MJF is definitely going to be the first one to win the championship. I think MJF has an excellent chance to win the championship in 2022 this year, where Jungle Boy, Darby, or Sammy, I think, is way off, if ever, from winning the world title. So I think MJF easily will be first, and I think it could come quicker than we think. So easily got to go with MJF on that one. Alex Bryant. Is there a movie that came out like in the 1960s when you were a kid? You asshole. And this thing is buzzing around me. I think Alex also sent this nat to me. I just want to reread this. Is there a movie that came out in like the 1960s when you were a kid that had wrestling related elements that might have gotten you into wrestling? So I'm not sure if you're talking about a movie in the 60s or if you think I was a kid in the 60s. I was not a kid in the 60s. I was a kid in the 80s. I was born in the 70s. You dick. I'm kidding. Was there a movie? No. My introduction to wrestling came differently. I discovered it in a bedroom. I had some cousins that would watch me when my mom would be at work, and there was wrestling magazines all over the house. And my very first memory ever is opening one of them up and seeing pictures of the Dusty Rhodes and Superstar Billy Graham matches that they had from MSG, the bull rope match, the picture of Graham being hung from the top rope by the bull rope. That was like one of the first flashbulb memories I ever had of professional wrestling. And then as I was there more, they were watching it on TV, and I was in that house right before Hogan won the title. I remember being in that house watching wrestling in December of '83. Was kind of like one of my last memories of being in that place. And then right after that was when Hogan won the title. So my early introduction, my first few years of wrestling was there. And there was really never a movie or anything like that that got me into it because I kind of stumbled across it and then never left. And your other question is also perverse. Would you rather, this is a question for you guys. I need to know the answer to this, y'all. Would you rather take a thumbtack bump once a day for a year or give Paul Heyman an erotic full body massage once a day for a year? See, you had to throw erotic in there. If it would have just been full body massage, it would have been extremely unpleasant, but manageable. You had to throw erotic in there. So, thumbtack bump. You're an asshole. What do you guys think? I'm going to have to sleep on that one. No pun intended. Barry, what's up? Barry Furtado, Barry MK. He's in the chat here somewhere. If Rey Mysterio stayed with ECW, could he have made a good ECW world champion? I don't know if wrestling was there yet. It took a while to get. I would probably say no if Rey Mysterio stayed there. Actually, I would definitely say no. Rey Mysterio was a good get and having some fun matches for them, but he wasn't at that level. At that time, nobody thought that Mysterio would ever win a world title. As exciting as he was, even in WCW, when he was tearing the house down in those cruiserweight matches, nobody was like, are they ever going to put him in the ring with Hogan? No, they weren't going to do that. So in ECW, it would have been the same thing. Yeah, he would have maybe had a better chance there because he's not surrounded by so many stars, but I don't think an extreme type of wrestling that's so hard-hitting, so bloody, so violent would thrive with a 140-pound luchador as their champion. I think your champion needs to be a Sandman, a Dreamer, a Raven, somebody like that, somebody that embodies the spirit of ECW, where Rey Mysterio does not embody the spirit of ECW, but he did pass through there and had some fun matches, and that's what ECW was about, showcasing that type of wrestling too. They were like that for a little while until they had a hard time sustaining that talent. Blanco, Benoit, Guerrero, they all passed through ECW on their way to greener pastures. But no, Ray would not have made it to ECW. The business wasn't there yet. A few years later, now if 2007 Rey Mysterio was able to be in 1995 ECW, then yeah, maybe, but not at that time. Mega Teddy 500. Hello, good mic work. If you can build a Dream Royal Rumble card with matches from the past, what would it be? But non-Royal Rumble matches. So basically a card of just matches from Royal Rumbles. Well, my memories are only going to come probably from the first 10 years. So let's start early. The biggest high-profile match on a Royal Rumble that I can remember didn't really come until, I'd say, 92, when Piper won the Intercontinental title from the Mountie. So I'd probably go Piper Mountie for the IC title for sure. Got a lot of good options for a championship match. We're going to do a watch along of 94 in a couple of days, and the Yokozuna and Undertaker match was good. It's just had a goofy ass finish. 95 had Brett and Diesel. That was a good match despite the draw. It was actually a draw. I think Diesel should have gone over there. I might put that one. Brett and Diesel. Yeah, so let's do Brett and Diesel, Piper and Mountie. There was a lot of good tag team matches even early on. Who was it? I want to say it was like High Energy and Beverly Brothers or something was really good. What happened in 96? Taker and Brett wasn't bad. I didn't like any of the IC matches. I didn't like Razor and Jeff Jarrett, and I didn't like Razor and Goldust at back-to-back Rumbles there. And then Razor faced IRS in 94. All three of those IC defenses for Razor were not my favorite. Triple H, Kurt Angle, Royal Rumble 2001. Triple H Cactus, Royal Rumble 2000. Dudley's, Hardy's, table match, Royal Rumble 2000. All of those deserve to be on the list. What else? What happened in 99? Mankind getting his brain scrambled by The Rock. I forgot what was really on the undercard of that, but those definitely would be at the top of my list in terms of favorite Royal Rumble matches, non-Rumble matches of all time. Michael Tong, Bournemouth, England. Do you think referees should be in the Hall of Fame? I feel several, such as Timmy White, the Hebners, Lil Nate, just to name a few, all have had Hall of Fame worthy careers. You would be right. They definitely should be in the Hall of Fame. I would like to see at least a wing. You know, if you have a celebrity, it blows my mind wrestling has a celebrity wing, but not a referee wing, because referees are part of the team. Even the Ultimate Warrior, his idea for the Warrior Award was to go to like production guys and people who are there just grinding it out like crazy, over the top man hours being put in to help develop and create this shit that we see on TV. The hardest working people are those people. And the referees, they're in a thankless job. You know, they've got to be just as prepared as the wrestlers do. They are a big part of the way a match flows, and they got to be there to give cues and keep people informed, especially when they're on TV and on pay-per-view. And some guys were really exceptionally good. And I miss the days of WWE acknowledging who the referees were. You know, now they're all, WWE actually, to their credit, has done a good job of making the referees invisible. Even now we've got some women referees, which is great. I think we have 2 on the main roster, right? And WWE has done such a good job of making the referees invisible, I don't even notice. I can watch a match now and not even be able to tell you if the referee was a man or a woman. I don't even know. They've literally kind of digitally faded out in my mind because WWE has just stopped making them really any part of the show. Yes, you get your ref bumps and shit like that, but before they were a little bit more involved in storyline. You know, Earl Hebner was always doing something. You know, Timmy White was blowing his brains out on his in his bar every week, and you know, they had wrestlers and referees interacting a little bit more than they do now, but I don't even know their names anymore, where it seemed to be different back in the day. So maybe I would say no, because I think a lot of referees now would be left out only because they haven't been mentioned or talked about, or their names have not even been spoken on TV, where back in the day, everybody knew, you know, Tim White and Kyoto and Corderas and Earl and all those guys. So, and Morella and Sparta, and WCW had their mainstays, and the Nick Patricks and the Mickey J and Pee Wee Andersons and Brian Hildebrands and all that stuff, or Mark Curtis. So I believe there should be a Hall of Fame wing for the refs, even if they have to maybe mass induct a bunch, even throw a bunch on stage. I'm pretty sure a lot of them are still alive. Tim White's alive. Earl Hebner's alive. Carderas and Kyoto are alive. Unfortunately, Hildebrands passed away. Little Nate. They could do like a big maybe ceremony for, you know, the godfathers of refereeing, you know, in WWE anyway. And something like that would be a nice fun segment if they're looking for something new to do with the Hall of Fame. I'm wondering how the Hall of Fame's even going to look, even if we're going to have one. The last time we had one, they changed up the set to that horrible podium and ring thing. That's when Brett got attacked. And I really remember being bummed out about that Hall of Fame, wishing it was the way it was. Then the pandemic hit, so we didn't have one. And then this past year, we had a Thunderdome one, which was shit. So I don't even know what we're going to get this year. But if they're trying to find new ideas, you know, do something different, or adding a different segment or something in between the inductions, I think doing something nice for the referees would be cool. I totally agree. Let me see. Who's next? Alex Dredge. Hi, Greg. I was wondering what your favorite WWE match was this year. Sorry, I did not read that ahead of time, Alex. I just talked about that. It is Walter versus Ilya Dragunov from TakeOver 36. Should have read that one before I said it out loud. Jordan Smith from Oklahoma. This one's good. It's Royal Rumble time. What years should someone else have won the Rumble match? For example, Warrior should have won in 90, Hogan in 89, just Brett in 94. Yeah, Hogan didn't win in 89. They gave it to Stud, but I think that was more because they didn't really establish that the Rumble was really going to mean anything. As a matter of fact, on the USA version, I think Hacksaw Jim Duggan won. So back then, winning Battle Royals didn't mean a whole lot, so you could give the victories to different people. Stud had just come back, looked like they wanted to revisit Stud and Andre from their feud from the 80s when Andre dominated as a babyface. Now they're going to, you know, kind of feud again with the tables turned. So maybe the Battle Royal or the Royal Rumble, Stud winning that. Andre was also a participant in that, and Andre is like the king of the Battle Royals. So Stud winning the Royal Rumble, I think, is kind of why they wanted to go in that direction. But I don't think Andre liked John Studd very much, and I don't recall in 89 They might have worked some live events, but I don't think the two worked on TV one-on-one. If they did, I'm surprised I've forgotten it. But I thought they would do Stud and Andre at WrestleMania 5, but they did Andre and Jake the Snake instead with Stud as the referee. So something was up there. Makes me think that maybe Andre just didn't want to work with him, or Andre would know that since he's playing the role of the heel, he might go down to Stud, and Andre wasn't about that. So, and Stud would be gone right after that. I never really looked up or thought about the circumstances as to why he came in for such a short amount of time and bounced right out. Maybe one of y'all know. But if Hogan would have won that year, that would have put him against Savage at WrestleMania 5, and it would have been an early way to establish the winner getting the title shot at WrestleMania. If Bret would have won in 94, I think the result would have been the same. He would have beat Yoko for the title at WrestleMania. They just wouldn't have had the second match tie-in with Owen Hart, the coin toss with Lex Luger and the tie. So that one wouldn't have changed too much. And as much as I hated the tie between Bret and Luger, it did produce that great Bret and Owen match at WrestleMania 10, which we wouldn't have gotten had Bret won the Royal Rumble by himself, because then he just would have challenged Yoko on his own and probably just feuded with Owen going into the summer. So that Bret Owen MSG memory is one that I cherish forever, and I wouldn't change it, even if it meant giving Bret a solo victory in 94. Warrior winning in 90 also would have made sense, but they put Hogan over there, but that's probably that was the compromise. Hogan will win the Rumble, but Warrior will win the title at WrestleMania. But yeah, based on modern booking, they probably would have had Warrior win both, you know? He would have Bianca Belaired it. But they did things differently back then. I want to give a special shout out to Jordan Karg. Very nice message here and question. I want to read the whole thing to you because I get a lot of messages like this, and I think it's pretty awesome when you think about how many years we've all kind of been together here on the channel. But Jordan writes in, I've been a fan since I was 17 years old, a junior in high school, living with my parents, not knowing a damn thing. Now I am 27, moved away from home, have a degree in music production from Berkeley, have a great job in my field, just got married this previous June, and my wife and I are expecting our first child in May. That's awesome, dude. Needless to say, I've been watching throughout life's biggest moments and will continue to do so. I struggle daily with mental health and appreciate all you do to help me through it. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping me through the good and bad times over the years. I appreciate that, man. I get a lot of messages like that, especially now that we've been doing this so long. You'll start to see people grow up. Holy shit, I was in 9th grade and now I'm married. Oh my God. So hearing this and reading these type of messages never get old. I really appreciate that, Jordan. And that's kind of one of the cool parts about doing it this long is that you're starting to see people's lives change throughout the course of, just me being on YouTube. My life has changed just as much probably as a lot of your lives have changed. So it's really kind of cool to see that, to know that, I was talking to you through the vehicle of YouTube when you were a kid, and now you're a grown-ass man with a kid on the way. So that's pretty awesome, man. Thank you very much for that, and congrats on the first child. What are you thinking for a boy? Greg? Yeah, I think Greg might be good. I'm kidding, man. Congrats to you, and thank you for that awesome message. You also do have a question, and it's in here somewhere. Your next paragraph. This year is the first year in over 20 years I've hardly paid any attention to WWE for obvious reasons. If WWE would ever get their shit together with their storylines, less releases, and booking, could they ever make a big pop culture splash like they did in the 90s? Clearly, it's a different day and age, pandemic and all, but I just don't know if it can ever be what it once was in terms of popularity. All the best to you and your family. Well, thank you very much, Jordan, for all of that. Making a pop culture splash, the funny thing is they're pretty ingrained in pop culture now, like compared to what it was back in the day. And I talked about this before too. I remember back in the mid 90s, like before the Attitude Era hit and it was everywhere, you should have seen how pathetic the WWE was when it came to any sort of outside interest from the media or from celebrities or television shows. When anybody outside of wrestling would show WWE any attention at all, WWE would literally trip all over themselves, getting a fucking hard on over this crumb of attention that they've been tossed by the media. And if they were featured on Entertainment Tonight or some weird-ass radio show, or maybe Sports Center, or maybe they got mentioned on a TV show in passing in a line of dialogue, the next night on Raw, they would go so crazy about it. Look at us, they talked about us. It was sad. It was really pathetic. Now, things greatly changed during the Attitude Era when wrestling got bigger and you started seeing mainstream media pay more attention to wrestling. Then you're starting to see things like The Rock get on the map. WWE in commercials, Super Bowl commercials, The Rock hosting SNL. Wrestling was getting out there, but it would grow even more than that, to the point where I think it got to the point where WWE had too much celebrity attention than they needed. Like, they didn't need as much as they had, and pretty much anytime they wanted, they could get athletes to sit in the front row. If they were in Cleveland, LeBron would be there in a second. And a lot of times these people would get involved, and people were even searching out WWE as a way to promote their interests, their movies, their brand, whatever it is, whatever shit they're doing or trying to plug or promote. The WWE could offer them an opportunity to do that. So I think even when WWE fell off in popularity, their ability to work with celebrities and athletes and people outside of wrestling and in the media greatly increased for some reason, because WWE has done a good job of like building their brand to where, you know, a lot of kids like WWE. So when you have a celebrity that has a kid who likes WWE, naturally there's that bridge there, and the celebrity's got power, he's got money, he can phone up WWE. Hey, my kid really likes your show. Can I get backstage? Can I get a meet and greet for him? Oh, of course. Come on back. Ryan Reynolds is coming in with his 3 little shits, and we're going to introduce him to Big E or whatever, you know, and, you know, there's that bridge. Oh, hey, ever thought about getting into wrestling? Oh, well, if you ever want to do something, you know, and then boom, and it just snowballs from there. So I think they are never going to be hurting for any sort of, you know, collaboration with celebrities or famous people and shit. But in terms of them hitting like a pop culture boom, a pop culture splash, making so much noise and creating so much attention that outside people are starting to take notice again, I don't know if we're ever going to see that. I think the only thing that will create that is the war. It's not really a war, but the competition, I should say, between AEW and WWE, if it heats up, if we have something major take place, or, you know, if the competitive nature gets a little bit more hardcore, if we have any sort of big jump, if somebody leaves WWE like a big star, like a Randy Orton, and then goes to the other show and rips the other company apart on the mic, and then the other company has no choice but to respond to that, and the buzz, you know, starts being fueled, and then maybe out of that, a star is randomly born, when a lot of people are kind of taking notice at wrestling for the first time in a while, and somebody gets super over in the process. I think maybe that's the only chance we really have realistically of something like that happening. I think it has to be due to the competition of the two companies, because we had a chance. We've had 20 plus years of great talent, capable of talent, of WWE not being able to give us something that was as good or as popular or was drawing the type of numbers that the Attitude Era was. But back in those days, there was competition. So this might be the only chance we have. If I'm a betting man, I say no. We're never going to see that again. But it's good to stay positive, right? Jordan, thank you again for that very awesome question and message. K-Dog's Kennel, good to see you back, man. Thank you, Kevin. And I think you're in here in the chat as well. You got an interesting one from a feud that I remember back in the day. What were your thoughts on the Jake the Snake Roberts, Rick the Model Martel feud from the summer of 1990 to the blindfold match at WrestleMania 7? That whole thing creeped me out. I remember when they did the angle where the model sprayed the arrogance in Jake's eyes and he sold it like $1 million. And then they did the Next Brother Love show, and I think Jake came out and he's blind. He's got the glasses on and the walking stick. But they revealed that the eye that got sprayed, because I think it was just one eye, was like white. And at the time, at my age, I didn't know things like colored contacts existed. So it freaked me the fuck out. I mean, obviously I knew it was work, but I'm like, that's weird. How is his eye doing that? To me, that was the creepiest part. But then they continue on and they do the blindfold match at WrestleMania 7. And I have fond memories of this from 1991 because I remember my mom laughing her ass off. I've told stories about WrestleMania 7 before. That show brought my mom to tears. When Randy Savage and Miss Elizabeth hugged in the ring, she fucking cried. And my mom hates wrestling. She thinks I'm an idiot for watching it. She doesn't care about it at all. And she was so moved by Randy Savage and Elizabeth. But I specifically also remember her laughing her ass off at the model and Jake just going bananas at WrestleMania 7. It was so silly because they weren't real blindfolds. They were just black masks, which are obviously see-through. The Jake and Rick could see what was going on, but they had to play it off and kayfabe it like they can't see. So they're missing elbow drops. They're punching into the air. They're slowly backing up and their ass cheeks kind of touch together, and then they go for each other and they both miss. All of this stuff was cracking my mom up. And I remember finding it to be really silly because even as a kid, you were like, they can probably see through that thing on their head. You know what I mean? So I enjoyed it because it was different, and a blindfold match was not something I had seen on WWE, and Jake won, and it was a good ending to the feud, and it was funny. His eye just kind of miraculously got better. So all was fine with him, and that was an interesting time. Interesting feud, to say the least. Martin Tomlinson, how long have you been a wrestling fan and a football fan? I'd say wrestling fan since about 1980. And I would say football fan since about 1986. That's about where I'd timeline it. Started becoming more of a fan of football when I was a kid and I was like playing with my toys, you know, my He-Man toys, and then I would have my wrestling figures and I'd play with my wrestling. But then as I got older and I had a lot of cousins my age and I was really lucky as a kid to grow up like in a neighborhood where I had a whole bunch of kids my age all around me. Like I could throw a ball at their house. That's how close they were. And we all went to the same school. We were all within a grade or two of each other. We all knew each other and we all played together. So as we got older, we started playing like sports in the yard and we started playing football and flag football. And I think once I started playing football with them was when I started watching more football on TV. So I'd probably say 86 or 87 was when I started making the transition. No, probably 85 when I started making the transition slowly away from toys and into sports. And I really liked football. It was fun, but I was too small to play it. I would have gotten killed. Alex from Brussels, Belgium. How good will WrestleMania 17 have been if Kane won the 2001 Royal Rumble? So what does that mean? Kane faces The Rock? I'm sure it still would have been a good show. What the hell would Austin have done? What was he doing at the time? I guess he probably would have blown off the deal with Triple H, I guess. That's probably what they would have done. If Kane would have won the Royal Rumble, he would have faced The Rock in the main event. That would not have happened at WrestleMania in Houston. Austin, they probably would have stretched his issue with Triple H to WrestleMania, and perhaps that 3 Stages of Hell match that took place at No Way Out would have happened at WrestleMania instead. That would have been all fine and good, but let's just be glad that didn't happen. Let me see if there are any questions here in the chat since I've been doing only emails. And make sure I didn't miss a super chat. I think I missed one. And see if there's any questions in here. Did I get that one from you, Mab? I'm not sure if I did. If I'm repeating this, I'm sorry, but I don't think I hit you, and thank you for that $5 spot earlier. Hey, Greg, no question. Just wanted to wish you a happy end of year and best in 2022. Great stream as always. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you being here, and thank you for that, as always. Oh, Bill, we got some more referee names here. Bill Alfonso. John Cohn was great. Dangerous Danny Davis was an interesting situation because they did that angle with him. I was right in the middle of that, man, when that was going on. And he became the evil referee, but that kind of ran its course. So he wasn't a wrestler anymore. But despite the lifetime ban by Jack Tunney, he returned as a referee, and they pretended that he never did any of that. He would be refereeing matches with Tito Santana, the Hart Foundation, the British Bulldog, people that he had that issue with, and they would act like nothing was going on. He would referee Bret Hart matches all the time when Bret became champ as a babyface, and you'd watch his matches and Danny Davis would be the ref. I'm like, these guys used to be like best friends. Now they act like they don't even know each other. I always found that odd. Jericho should have won the Rumble in 2020 or 2012. Apron Bump Podcast. Shout out to them. Go over and subscribe to Apron Bump's YouTube channel, and they probably have links to their podcast and all that stuff over there. Great guys. Boxers, briefs, or banana hammock. I mean, obviously banana hammock. I mean, although it's probably more of like a English cucumber hammock, I'd probably say. No, boxers, 100%. I did wear briefs as a kid, like maybe all the way even up until high school. And then I was like, what the fuck am I doing? But I couldn't even imagine putting those things on now. How that must confine you. I couldn't do it. I've not even been around a pair of briefs in forever, so I don't know what they feel like, but I can imagine it. And I don't like the way I'm imagining it. Yeah. So yeah, boxers all the way, man. I just like to breathe. And sometimes when I'm around the house, like right now, totally commando. Yeah, y'all are just a few inches away from a party. I'm kidding. I have been going almost 4 hours. Well, that's good. We haven't done a long like marathon, just shoot the shit stream in a long time. So that's what we're doing here. We're here to have fun. I remember the Super Bowl shuffle. I remember when all that was going down. Do I think WWE wants Reigns to surpass Brock's 500-day reign? Maybe. I don't know. Could they book it in a way to where Brock beats him for the title on $4.99? That would be good. I don't know if WWE wants to do that or not. I think it depends. I don't think they have really any sort of concrete plan in place. I think they will take the title off of Reigns in an instant if they feel like it's the right thing to do, or something. But I don't even know where he's sitting at now. What is he at now? 400 maybe? No, probably more than that. He's pretty much getting there, isn't he? Didn't even think about that. So yeah, I guess we will find out if he wins and survives day one on Saturday. I think there's a really good chance that's going to happen. No, Chris Benoit will never be in the Hall of Fame. People are still asking that question. Oh man, worst WCW World Heavyweight Title pay-per-view match. For you, it's Jarrett versus Nash at Great American Bash 2000. I don't even remember that one. It sounds like it sucks. Maybe the one with Hogan and Jarrett where he laid down when shit really got to be a mess. I don't have very many concrete memories of those dying days of WCW. I watched it all. I just never went back and watched it all. So, don't know much about it and don't want to know. Zelius Ward with 5 more. I've been trying to collect wrestling memorabilia to display, but I don't know where to start. Any tips for collecting? So you don't have anything yet? Well, it depends on what you like to collect. So if you are trying to start out collecting from scratch and you don't really have any wrestling memorabilia yet at all, then I would probably start out with things that you can get inexpensive and get a lot of. So if you want to display stuff, maybe start with some 8x10s, and frame them. Maybe just like cheaper type of stuff to display. Maybe if you want a replica belt shown, start with a toy belt like this one here. That AEW, that's just the toy. I don't have the replica yet. I just wanted some sort of AEW representation in the background, so I just bought the Walmart version for $20 and threw it up there. Eventually, we'll talk about maybe getting the big one. We'll do a big unboxing. But things like that. So you could kind of start small. Then once maybe you create, a little outline shrine of wrestling shit that you want, you can start building on it and you can start improving it, and replacing things with more. And then you can start getting into other sort of collecting. I have always been into collecting like VHS tapes and Coliseum videos. I have a shitload of them. So that makes an excellent background for me. But if I wasn't into collecting that stuff, I would probably have belts, more pictures, maybe figures. I don't collect figures. A lot of people collect wrestling figures. And those, I think at least if you buy them in the store, from what I understand, they're not too crazy expensive. So you can probably pick up a lot of those for a decent price if you go to Targets and Walmarts and things like that. Posters is another thing you can probably pick up. Even classic posters you can probably find on eBay for not too bad. $30 maybe. You can frame one, put it in the background, shit like that. So that's kind of what I would recommend if you're trying to just start from scratch. But it's kind of also depends on what you like, what interests you. You might not give a shit about DVDs or posters or, whatever. Well, mixed partial farts. Good point on that Mania 17 proposal there. Could have been Austin and Triple H and Taker versus Rock. Taker being in Texas, but they weren't pushing his Texasness that much yet. Well, maybe they were. He was the American badass by that point. So yeah, I guess they would have made a big deal about that. But Austin was there. Nobody was going to be more over in that building than Austin. So I think the right decision was made. Should Lex Luger have won the title or the Rumble as the narcissist? No, I don't think so. I didn't like that gimmick very much. Although I could have seen WWE doing it, but they turned him born-again Hogan babyface so damn fast they never had a chance to. But he was gearing up for a feud with Brett and everything. So where did I leave off in my questions? All right, there's the Kane one. Oh, man, I'm going to need your help on this one because I didn't write down a response here. But this one's from Chris Miner, who I believe is also a Patreon supporter. Who was the biggest successful second and third generation star, and who was the biggest flop? So flops are easy to come up with. You got your David Sammartinos and your Ted DiBiase Jr.'s and Curtis Axels and guys like that. But who is the biggest flop to you guys? Like, who are some of the biggest second or third generation guys that you thought were a shoe-in to make money and did anything but? But some of the best ones, The Rock and Randy Orton, best ones that come to mind, both third generation, and nobody tops them in terms of third generation talent. Second generation talent, I'd go Brett. Brett's the best second generation star, and I think Rock and Randy are the best thirds. But there's probably lots more you can add. We'll hear what you guys have to say. Max, listener since 2010. Holy shit, I've been getting a lot of emails like this. How many titles do you think a company should ideally have? Just the main three, or what WCW did having 4 belts? I am okay with doing the opposite of what WWE does. I'm okay with the company having a few extra titles. I don't like the 2 world titles and the 2, all that drives me nuts in WWE. So if I'm looking at it like a promotion like AEW, just one promotion, one set of titles, I would probably not have any more than they have. I don't even think you really need a cruiserweight title. The TNT title serves its purpose. It's a great championship. It still feels meaningful. If you add another title, especially another singles title, it's going to water that one down. So I think that's kind of their version of not only the Intercontinental, but the TV as well. So you could technically add, a third title if you wanted, but I think it might have to be underneath the TNT title, not higher. So I wouldn't want it to be a cruiserweight. It would be cool if it was a TV title, but I don't think so. So maybe AEW would have one more at the most, but certainly not more than that. And the women right now just have the 2 singles titles, and they probably will add a tag title as well. So I guess I would just have, I think the right thing to do these days for a promotion is to maybe just have the equal amount of titles for the men and women. 1 world, 1 tag, and 1 or 2 secondary titles, and it's up to them. And I think that's it for a men's and women's division. I think these days that's kind of what you should do if you're at least a major wrestling company. Not all companies are going to have a roster to sustain that many titles for men and women, but I think AEW is big enough to sustain those titles. So I like the way they're doing it. I like the way they're not throwing them all at us at once, and they're incorporating and introducing titles a little bit as we go. So now that we have the TBS champion about to be crowned next week, after that, we might start talking either women's tags or trios championship. I don't know, but Ideally, I'm not going too crazier than we already have. If I'm AEW, one more championship, and then maybe that's enough. But we'll see what they do. Let's see, who is next? Mike Sim. This one came in from Twitter. I just caught it today. Thanks for that question, my man. Yeah, I remember you sponsored a video a while back. He asks, how do you think Bobby Heenan would have fared as a manager in today's wrestling scene, and what current superstars do you think he would fit in his stable? Jesus Christ, if we made a Heenan family today, help. I'm trying to envision a Heenan family to maybe represent or resemble the one that he had back in the day. So maybe a big guy, a worker, a powerhouse. So I might go like Drew McIntyre as like the Rude. Otis is Bundy. Yeah, I'd definitely have Otis in there. Otis could go, oh, yeah. And Heenan could be like, yeah, whatever. Let me see. Who would play the role of maybe like a Stud or a Paul Orndorff or a Mr. Perfect? Not Dolph Ziggler. Who would be a good Perfect? Maybe a Finn Balor or something like that would be good. I think those are good. That's a good start. Otis, Drew McIntyre, Finn Balor, Veer, once he gets here. Off the top of my head, those would be good. And a good place to start. Veer is coming. Spaz Phoenix, thanks for that $2. I think you got another one up here too. I literally just said Veer. And there is your $10 drop from a few minutes ago. Thank you for that, dude. People accuse Triple H of, quote, marrying the right family to make himself a career, so is Brandy AEW's Triple H. Also, nothing to plug, feeling like shit, won't be making contact till the new year, but cheers, Greg. Well, Spaz, I hope you feel better, man. Get well soon. It's always good to take a break. Hopefully you'll come back in 2022 refreshed and better, and I hope you feel better. I guess the comparison of Triple H marrying into the family in Brandy, and Brandy kind of. I don't think Brandy's married that high up, though. Like, I think Stephanie was higher than what Cody is. Because Brandy and Cody were together before they were in AEW. So I don't even think it's a fair comparison. But I suppose, yeah, that would make Brandy AEW's Triple H, if that's what they're going for. I can't tell if Brandy and Cody are going for the Stephanie and Triple H thing, or if they're going for the Miz and Maurice thing, or if they're going for the Cena and Nikki Bella thing. I don't know what they're going for. But man, I hope you feel better. And thank you for that awesome, as always, drop. Oh yeah, Tamina, Natalia. Well, Natalia's she's a good worker. She's a good hand. I wouldn't consider her a flop. She's won championships. But people who like have literally like kind of done nothing. Bo Dallas, he started out okay, but ultimately totally a flop. Tamina is still around. I mean, can you call Tamina a flop when you've had a job for 10 years? I mean, she's been around for a decade, so that's something. Biggest flops, Dominic Mysterio? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what we expected out of Dominic. I think a flop would be better described as somebody who you have super, super high expectations for, and they drastically fail those expectations. Dominic, I think, is the opposite. Dominic doesn't really look like a kid who's going to be the next Brock Lesnar. You just have to hope that growing up around Rey Mysterio your whole life is probably going to naturally make you a good wrestler, and it does. So I think Dominic is a kid that nobody really had many expectations for him, and he's done real well. So I wouldn't even put him in the flop department. I mean, he's been a champion, this year, but we'll see. Plenty of time to be a flop. Nia Jax, yeah. Is she a second-generation star, though? Who is her parents? I know she's related, but I'm not sure if she's directly. Not sure. Anywho, let's resume some of these questions that I have written down. Devlin Husband, he wrote in. Good to see Monkey Wrench in here, my friend from Hawaii. How many titles do you... oh, wait, shit. Didn't I just read that one? Oh, you know what? I screwed up, Devlin. I have either switched your question with Max or vice versa. Damn. I have Devlin written down, but it's the same question that I just wrote. Shit, Devlin. I'll see if I can find that while I'm reading the next one while I talk. Where are we? Oh, here's a good one from Howard Starr. I like this one. How would you feel? I wasn't sure if it was a joke, but I think you're serious. How would you feel about a 30-man elimination chamber match for a pay-per-view? I would feel terribly about it, Howard. I don't want that. That would be crazy. How would you even do that? You would have to go in waves unless you constructed a super cage where you had 28 pods around the ring. 2 guys start, and then you just start emptying those pods out one at a time. The visual of that might be worth doing it. Otherwise, I think it would be horrible. WWE can't figure out a way to write a weekly TV show before the show is supposed to start. So how in the hell are they going to be able to put together a 30-man or woman elimination chamber match? That is completely crazy, Howard. Y'all with these crazy ideas. Now, if I hired you as head of creative, I would be in favor of you giving that a shot. Well, there we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to look up something. Oh, here you are, Devlin. I screwed up. Okay, I found your email. Again, I need to enlist the help of anybody who's here in the chat still. Devlin wants to know, what is the biggest wrestling Twitter fail you have ever seen? I can't even think of anything off the top of my head. I mean, I think there's about 25 fails per day. But in terms of like the biggest, most horrible one, I can't even think of one. Maybe most recently when Darby tweeted that shit and Cora Jade buried him, that might be up there. But in terms of any sort of complete fall on your face, embarrassing failure on Twitter by some wrestler, I don't know. I'm going to need help from you guys to give examples of that. Not totally sure. I know, Roderick, we are going long, but I'm about to wrap things up. We only have a few questions left, and then I'm about to be bouncing out of here. Where is one that I didn't get to yet? Oh, yeah, this one came from John K. from Atlanta. I alluded to this one earlier on because somebody else asked me. We'll probably wrap up with this, at least for the questions that I have written down, and I'll finish everything up tonight with people in the chat before I sign off for good. But John K. asks, how did I get into restaurants? I'm paraphrasing here, but basically you are starting out, you are a chef in a restaurant, you've also been a busboy, and you want to know if I have any advice for making the most money possible in restaurants. Now, you also wanted to know how I got into restaurants, what made me stay in restaurants since I've been there so long, and why did I ultimately not decide to, venture out and ever leave restaurants, and why I stayed. So it was kind of a loaded question, so I kind of phrased it like that since it's going to cover a lot of different subjects and topics or whatever. But in terms of, the advice you were asking, it really just depends, I think, on where you are. Now, I don't know what a lot of you do for a living, but I do know that a lot of people who I've talked to who are in restaurants. I know I exchange messages with my buddy Ronnie, who's a chef in a restaurant and a cook. And, he kind of vents to me sometimes about the bullshit that he deals with. And I try to offer any advice I can. But I've also had an interesting path and track through restaurants. And I've been really, really lucky with some of my experience and the jobs that I've been able to find and have. So the advice that I give, I don't know how it applies today, but I do think if you are in restaurants, you've got a couple of good opportunities out there that I'll tell you about. And before I get into how I got into restaurants, what we should probably mention too is that the pandemic has done a lot to hurt restaurants in general, but it's also done a lot to hurt the restaurants in terms of staffing. And restaurants are struggling to find really good help. For example, at my restaurant, our staff, in terms of their overall restaurant knowledge, is way lower than it needs to be. We usually hire people with a lot more experience than what we have now. So how that benefits, I think, people who are looking to make money in restaurants, if you don't have a ton of experience yet, now is probably the best opportunity you're ever going to have to find a job at a nice restaurant where you can make money. Now, I'm talking about front of the house. Back of the house, just find yourself, if you have some sort of enough experience cooking, if you've gone to culinary school or anything like that, I would seek out some fine dining establishment. Try to get in there as a prep cook and work your way up and learn. I don't, excuse me. It's really tough to learn things in a kitchen at Applebee's. You're going to learn how to run a restaurant. You're going to learn how to read orders, make food, put it up there. That's a good place to kind of train. That's like your PC. That's your performance center. But when you're ready and you're comfortable behind a line, you need to go out and find something better, I think, in terms of the type of food a place serves, and try to branch out and learn as much as you can, work under smart chefs, do lots of different things, hot station, cold station, sauteed and grilled, and just learn the kitchen overall to where you can go out with a resume and command a better job and make money. But that's the back of the house, and I've never really worked back of the house. Front of the house, I have. And if you are looking to get into restaurants, I think now as a server, if you want to be a waiter or a server somewhere, and you've got a little bit of experience, you have to have some. If you don't have any yet, you got to get that first. But if you have some experience on a small level, even if it's at a chain restaurant like an Applebee's or something like that, as long as you understand the concept of waiting tables, you've got an opportunity to go find a restaurant that has a higher price menu that's ultimately going to lead to more tips. Search out your steakhouses. Search out your not your chains, but your privately run restaurants. Look at their menus, see what their prices are, read the reviews. Try to find a place that has the nicest food for the most amount of money. Look for a place that has a nice wine list and go work there. That's where the money is. That's where the money isn't at Chili's. The money is in these places that serve good food and good wine. If you want to make like a real living in terms of a front of the house guy. Now, if you're a manager, then it doesn't matter. You manage a Chili's, you're in that corporate environment, you're going to make pretty decent money with some decent benefits and all of that. So from a management perspective, you can pretty much go anywhere. But if you want to be a front of the house server like John was asking me about, that's where I think you really need to find your places that have nice shit. So start learning about wine, learn the basics, learn your reds, learn your whites, learn your regions, learn all that stuff. Just be able to offer a basic amount of knowledge about a basic glass of wine, get an idea of what Cabernets taste like as opposed to Pinot Noirs, what Chardonnays taste like as opposed to Sauvignon Blancs. Very, very basic stuff. Get all that down and try to find a place that has an expensive menu and go work there. Because if you start working there, you're going to find that one table in a restaurant like that is the equivalent to 5 tables at Chili's. And you'll have one four-top with a $320 check, and that's going to be a $65 tip right there on one table. Guess what? You're probably going to have 4 of those tables going on at once. So find restaurants like that. Keep your experience going as much as you can. Try to learn as much as you can, and try to work somewhere that has, basically go places where rich businessmen are going to go eat. Go places where rich people are going to go order a $200 bottle of wine with their $70 steak. Because when you take care of those tables, you're doing less work than a server at Chili's would be, and you're making 10 times more money. So it takes a while to get there. You got to have experience and stuff, but this pandemic has fucked everybody's labor up, and none of the restaurants, from what I've seen, at least around in my area, are really being able to hire really good help right now. Our staff is weak at my place compared to how it used to be. We got a few people there that know their shit, and we're happy to have them, but otherwise the people that are there now would not have been hired there pre-pandemic. So there is an opportunity. Go find a place. If you're sick of where you're working, or you want to be in restaurants because you like the flexibility of a schedule, go find places like that. That's my biggest advice to anybody who wants to be in the front of the house. And that's what happened to me. Now, that's part of your other question, how I got involved in restaurants. I was just a kid. My parents were putting the pressure on me. I was kind of making it known that I wasn't sure if I wanted to do college. I was maybe going to try, but I didn't know if I was going to stay or even care about graduating. So my parents kind of sensed that too. And at an early age, they really started pushing me to get a job as soon as I was old enough. Well, basically before I was old enough, as luck would have it, my dad's best friend, who lived right around the corner from us in the same neighborhood, just not even a quarter mile away, literally right down the road. You could walk there in 4 minutes. And he owned a restaurant. And so instead, I remember I went, was like filling out applications at a drugstore, kind of like a Walgreens type of place. I was a really good bowler, like kind of an amateur bowler, even like kind of a semi-pro bowler. I was fucking good. And I knew I could get a job at the bowling alley anytime I wanted, but I don't know if I really wanted to do that. And, my dad just spoke to his buddy and he's like, I'll bring Greg as a dishwasher. Just pay him under the table until he's old enough to work. And then we'll make him a busboy. So my parents, one day when I came home from school, they're like, guess what? You're starting at the restaurant this Saturday. My very first day on the job, Valentine's Day, 1993. So I'm 29 years deep as of this year. And I was a little shit. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. They put an apron on me. They threw me back there with this big guy named Tom. And he taught me the ins and outs of washing dishes and what it's about. And I'll never forget that smell. Anybody who's been in a kitchen or a dish room, that smell, the smell of the dishwater and all that stuff, just that restaurant smell. And I got my bare bones, training back there, wash dishes. And I did that. My hands got dried out and cracked, and it was hard work and it was gross work, and you'd work your balls off until 11:30 at night. Then you'd go home soaking wet and stinking, and I was making, I think at that time, minimum wage was $3.75 an hour, something like that. That's how much I was making. No shit. But it happened to be in the dish room of a super nice restaurant. The wine list was ranked in the top 100 in the world, but I didn't know that. I was a little shit. I knew the restaurant was nice, but I didn't realize that, if you're a waiter there, you're fucking rolling in the dough. So months go by, he promotes me to being a busboy. So now I'm wearing a tuxedo shirt and a tie, and I'm bussing tables really fast, and I'm getting tipped out by the servers. I'm like, this isn't bad. And then some of the older servers there were like kind of encouraging me, or like, when I started getting older, they're like, Bob, the owner, like he likes you. You're a family friend. Tell him you want to be a server. They loved me. I had so many friends there that were way older than me, but really like kind of took me in and really kind of taught me about life, taught me how to be an adult, lost my virginity, in a setting with around these people. And so not around these people, but, at a party with one of them, I just should say. Not, they weren't all there, but things like that. Like I was introduced into the adult world, and I was way young. I was 15, 16, 17, finally approaching 18, and I'm around all these mid to 20s and 30-year-olds, going out with them, going to parties. I could get into any bar when I was 18 years old because I was with them. They would take me right in, right past the bouncer. He's all good. Go in, have a good time. I felt like a fucking stud because I was with older people, and that life was very attractive to me. So I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay here. This is cool. I'm making money, and I can make even more money if I serve. So the other people at the restaurant, my coworkers, were pushing me to become a server. So I told the owner, I want to become a server. He goes, well, you need to start studying some shit. He goes, take this wine list, take this menu. I want you to start knowing stuff, start paying attention to the staff around here. And in a few months, we'll get you trained. And then he did. And then he trained me. So at 17 years old, I'm doing something kind of illegal. I'm serving alcohol. I'm not supposed to yet, but it was right before I turned 18. They got me trained early. By the time I turned 18, I was full blown, serving tables in a restaurant that didn't hire people under the age of like 24. I was the youngest person to ever serve in a place like that. Everybody else was way older, mid-20s, because they had already had a bunch of fine dining experience. And then my little snot-nosed ass comes in there and takes a spot, but nobody held it against me. Everybody really liked me. I got along with everybody. So I learned a lot. So as a kid way too young, I should have been serving tables, not at a place this nice at all. I should have been starting out at a much smaller, much cheaper place. Fucking Waffle House is where I should have been with my age. But instead, I'm waiting tables at this super bougie ass fucking steakhouse where you wait on two people. Two people even back in those days couldn't eat there for less than $100. And we were busy. And so those tables added up. And when you make 20% of your sales, you're doing pretty good. So as a kid, I'm like, why the fuck am I going to go to college, when I'm pulling in a couple $100 a night at age 18? So that was it for me. I was sold. I'm like, this is a flexible schedule. You're up moving around. You're not stuck behind a cubicle like the fucking office in Scranton, Pennsylvania. You are social. You're getting to meet people, different types of people, different age groups, men, women. I made all sorts of friends. I was friends with the kitchen guys. I was friends with the dishwashers. I was friends with the women servers, the men servers, the bus boys, everybody. And we had parties, and it was a good time. And I grew up and just learned everything from restaurants. So from there, got burned out of that place after about 6 years there, and then went to go work in an Italian place. I knew the owner. I helped him build it. My roommate painted the sign. We built the place from the ground up. I was the manager there. I did the schedule. I bartended, and I was his right-hand man. I was his enforcer. And I worked with him for a few years until I decided to get out of that town and move to the beach, where I became the general manager for a guy that was a lot like Vince McMahon, restaurateur, owned 6 places in town. Very intimidating Egyptian immigrant and very, very highly trained. And he demanded perfection. And I hated every minute working for him when I was, when I made it to the top, because I was promoted every job I ever had and basically made it to the top. Every time I got as far as I could go, I left basically. So when I worked for him, finally he put me in charge of my own place after being a server for him and a manager and an assistant manager. Now I'm GM, but that really turns on the pressure in terms of what he demands out of you, and our relationship slowly crumbled. But during that time, I learned a lot. He taught me a lot. He taught me accountability, responsibility. I've never called in sick in my life, that sort of thing. So I was just lucky with crazy training. I got lucky early. I was in early, snuck in the back door of this really nice place and saw some money early, and then took that experience to get a management job at age 21, and then, up until today, I've always, been able to make enough money in restaurants to where I didn't need to do anything else. And that is awesome, because restaurants will provide you flexibility. They will not run you into the ground. They can be hard. You have to work some holidays. You're not going to get paid vacations. There are huge downfalls, but there are huge pros to that as well, and huge advantages to work in a schedule like that, to where you can be less stressed out. That day in, day out grind, that 9 to 5, where you're waking up in the morning, and you just want to bash your head into the fucking wall because you're so miserable and cold and tired. And you have to throw yourself and drag yourself into your car, drive to work, sit in front of a computer, try not to fall asleep, for 9 hours, then go home to a screaming kid and a pissed off husband or whatever. It was never the life I wanted. Not everybody lives that way. I know that. But Greg wasn't built for that. And I knew that in high school. So if you have that feeling, like John was kind of trying to explain to me in his message, if you kind of get the idea that maybe that lifestyle isn't for you, going to college, getting a job in a degree, all that stuff, but you still obviously want to be able to live, make a living, raise a family, there is money to be made in restaurants. Although, since the pandemic happened, I don't know what the future of, this type of life is. Luckily for me, I'm phasing out restaurants a little bit and trying to make investing my, primary source of income. But I think I'm always going to have, some sort of a presence in a restaurant, even if I'm not working very much, because it's always been a great source of income for me. And I have a lot of experience, and I can go in and be the top server or manager of any place I pretty much want because of my experience, especially how hard it is to get help now. So basically my advice is, if you're inexperienced, take advantage of this opportunity to go somewhere where, maybe you wouldn't be able to get hired without a little bit more experience. And also make a resume. Make a resume. Even if you got to bullshit it a little bit, make your restaurant experience sound substantial, make it sound good, make it look good, and make sure you have something professional to take anywhere you're going to go apply for a job. Don't go fill out an application. Don't. Take a resume. They might ask you to fill out an application to go with your resume, but don't just show up at a place looking for an application. Show up with a resume. Show up with something to offer. People will notice that right away. Little things like that. Have some responsibility. And I think as a manager, somebody who's hired people and stuff, they'll appreciate that, the hard work and that sort of thing. The boss that hired me at the Italian place, he used to have this crazy trick. He would, before he interviewed people, our restaurant had big all glass windows. So you could basically sit in the restaurant and see the entire parking lot. You would miss nothing. So he would take a couple empty beer cans like this, or soda cans, and put them and tip them over right outside the front door, right next to the trash can, right in front of the front door. So basically whoever walks past it is going to have to walk right past it. So he would schedule these interviews for 3:00, and 5 minutes till, 10 minutes till, he'd go out there and put the soda and beer cans, and he'd sit right there. And as that person pulled up in their car, he would watch and see if they would pick up the cans. And he was always shocked how many times they didn't. Sometimes they would, and he wouldn't use that as a guaranteed way of hiring you or not. But if you picked those cans up and threw them in the trash can on your way inside, he would almost immediately hire you because that's all he's looking for. He doesn't care what your experience is. That can be taught. He's looking for, responsibility. Are you lazy? Because if you walk over that or step over that, that means you're lazy, at least in his head. And I thought that was a brilliant trick. I've never been able to try it myself because I've never been in a place where I could watch somebody come to the door. But he was just like, I don't give a shit. I just want to see if they're lazy or not. And it's true. So that's another big piece of advice and something I learned. Don't be lazy. Always be willing to work. Don't get walked on. Don't let them take advantage of you, but don't be lazy, Hey, can you work tomorrow? Even if it sucks, just say, I'll do it, because you never know how that will help you in the future. You do them a favor, you get a favor paid back to you down the road. Restaurants also are very, flexible with your schedule, but it is hard to get some time off, holidays off, or if it happens to be your birthday, but that coincides with Mother's Day or something, it's hard to get that shit off. So if you have important days in your life, make sure you're doing, make sure you're a reliable piece of the puzzle for the manager. That way, when you do need a favor, they don't think twice about giving it to you because they want to keep you happy. You're good to them, they'll be good to you. At least that's the way properly run restaurants should be. So anyway, that is my restaurant rant. Kind of wanted to save that until the end because I knew we'd talk about a lot, but John had a loaded question and I wanted to at least get to it because we haven't really talked about restaurants in a while. So there you go. Greg, in a nutshell. Off Leather Wings, thank you. $2 from you. Did you know Brian wrestled Kamala in 2006? Yeah, I think I did. I still, Mixed Partial Farts, I still have the wine list. I have the wine list and the menu. Actually, recently, I took it to work and showed our sommelier, and he was shitting his pants. He goes, holy, and plus the prices now. These are 1995, I guess, prices that are on there, at least the wine list that I have. I started working there in 93, but he was just dying at like the price of Opus One that we had, that we have on our menu now for, I don't know, maybe $6.25 or something like that. It was like $180. He was shitting his pants. So yeah, find places, find expensive places. That's where the money is. Yeah, and there is, and not Steve, if you work in a place like an Olive Garden, there is money in the turn and burn places. I am not putting down those places at all because anytime I've ever been to an Olive Garden, it's fucking packed. So if you're a server, you're making money because you're taking care of so many people. But I just sometimes feel like servers work too hard for that money. Like you have to bust your ass. And Steve, I'm sure you can account. You're busy on your busiest night in Olive Garden. I'm sure it's batshit insane. And that's where you can really develop your serving skills. Now, if you're just using it as a tool to get through school, you don't need these skills. But if you're going to stay in restaurants forever, that place can really help you train your mind to prioritize when you're in the weeds, when you're fucking busy. Those type of places are really going to help you, even in some of the more hoity-toity places. But a lot of times those tables, you have to wait on a lot of tables to get your money to add up. They don't drink as much, and a lot more beverages, a lot of young people, a lot of kids, and that can really take a hit on your sales. But you'll wait on so many people, you'll wind up making money anyway. But sometimes I see really good, hardworking people. I'm like, man, I would love to take those people and stick them in like a Fleming Steakhouse where they can, all the money they're going to make in the 20 tables they have at Olive Garden, they're going to make with 3 tables at that other place. And so I think if you're doing that and if you're happy with the job, stay there. But if you're ever annoyed, just know that right now there's probably more opportunity than ever to get hired in restaurants. If you've ever thought about leaving your job, getting into restaurants in general, you can get in. We need some help. Everybody needs some help. Pizza places can be fun. I like pizza places. I've thought a lot of times about opening my own restaurant, and if I ever did, it would be super casual. My servers, my waiters would be in jeans and chucks and a t-shirt. It would be very casual. It would be very bright in there. It would have inexpensive food, but something goddamn delicious and super fucking casual. Just a modest little business, does steady business every day and is not trying to reinvent the wheel. And hopefully, find some weird thing that, You know how some of these crazy restaurants like you see on the diners, drive-ins, and dives have some over-the-top menu item that people come from miles away to try? That's what I would like to have. But I also think I don't want the stress of owning a restaurant after being in the business for 30 years. And I'm hoping I can just sit on my ass and talk to y'all about wrestling on YouTube, and that's it. So let's make that happen, shall we? Alex Bryant, you're about to start as a line cook at a fancy local restaurant. I'm nervous because I've never worked back of the house, but I like to cook. You're about to start as a line cook at a fancy restaurant and you've never worked back of the house? Well, shit. Good luck, man. And hopefully, you know, kitchens can be funny too. You know, a lot of times if you work for a great chef, that chef can teach you a lot or that chef can be an asshole. So I've been, again, really lucky that throughout all my years doing all that shit in restaurants I told you about, all the chefs I've worked with, I've only had a couple that I like really haven't liked. Everybody else has been awesome. And I've worked with guys for years and years. Guys have had a lot of success and gone on to become millionaires. You know, I worked with a lot of these guys and they were always really cool. So I got lucky in the chef department too, because I could have easily not been that lucky and worked for a bunch of assholes that didn't want to teach you anything or, you know, that you didn't want to learn from or whatever. So I always respected and was kind of fascinated by most of the chefs I worked with. And that's how I taught myself to cook. I'm self-taught because in my early days, I would just watch, you know, I'd stand in the kitchen or across the line and I would just watch what they're doing. Oh, okay. You put the oil in and you toss it and you saute it. Okay. And you toss in some butter, little spices. Okay. Put the pasta in, whatever, that sort of thing. I'm like, I can do that. Because at that point I wasn't cooking. I was a kid, microwave fucking Hungry Mans and shit. That's it. So being able to learn that stuff was a big help. It was a big help, you know, when it came to dating, you know, the fact that I could cook some shit when I was 20. The girls don't be hating that, you know, so learn to cook. It's a good tool. Taco Bell for 3 years, never called in. See? And there's sometimes in life too, you can be a great employee and it goes unappreciated. And that's what I really hate to see. I hate to see anybody get in that situation, you know, especially when you're working so hard. I really despise managers and owners who don't appreciate when people, you know, completely will uproot or fuck up their life or day in order to be there, or, you know, or do their job. And sometimes it goes unappreciated. Sometimes it goes appreciated. Plenty of bosses appreciate their, you know, their employees and stuff, but a lot of them don't. So if you're in a situation where you're working hard and you feel underappreciated, think about leaving. I just don't think anybody deserves that. Don't get yourself in a rut. The only reason I'm as happy as I am is because I left places when the course was, you know, run, you know, when it was over. The Swedish chef. Yeah, he's got bad technique, though. He seems a bit dangerous. But, yeah, he'd be a good one. He'd be a good one. How many times you get to watch WWE on TV screens at work? Never. I'm not putting on WCW at work. Or maybe back in the day, I really didn't either. I loved my job I had at the Italian restaurant. It was a small restaurant. And we were closed on Sundays, and that was our only day, but I made the schedule for everybody. So I would just schedule myself off every Monday to watch Raw. So, and it was right down the road. Like I lived just feet away. I would get in my car and drive, but it was really like driving to the other side of a football field parking lot. It wasn't far. So every Monday, right before Raw, you know, about 7 o'clock, I'd hop in my car, drive down to the restaurant. I'd sit at the bar, open up a beer and drink it, and have the chef make me some food and just shoot the shit with the bartender, and then get some food to go and then drive home. And usually I'd be sitting down right when Raw started, eating my big bowl of pasta that I went and picked up from the restaurant. It was awesome. Those were the days, man. Missed those days. And my tape would be in the VCR, ready to rock. Oh, Jordan, good to see you, man. Glad you're here. I just read out your question not long ago. I'll eventually try to get some time codes on this thing, but man, that's going to be rough. 4 hours going here. But yeah, we're about to sign off here. It's been definitely a fun night. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Just wanted to come up and do one of these. Haven't done like a really long, hangout marathon in quite a while. So I thought this would be fun to do. And it's not like it's going to be long until you see me again. We're here Saturday, day one. Went through my predictions earlier. They're somewhere in this long-ass video. No, TJ Johnson, I could not work for Gordon Ramsay. Never. However, if I was in a different place in my life, if I was like 20 years old, I was up and coming and I was trying to gain as much experience as I can so I can continue to grow and continue to go on to bigger and better things, then I might want to seek out some really well-renowned chefs and stuff, but I'm just not in that place in my life now. I'm really burnt out in restaurants. I have the dream schedule. I'm never even there these days, hardly anymore, especially during the off season like this, but I'm still really ready to say goodbye to the industry. I can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. I think if I keep making smart investments and things keep going good, I can maybe phase out restaurants altogether. But, at the end of the day, I still do love it. And it's been a great career for me because it's allowed me to stay young, vibrant, fresh, in good shape. I'm always on my feet. I'm always running around, always talking to people. You never come home with that same shit, different day type of mentality. However, it does get a bit old year after year, going in just to work and kind of doing the same things. I'm ready to move on from it. So I think I'm going to try to phase it out little by little, as we go the next few years, and we'll see, how close good mic work can come to retirement. But restaurants have taken a lot out of me, but they've also given me a great life. They've helped me age. I feel 10 years younger than I am. I think if I would have been in a desk job and be nearly 45 years old now, then, I might look a little more tore back, but the restaurants really helped. And it gave me lifelong friends that I still have to this day that I'll always keep. So I'm thankful for that. So if you are a restaurateur like me, you know a lot of what I'm talking about. You understand. You get it. No matter what kind of place you work in, big, small, cheap, or expensive, you understand. Well, that's good. Yeah, Michael. I mean, just got to do what you got to do. I mean, if a place is just kind of unraveling and nobody gives a shit and there's no accountability, then there's no point in you to do it too. I also believe in doing your job, but if you have a place that's poorly run where people are just allowed to call out and be lazy and shit, and unfortunately that's the problem now, because I remember working where, you had the fear put into you. If you called out, at least in all the restaurants I've worked at, it's not like when you work at Walmart or something and there's 1,000 fucking people working there. One person calls out, it means nothing. Nothing's going to happen. A restaurant, especially a small one big piece of your kitchen calls out or a major server calls out, you're now shorthanded and now you're going to get busy and now everybody's going to suffer. It's going to have a ripple effect through the whole restaurant. So I was never a fan of calling out. I didn't believe in it. I believe you better be missing a leg. You better be coming in here with a stump, if you can't be here to work or have a really, really good goddamn excuse. And my old boss, he would straight up fire people. If he felt they were just being too lazy or they maybe called out on purpose, he would just straight let them go. No explanation, no nothing, get out, goodbye. Why am I fired? Because I don't like your face. That's why. I mean, he just did not care. Cutthroat as hell. So it's a different generation now. Now people just call out sick all the time. Like it's no big deal. Oh, I'm just going to call out. We have servers even at my place that do it sometimes. And you take that call and it's so hard to be on the other end of the phone knowing they're full of shit. I'm like, okay, if you say so. It's COVID. What can you do? You can't say fuck off, come to work. You can't do that. So you just got to let them do it. So I think people are getting lazier and it's a little sad, but it is what it is. Anywho, I got to get the hell out of here, y'all. We've been streaming for 4 hours. I appreciate that, Freeze Frame, Rodrigo, everybody else that hung out tonight for a long time. What is our time on this? We are now going 4 hours, 48 minutes. That's a long time. I did not think I'd be streaming this long, but I'm glad I did. So anywho, thanks for being here. Glad we chatted a lot. Happy New Year to you. Have a great New Year's Eve tomorrow if you're going to party or do whatever. I hope it's a great time. And on Saturday, we'll be back here for day one. Full show review. Hopefully the card remains intact. We'll see if we get any news on that tomorrow. So Happy New Year to you. And I will catch you guys, this is pretty crazy to say, in 2022. Wow.